Hello everyone and welcome to another great edition of the NLC. Today you might see a new face, that's me. A man of many names, but as you can see on the screen here, my name is Malte. And of course today we have my amazing team of co-hosts as well. We have Leah here, of course.
Very good evening.
And we have Empress also.
Hello everyone.
Okay, fair enough.
Not yet.
Yes.
Empress
looks
Amazing.
Yeah.
And of course we have Toby, a man of many talents, which you will see later today. And of course our in-house analyst, Mr. Duckling, which you all know very, very well.
Yeah, this
And
dude
here
right
we
here.
also have, so how are you feeling tonight? Sorry.
I'm not gonna lie, I felt a little bit like Hannah Montana today, rushing from my day job to come here. So completely different switch of mindset, but here we are.
Best of both worlds.
I know that for my life. But today we're gonna do something exciting. We're gonna play or watch, a lot of League of Legends today. Anything in particular you're waiting for that excites you a lot?
I mean, I want to see more of FF15 or Force Wines on a bum, right? I'm looking to see if Forsen can get on something different than the Ivan. I thought he looked a bit anonymous, Want to see him on the Briar maybe, want to be spicy, but we'll see. There's a lot of good games.
Yeah. And what about you?
I mean, I'm just ready to see some exciting league, and I don't know. I'm just too excited to see what's gonna happen. So.
Yeah. And before we do that, of course, if you didn't tune in last week, we have a new format this year. This season, and we have Broxa to take you through what the format is about.
The NLC 2026 tournament consists of a 10-team single round-robin format. where the top 4 teams qualify for a double elimination playoffs bracket. The bottom 2 playoffs teams start in the lower bracket, and all group stage matches are best of 1, while all playoffs matches, including the grand final, are best of 5. We made it easy for everybody to follow. All the matches in the group stage will be played on one weekly action-packed match day. Mark your calendar, every Thursday from 8th of January. The last week of the winter split is Super Week. 3 days with playoffs, deciders, and the grand final. We kick off every match day in our brand new studio with new hosts, new guests, competitions, giveaways, and a load of league stuff. Our only promise, it will be different. It's still all about winning the title, but NLC 2026 is so much more. We're still the space for new talent and traditional teams, but we've also added new profiles, new teams, a wildcard option, and a load of banter potential. Who would have thought that Forsen, Dumps, Sloppy Walrus, Expetu, and a bunch of other profiles would be competing against each other? In NLC, well, here we are. A new initiative is our guest spot, which will change every split. First team owner is Forsen, who will also be an active player in the winter split. For spring, we can only say that a new team will join, and it won't be boring. To add a bit of spice, we give all teams the option to swap in a true legend with an icon from one of the top League of Legends leagues. The team can decide if and when to swap a player, but they will only know the position of that player and not the name until the very last minute. Teams are awarded for participating in the fun, but they can choose not to go with a wild card.
So, you know what they say. Thank you, Mr. Broxer. And yeah, a lot of exciting matches here today. I can't wait personally to see like what the teams have like practiced and figured out during this week. But before we do that, maybe you have guessed it already by my beautiful attire here. We have a special guest coming in to the studio, a streamer and YouTuber, of course, by the name Dumps. Yeah, so maybe if like what kind of connection do you have to Dumps?
I mean, I had a little bit of a meeting with him in Sweden, right? He was obviously there for the finals last year as well, and I know quite a few of the people on his team. I was lucky enough to speak with one of them throughout the weekend and get a better grasp of the team. And it sounds like they have a good synergy between them, right? That Discord is set up as a team house. They watch a lot of LPL and LCK together, so they should be on the same wavelength. It's a team that I think has a lot of room to grow, and I'm very excited to see if they can reach that potential.
And actually, we have Dumps right on a call here. If we can have the studio put him through. Oh, yeah. Hello, hello there.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Nice sunglasses, by the way.
Hey, thank you, thank you. I also saw your guys' feet, so I, of course, you know,
Hey! Of course, you
had to also join in with the brothers and sisters.
Nice to see.
Hello, everybody.
Nice to see. So before we begin, I would just like to ask you, like, for anyone that's not familiar with your stream as a whole, where did that kind of interest or obsession, could you call it that, with Deer begin?
You know, it started from a young age, but when I started playing League of Legends and this Lilia character got added to the game, you know, that's where it kind of all started. And then I kind of got bullied on the internet about it a little bit, but you know, it kind of also grew the audience as well. Yeah, today we are here with my own team that has a deer in the name. So yeah, we have that going. I don't know what I'm doing, honestly.
Okay. But to like this season, you've assembled a team of 5. You could call that brilliant players, maybe, as a team owner.
Amazing players.
Yes, amazing players.
Exquisite
Players. Can you put some words on how you would explain the different players?
All the players. I mean, if we start from the top, you know, we got our top laner, Virtuoso, the greatest top laner alive. Jungle, we got Exile. The Romanian GOAT. In mid lane, we have Scuffed. ADC, we got Yaki, also known as Yaki Love, and in support, we got the Polska Kurom Uden, the best pike on EU West.
Okay, and is there any player watching the game from last week and maybe following a bit from your scrims? Is there any player on your team that has impressed you, like in any particular way so far?
I mean, of course, everybody are the goats, or I guess the deers, but Yaki, also known as Yaki Love, we gotta watch out for this guy. I think he might be taking some, steroids before the games because he is gliding every single game, bro. Like, you'll see today as well, he's gonna be like 30-0. He's gonna be dropping a 30 bomb in the game.
I can't wait to see. Any, so you say he's gonna go 30-0. Do you have any idea as to how fast your game will win, or your team will win the game then?
I mean,
it's gonna be hard to lose when you're 30-0.
Yeah. We're gonna be looking, pre-15, so the enemy can't really FF. So maybe like a 40-minute game. That could be good.
Yeah. And Duckling, do you have anything to say about, the team's first performance?
I mean, I think game 1 went all right. Obviously, Bulldog is a tough opponent. I think your bot lane, obviously, brilliant laning phase against, Kasing and Sisyphec too, who I think should be a top bot lane as well. So pretty impressed there. I want to ask you a bit about your mid laner though, Scuffed. I've had him on my team last year when he played in the Danish division, and I think he has some great qualities outside of the game as well. Is that something you've experienced? A hard worker, leads by example, and is really good for the team environment? Yeah,
I mean, he's a great guy. I mean, I think his best part about him is the looks outside of the game, but in game he's also a monster mid lane.
And this is your first season as well as a team owner. How have you experienced the change from going to, just being, if you could call it, regular streamer or YouTuber, to now owning a team in the NLC?
I mean, honestly, I still have no idea what I'm doing. Like, I'm just basically winging it every single day, It is interesting though, like that's why I started creating the team. The experience has been so far really good, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the NLC winter.
Okay, that's great. Well, before we go into the game, of course you play a little bit later on in the schedule today. We have a little bit of a surprise to you, and now Empress, if you would like to come in here for a bit. Of course, we've noticed some a little bit of, of things on Twitter you've been posting, and we're gonna play a little bit of a game a little bit later. But first of all, we just wanted to come in with a bit of a surprise.
Now, all the five seen an IRL
surprise for real.
I am Lilia, and if you're really lucky, I can hit a flash 5-man ult. But only in late game.
I see.
Yes.
And if you're lucky.
The studio just got ganked.
Yeah.
You just got
Hopefully
ganked
not
IRL, actually. That's
sleep.
true. What's your mastery points on Lilia, by the way?
Oof, I play a lot of Lilia. Oh, you.
Which one?
I know for a fact that Empress is actually the
Okay,
jungler.
I'm sorry. No, you're the Stardust.
I mean, I think it's like about 1 million,
Oh my
You can
god.
also go.
That's
Okay,
commitment.
damn.
Wait,
What about you?
wait, can I ask, what is your favorite skin? That is very important.
Oh, I mean, it gotta be the new bowling skin, Lilia. Like, it's too OP. Like, the sound effects in that skin, you hit an E, it's just too good. That skin is peak.
Yes. Okay, I actually agree. I
Okay.
agree with that.
And what about you? Can you remember what?
No, I don't have that many points. But I mean, she's at least my top 3 junglers, so I play her a lot. But I'm sure that Doms is better than me.
Yeah.
So.
And any points on how the meta is for Lilia right now? Maybe if you have any.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's really broken right now. I think the AP jungle scaling is very OP, so I play her a lot myself personally. So yeah, I think she's OP, and yeah, she's a good champ.
Well, maybe we can touch on that a bit later, because right now we have, a little bit of a segment, if you could call it that, where we had you play a 1v1 against a legend of the game. I mean, some could say that he has beaten Lost Ratones maybe in a scrim once or twice. Who will know? Ooh. But let's see how you managed to do against our in-house 1v1 expert.
barrier. He's not playing Flash, okay. Good to know. Okay, come here. Come on, man. Don't be a... Hey, do not auto. Come on, man. Do not auto. Where's the emote? Come on, man. I will start hitting you. No. Better be a fucking LEC winner. To win against me. Yeah, maybe taking Q first was a bad idea. That might just be me. Yeah, hell no. Oh, it was in range. G. What? Okay. I'll just let it push on the turret. We try harding tonight. That's in range? That's crazy, by the way. Oh, okay, I got this barrier though. I got this barrier, I have TP, it's all good. It's fine. Yeah, I think I had to get it right. I actually thought it was two lives. Oh, yeah, it's all good.
I'm guessing on your reaction it was the first time you've seen this. Can you put some words on how what happened here since you didn't manage to take the W?
You know, there was some miscommunication. I thought it was 2 lives, so I went TP. But yeah, I just woke up for that, so I was a bit rusty on that day, so maybe that's why I lost.
Okay,
if we do this again, maybe I'll win.
Yeah, maybe next time we'll figure that out in production, so you didn't have to wake up and go directly into maybe the most important 1v1 you've ever played in your life.
Yeah.
But,
True.
Yeah, hopefully better luck next time. But yeah, before that, now you've seen our beautiful costumes here, especially over here. We wanted to go into kind of a game that kind of speaks into your stream a little bit, or maybe your Twitter game, because it doesn't really take much looks at your Twitter to see that. You've posted some things that could be, at most, be described as a bit questionable. It's a bit, maybe a way to plug your stream. I mean, everyone here knows the grind, But we wanted to kind of ask you and maybe kind of like one time for all settle if you're a bit sus or if you aren't. So we're gonna play a game called Is It Deerlicious?
Oh god. Okay.
Yes. So if we can have the production here put a picture up on screen, I would like to ask you, do you think this is Deerlicious?
Do I think this is Deerlicious?
Or delicious, whatever you want to say it. It's a bit of a pun, but
good structure, good color. I would say that's Deerlicious.
Yeah, okay. Rating 1 to 10 maybe?
I would say like 7.5.
Okay. Okay.
Very mid.
That's a good start.
Baseline, yeah.
Yeah, good baseline, definitely. And maybe in the next picture we can see. So.
Oh. Wait a damn minute.
No, this is crazy, man. That's only level 2.
Yeah, that's only level 2.
There's a bit of back on that one.
Yeah. The final boss.
Yeah.
A back kick maybe.
I mean, to be fair, that left me completely speechless. I'd say like 9. At least.
Whoa.
Okay, I think we're gonna maybe explode the scale here in a bit then, because it only gets better from here.
Yeah.
If this is the
All
start.
right.
Oh dear.
I want to know what a 10 looks like.
Yeah. Maybe we will experience it.
Ooh. Got a bit of a medieval vibe there. Okay.
Good concept.
This is that, like, I'd say that's a good 8. That's a solid 8 right there, I think.
I mean, as an art piece, I think it's quite good, but you're the expert here, so
yeah.
I'm not gonna take your shot.
Yeah, leave it to me. Leave the rating.
I see. What about this
Oh
one?
my god.
Oh,
There's
I
something
mean,
familiar here.
God damn.
that's a straight 10,
Yeah.
I would agree.
So that is what
My
a
curly bob.
button looks like.
Is that from an actual skin, or is that just someone's fan art?
That's Wild Rift.
Oh, Wild Rift, yeah, of course, yes, Wild Rift
Yeah.
exclusive skins. They get all the good stuff, man.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
get some
I'm
good. They
the
get some
expert,
good
I
stuff.
would know.
Yeah.
Have you played Wild Rift?
I think once. Yeah.
Didn't get to test out the skin, but all right. Fair enough, fair enough.
Should play again just for the skin.
Yeah. Here we have a combination, actually pulled from your own Twitter account.
Oh no. Yeah, I mean that's also like a straight 10, you know. You know, if I was Lily, I would also love Yone.
All right.
Game.
Fair enough. I think maybe it was the combination between the deer. What the hell?
No way.
Okay, fair enough.
Have you shown this?
Snuck that in there.
What's that rating?
Pause.
11.5, like.
11.
Okay.
Yeah.
That explodes the scale.
I'm lost for words. I don't even. Okay, I don't even.
How did that end up there?
That's a bit sauce, but it's
production
fine. We'll
going
take
crazy.
it.
I
I'm
don't know, bro.
flabbergasted. That's the best way to explain it. But we got an 11 out of 10. That was our Deerlicious quiz. How do you feel about what we just put you through here?
I don't know how I got in here, honestly. What am I doing here?
All right. Well, yeah, and well, could we get a rating for our beautiful Lilia skin right here?
I mean, like, can you even rate that? Like, it's gonna break the rating chart.
Oh, no.
Ending on a high note. But I think we might be ready for something exciting here. If I could get a cue here.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about the game a bit, I'll happily.
Yes.
I'll happily ask you a bit about that, Dums. I think from your scrims, right? I saw you just play against Niski's team yesterday. I think maybe you want to humble brag a bit. I saw it from Scuff's stream, and I mean, not too many viewers, but like, how were you feeling about the result, right? Didn't you kind of gig a stun?
I mean, you know, one of the LFL teams, Niski's team, we went 3-1 against them in scrims. So yeah, the boys are on fire. They performed yesterday, and they're gonna perform even better today. Like, they completely cooked the French guys.
Yeah, I mean, they are French, right? They are free. So yeah, I mean, that's a great performance. Do you have an ambition for where you want to be at the end of the split? Because I think with the room you guys have to grow. Like, are you aiming for EMEA Masters this split, or is that like a long-term project?
I mean, like, EMEA Master, of course, but I think the biggest thing this split is to completely destroy Forsen. That's the pinnacle of this season, I think.
And talking about this split, we also have a short introduction video to Deer Gaming. So yeah, let's see.
I'm starting an esports team in League of Legends. Some of you might be surprised, and some of you might have already gotten the hints in the streams and... Wait, this isn't my setup. It is true. I have created my own esports team, and we will be competing in this year's NLC season that starts in 1 week. You know, Los Ratones dropped out from NLC to play in LEC, so naturally, of course, I, Dums, am the second best option to K-Roll. We will be playing against teams like Ruddy Esports, Verdant, La Bombas, Force Wines and a Bum, where Forsen is playing jungle. No, that is real. It is here. But Dums, you don't know anything about esports. The only time you make videos about esports is either world stuff every once in a year or re-uploading K-Roll's reactions to world stuff. And there, my dear viewer, you would be right. But I know how to co-stream esports games. That's the same thing as owning a team, right? Reckless might just die here. No, okay, good ult from Velia. Holy fuck. Okay, nice. Wait, pause. I don't want to do this no more. But guys, without further ado, let me introduce you to the best team to ever be playing in NLC that will sweep the floors with all the ex-pros and washed streamers playing in that league. So let me introduce you to Deer Gaming.
What's up, guys? My name is Ratuso, and I'll be playing top lane for Team Deer in the NLC next year. I'm really looking forward to splits. My team is looking very good so far, so I'm very excited. I think the split, from looking at the other teams, will be pretty easy. I think the only thing that could go wrong is if Force and Briar randomly shows up and fucks us all.
What the fuck?
Yeah, very excited, and see you guys next year.
Easy clap.
Maybe it's the way I tell my enemies to lunch meat, or maybe it's the way I smash everything in front of me. They don't want it, I do it so easy, it's funny.
Hello guys, my name is Exel and I will be the jungler for Deer Gaming.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Bro!
What?
Hey, I'm Scarf. I'm gonna be the mid laner for Deer Gaming. Yeah.
I can see the fear in their faces. When I come out of the box, I leave them faceless. It makes it strange for me to break the bone, but now I put so many that it's basic. And tell me have mercy, I hit them with a flurry. Show them the dark side, then give me hell's fury. Now show me somebody.
Hello guys, I'm Yaki and I'm going to be the AD carry for Deer Gaming.
Candle wax, that's how I melt them down. My aim flawless, I never mess around. Move at perfection's pace, taking out these clowns. In other words, you against me, then you going down. I said I kill them all, I can kill them all. I got more bodies than the morgue. Now who next to fall? Who next to find out what it's like for them to hit the wall? So hard that when I'm done, ain't nothing left at all.
Hello guys, I'm Uden. I'm the support for Deer Gaming in NLC.
I'm Edis, the sub AD carry for Team Deer Gaming.
My name is Lunatic. I'm going to be the assistant coach for Deer Gaming.
Hey guys, I'm Viking. I'm the head coach of Deer Gaming in the NLC. As you can see, there's a lot of snow here in Denmark, so I need to cover up my egg, my bald head. But if you would like to see what it looks like with my bald head on the NLC broadcast, then you should tune in to the Deer Gaming Games.
You guys like that logo? I made it myself. It's like, deer, like, I'm the Lilia guy, and it's purple like Lilia, and yeah, I had to make the logo myself because I did not have any money left after getting the team. I'm gonna go bankrupt, aren't I?
What an amazing video. I mean, that's amazing. Do you have anything else in the content pipeline?
Oh, sorry, I was muted.
No worries.
I mean, of course, winning the rest of the games for NLC, and maybe, also winning EMEA Master, getting to LEC Winter Kickoff, and then going to first stand. Like, there's content on the horizon, and then making YouTube videos out of those, of course.
All right. Well, you also have a Danish coach, one of the hairless people here. Do you have any words for Coach Fugling and how he's been working with the team?
I mean, he's been doing good. He created the roster, and yeah, it's been working well. And also, yeah, he's also bald.
One of
Always
us.
a pro.
Yeah, and let's talk a bit about the game today, because you're playing against Ruddy, who I've went digging through the archives because I realized they haven't won in quite a bit. It's been 251 days to be exact since they last won a game in the NLC. That's when they had I Will Dominate as an owner, and they played on the stage in Copenhagen. So how do you feel going up against them, right? Because they're playing with some former staff of their own team. Are you nervous that you might be the ones to end that streak and give them their first win in more than half a year?
I mean, if we're gonna lose to the 5 Slovakian construction workers, we might need to dip from this planet. So yeah, we're gonna be winning today.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I like the confidence.
Yeah, and so looking at the split as a whole, you kind of mentioned going to first stand. That's a bit of a way away. But do you have any just maybe like some expectations without saying too much about where you're gonna go?
Yeah, I mean, we are still starting, but like this team is actually insane. The potential is through the roof. Like playoffs and winning NLC is our main goal, and we 100% think we can make it happen.
All right, thank you so much for your time, and best of luck.
Thank you.
tonight. I can't wait to see how you're gonna go.
Any words of endearment?
Yeah, all right, then we come see you here. Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you,
Thank you so much.
Doms, good luck.
Oh, now we can take these off. Great.
Kind of tight.
So yeah, that was Doms. Nice to finally speak with him as well. I mean, I've been since I saw the announcement first from his team. I actually was looking forward to speaking to him a lot. I mean, Duckling, what would you say would be the expectations for Deer Gaming from an analyst perspective?
I mean, I think they have to focus on growth, right? You have a lot of young players who haven't spent that much time in the NLC. So the main goal really is to say our floor might be quite low, but our ceiling is very high. So how can you push yourself towards that ceiling and work serious towards it? And I mean, when you're scrimming and streaming it like they do, you're getting a better idea of the progression. And I mean, beating Niski's team is a pretty good first step, I want to say. I think his aims, that Dom says, getting top 4, that sounds realistic in my eyes, if they grow well. But I'll say some of the teams that I was a bit more quiet about, like maybe DMG or Lightside, they look better than expected. So I think they'll have a battle for top 4.
All right. Yeah. So we actually have a few highlights from last week. Let's see what we can take out of them.
You guys are going to talk over these highlights, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, how was it, guys? First time in the studio. How did you enjoy it?
It was a lot of things happened.
Yeah.
I was manhandled. I was.
That was kind of crazy. Wait, how strong was he actually? Like when he lifted you?
I felt like a toddler again.
Really?
Yeah.
Was it like your dad lifting you? Kind of.
Yeah. I thought I was about to take off. I thought I was just gonna go through the.
Yeah, it looked strong.
And when talking about the games, we could see that, was it a surprise that we saw Force Wines and a Bomb lose the first game, and the 150 ping demon in the mid lane, Pobuilder. I mean, shouldn't we have seen more from him?
I'll say no and yes at the same time, because I wasn't surprised they lost. I was surprised in the way they lost. They lost through the bot lane with Fatesky playing a brilliant game.
Fatesky was
I mean, that
amazing
was the
that
misfortune,
game.
right? That you obviously was a big fan of. So I think I was surprised they lost so heavily through bot lane, but I'm not surprised they lost it. I mean, Pobuilder, he looked good. It's just the ping holding it back.
Yeah. It's always just the ping holding us all back.
I mean, he is from America, playing from America, right? So he has a somewhat valid excuse.
And was there anything that surprised you, or maybe you, for that matter?
My biggest surprise, I want to say, I think it's probably DMG. I mean, I expected them to have better synergy and hit the ground running because 4 players remain from last year. But to look that strong and your bot lane look that confident against a pretty strong 2v2 bot lane, I would say, was definitely my main takeaway. That was the surprise of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with what Duckling was saying, but I also think that the Arctic Pandas played a really, really good game, as we can also see here, closing out the game really well. It was very close. But I think we can also see Wazy from his bed in the corner.
That's up there with the top of the surprises as well. Wazy in his bed was a brilliant.
I don't have no clue how he managed to play a game of that intensity from his bed. It looked like he was kind of watching Netflix and maybe was on the brink of taking a nap. But apparently he was.
He's just too good.
Yeah,
what can we say?
That's the dual scroll spot.
Yeah, exactly. One thing that I at least found very exciting was kind of seeing the new season. This last week was before the NLC started, so kind of seeing the NLC's take on what the new meta would look like, how the early minion spawns affected the game. I for a fact found it super weird that 20 minutes in you would see players with 350 CS. I thought it was crazy to see, and maybe to see also the development between what happened last week and what will happen this week. Do we have any new picks that you might think we will see?
I think the meta will obviously develop a bit, right? We didn't get to see the Malphite, I believe, last week. That's something that I think will likely slip through once or twice in the ban phase, or I'd hope so at the very least, because it will be fun to see how teams have been able to adapt to it, right? Because the more time you have on a meta, the more you start to see the meta evolve as you have to try and find solutions to some of the problems. Is it worth spending the ban on them, or do you maybe think we have a counter pick available up our sleeve? So you have to adapt to what has been really broken at the start of the season, and I'm excited to see if there are some changes the teams make there.
And also, Leah and Toby, do you have any fun picks that you would like to see today? Now, Duckling mentioned the Malphite, but anything in particular?
Ooh. I'm not sure. I haven't really thought about it.
You play a lot of Garen, no?
If they pick Garen, I'm leaving. By the way, but
full lethality Garen.
I don't think so. But maybe. But I think the Rammus though.
Yeah, the Rammus was fun. The Rammus.
Rammus was the first champion I ever played.
Really?
That's such a niche pick.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I just resonated.
What a sad life, Toby. What?
Okay.
No, I'm kidding.
And our first game today is gonna be 4 swines and a bum, coming up against.
Yeah, they're playing against Bulldog. I mean, I think 4 swines and a bum. They will probably have their bum spanked a few times today because they're playing against one of my favorites in the entire league. I think Bulldog, they had a rough, I don't want to say a rough game, they had a good game, but a hard game against Deer Gaming, where their late game team fighting was simply superior. And yeah, I think 4 swines and a bum, they've got their work cut out for them. It sounds like we're being invaded by a cat in the studio.
Yeah, it does. But I'm also excited to see what Forsen will pull out for this game. I mean, we saw the Iron last.
I think if there is any team that should leave the Briar open, it should be someone like Bulldog, who still just should be 1,000 times better. So like, if there is a game where it could be played, it could be this one.
Yeah. I agree. But yeah, I mean, do you think Bulldog will ban the Briar?
Sadly, yeah. I mean, it is. We are, after all, after competition, right? And if spanning a champion gives you, a 20, 50% chance, I might even say, higher chance of winning because you ban away the worst guys on the team's only champion, really. Yeah. You obviously have to take it, but I hope one of the teams is lenient and says, we are confident enough, we are cocky enough that we can still win.
I know for a fact that Forsen has in scrims, they've been looking for the first win in scrims at least, from what I can see online. And he has been tried up some different picks. Nunu in particular, and Morgana as well, was something they talked about. So I'm excited to see what they will figure out today draft-wise. But we also have Bulldog Gaming here. Do you have anything in particular that you would like to highlight before coming into the first game?
I'll actually start by highlighting the I want to say, weakness in the laning phase last week. That was the bot lane. Sisyphic and Kasing did not have a good time. Kasing is really good in late game decision making and positioning, the leadership he brings, but his laning phase with Sisyphic was not on it in week 1. And I think if they want to be a team that wins the league, those two need to step it up in the first 15 minutes because they were great later on, but at the beginning they were struggling a bit.
I know for a fact that Kasing has been playing since forever. I think he started his career in maybe, from what I remember, at least 2016 or something.
He played in 15 as well. He went to Worlds in 2015, right, with HBK. I mean,
crazy.
I was like 10 years old, 11 years old when I was watching him play in the LCS with my dad. So it is a bit weird having now spent so many years casting him in the NLC.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, so for that matter, we have Sisyphic, who's a Polish madman, challenger, AD carry, in the bot lane. What would you like to see from them, particularly going into the match today?
I think it is more about how they played out their laning phase, right? When you think about it, they locked in Saya, Rakan, which are two very lane-dominant champions, and you're losing to an Enchanter support. I believe Uden played the Lulu. That's not really acceptable. Obviously, the early lanes will be, the early few levels will be hard because you're ranged against the melee. But once you get that level 6, you should be able to all in. You should be able to win those fights, I would say. And I think it was just a bit of mispositioning, maybe getting used to the meta and the new wave timings because they crash quicker. And when do you reset and stuff like this? Those small micro decisions might have to be relearned a bit from someone who's been playing the game for so long. So play the laning phase better and they'll be brilliant because they played the late game team fights almost 10 out of 10. They were flawless. Yeah.
So you just say they have to log in a bit earlier?
Yeah, maybe log in from minute 1 instead of minute 20.
Yeah,
yeah, that makes sense. And also, I think Pobuilder is probably the biggest, one of the biggest, if not the biggest kind of player name we have in the league this year. What would you like to see from him? Last time he was on a Kali, kind of hard at champion, very mechanical, to play on 150 ping.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's kind of crazy that he picked Akali. I mean, it's Pobuilder, so I'm like, okay, he can pull it through, right? Yeah. But picking that champ on such a high ping is like, yeah, it's a challenge. But
maybe there is something with more showboaty champions like that.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously good enough to play them if he plays them at home, right? Yeah. Like in North America. I think something like the Orianna would be good, where maybe you can just send Forsen into the front and be like, go in, and I just press my R button because then the delay might matter less.
Yeah.
There's definitely some potential there to kind of mitigate the risks a bit and play a comp that is not that, hard to play. In particular, we also know Drew Duty is very good at a lot of different champions, playing ranged matchups, mostly in the top lane. I'm not really sure about how that fits into competitive.
We're gonna see that Akshan maybe.
Oh, please. I genuinely despise the champion.
Yeah, I don't like it either. But I think last week he actually had a good game on Camille. He did some great stuff in the late team fights. He did mechanical good plays. It's just seeing how he will pull through the early game when they probably will play around the bot lane. Because as we know, they have Jack Spectra and Vega. So.
Yeah, and also, we saw Vega. I mean, from what I've seen online, he's kind of got a little bit of a criticism from his plays a bit. Some people were saying he was just straight inting, but how would you say like he did in the game? And maybe if he should look for the Rakan again, or if he should kind of mix it up?
I think the bot lane got gapped heavily. That's how I'll say it. I think obviously Fatesky and Komsky have the advantage of having played together for an entire year. There is just an innate advantage in that. When Jack Spectra and Vega have to learn to play together in lane, they have actually worked together before qualifying for the Nordic Championship like 5-6 years ago now. So they know each other, but playing a laning phase is a lot different, especially when you play against someone who's so well coordinated. So I think they just need time together. They are both good enough players to be here and play in the NLC. I mean, Jack Spectra's won the Prime competition. All of these players want to win in EMEA Masters. So we know he has the level. It's just been maybe knocking off the rust and getting to know each other in the laning phase that needs to be happening. So they just need time, I think.
So they have been screaming a lot this week. So I'm excited to see if anything they will mix it up, or if like they will maybe put on a better performance today. But we'll have to see. On final notes, like what would your predictions be?
Oh, the prediction.
Here we go.
I mean I kind of want to hear what you guys predict before I come with my expert opinion, if you want to say that in quotations. But maybe we should start with you, Empress, right? Like, what do you think? Who will win?
Yeah, but last week I was so confident in like Boston and just the whole roster that they would actually just play really well in 1v9. But seeing how Bulldog played, I think I'm gonna have to say that Bulldog will win.
Yeah, I think game 1 and 2 is pretty like I think it's gonna play out kind of like it did last week.
So you think they'll get smashed again?
Yeah.
No, you got to get the bad games out of the way. I believe in Forsen.
Yeah, maybe they did have to shake off some of the nerves,
Maybe if he gets to play Briar, they have a sliver of a chance. Maybe
I'll give them 5% then if they get the Briar. But I think like on paper, Bulldog should beat this team 10 out of 10 times. If they want to win the NLC, which I know is Bulldog's ambition, right? Yeah. They have to win this sort of game, and they'll be embarrassed if they don't, I think.
And with the 5% chance, I would just love to send it over to our casters who's going to take us through the game.
Yep.
Hello everybody and welcome back. It is time for the cast in the first game of the day. How you doing, Trouble? First of all, been a week since we've seen each other.
I'm doing good. I'm freezing a little. Berlin is just, it's actually kind of crazy how cold it is here right now. I think it's like -4. How are you doing there? What's the degrees looking like?
It's just, I'm in England. I'm in Old Blighty. It's absolutely tipping it down. Standard stuff. Let's bring up the draft and get ourselves going into this first game of the day. This is one of the few times I've had the ability to bring the draft up myself, actually. As we're going to be loading through into our first matchup, FF15 versus BDG. Obviously, kind of racking our brains back a little bit to 6 days ago. It wasn't such a hot start for FF15. I think Pobelter had a really, really solid start to the tournament. You know, he actually went neutral. He went neutral in a bad state of a game.
Well, yeah. However, Jack Spectra did his best to make that not matter at all, you know? So
yeah.
Popped into his stream a couple of days ago. He's like, listen, that's not going to happen anymore. That's why we're practicing. He played Aphelios last time. He still believes in Aphelios. He was talking about it on the LEC the whole time. He thought that we're going to see all the Crete kind of AD carries, you know, the Caitlyn's, the Zayas, the Aphelios of the world. We haven't necessarily seen them so much. Trust me about it. It's been just Yunara and Corki, which is so damn boring to watch. So hopefully, maybe he'll bring out the Aphelios again this time around.
Yeah, I mean, we had some conversations on the desk had some conversations a little bit about Pobelter on the Akali. I don't think any critique can be put on Akali, on Pobelter and his Akali. He looked really, really solid. He was the only person who looked solid. Like the champ suited him, right? Like he was obviously in a bad situation. So I'm not openly against the Akali pickup here, but bans are done. We haven't really mentioned bans. The Jax, the Ambessa, the Jace. On the other side, Briar, Tristana, and Varus all getting banned away. So moving over, FF15 first on the pick is going to see the...
Mundo.
Sorry,
Cho'Gath.
Mundo? That's a weird looking Mundo. Cho'Gath, there we
listen,
go.
man, listen, it's so zoomed in on his forehead, it could very well be Bulldog.
Yeah, you know what? I'll give you the pass on that. Yeah, so Cho'Gath getting picked up first of all. I believe this is actually a force-in pick. I saw a play of him earlier of Pobelter having a meltdown, like laughing, not like a negative meltdown. He just absolutely wetted himself. But Pobelter got picked in a fight, force-in walked up, missed rupture, missed silence, and then just walked away. Like, it was so funny. So I do know that this is potentially a force-in champion here. Obviously, can be a bit more of a frontline pick on Cho'Gath. On the other side, though, going to lock in that Wukong as their first pick.
Yeah, that one is for Noodle right here. Noodle is considered one of the more aggressive kind of junglers, if you will, that he wants to get into the action. I think Bulldog right here are going for the more boring but stable, I want to say, composition. The Orianna, the Wukong. Wukong not necessarily a champion that you fear being countered by any other champion currently in the meta. He's pretty much just... his own guy, level 6, wombo combo with the Orianna ult. Orianna, one of the strongest mid laners as well. I think he had one of the highest ban rates, if I'm not wrong, in the LEC during the weekend as well. And usually the answer to that would be like Azir's, Talia's, like the whole shebang. Let's see what Pobelter just to bring in. And to our demise, it's going to be a Victor.
The Victor getting locked in. I mean, that's an age-old matchup, the Victor versus Orianna. But, I mean, already looking at Bulldog, it's very much like a hit level 6 and start exploding people. I mean, yeah, there is a bit of lore, a little bit of arcane in there, but very much a level 6 comp getting locked in for the side of Bulldog.
No, he's been converted. Okay,
Yanara.
Okay. Oh, I'm telling you right now, all weekend he kept yapping his mouth on the LEC about how he expected Aphelios and Crit 80 carries and how he didn't think that the Yunaras and the Corkers of the world will be able to match up. And now he's converted. All right.
Well, it looks like he might be going up against his own thing here as the Aphelios is being hovered right now for the side of Bulldog. See what they actually, if they do decide to lock it in, they did. So there's the Aphelios picked up as the ban on, the pickup on that one. So the crit ADC, again, it's more scaling. It's more kind of waiting for those level 6 opportunities on the side of Bulldog FF15. What is the core identity of this comp? Or are we still not like fully locked in on that? What do you think we're missing?
For FF15, I feel like you're missing like a really good means of engage, I would say. I kind of like the front to back nature of it. It's your classic hyper carry on Yunara. It's your classic mid lane hyper carry control mage in the likes of Victor. So pretty good at dealing with tanks and heavy front lines, both of them. You've got the Cho'Gath, which if you don't bounce it out, it's going to be a pretty beefy champion also in the front line. You do miss some means of engage, which is unfortunately what support champions are there for, right? Like the Leona, the Alistars, the Nautiluses of the world. So I'm expecting Vega every 2 to take off the team and go towards that side of the moon and get probably something like a very stable pick over the top side of the map.
Alrighty, well, support's getting banned out from the side of Bulldog, taking away the Braum and the Bard. On the other side, FF15 taking away the Gwen there. Obviously, still looking towards top lane and that counter pick towards it. See what the final ban's going to be. May just be another top laner. Could also... I mean, you could pinch support pool, I guess, but realistically, it's going to be probably a top laner ban here from them. Just get rid of those kind of comfortable blind pickable top laners. Ones who are very strong at the moment. They're really thinking it through before they tick that one down. Have we run out of time? Have they just... Nope, there it is, the Renekton. Cool. Final ban coming in is going to be the Renekton.
Okay. So,
go on.
I'm expecting to potentially see an Ambessa that could
Ambessa's
come
banned
through from FF15. All right, so...
She's
okay,
banned.
not an Ambessa. Not an Ambessa. Potentially even something like a Cassante, right? Whenever you see like the Gwen band right there. As Bulldog. Remember what we said last year? Sorry, last stream? Felt like last year. Anyway. Lulu is one of the champions you do not want to see Kassing on because he has so much agency on Bulldog. He makes so many plays. He's the reason they came back into their game last week. But right now, he sat on pixie duty.
Yeah. Well, Lulu getting pit locked in. Obviously, there's the Nautilus. That's the potential follow-up on that one. And final pick up towards the top side. Going to be actually locking in or looking to lock in. Potentially a bit of split pushing. Obviously, champions like Camille, the Fiora, are somewhat a little bit more playable. Obviously, you still lack the... Well, Camille can team fight, but like something like a Fiora, not as good at team fighting, but they are a bit more enabled by the fact there's lots of extra gold in plates. Don't think we're ever going to see a Fiora, by the way. That's just me going on a weird side tangent. The Camille is going to get locked in, so you get a little bit of split pushing. You obviously get the ability to pin down something like that Wukong as well, or the Aphelios, and look for the blow up on them. See what the side of Bulldog are going to look as their top lane answer. Could just look something pretty chunky in the top side and just play, play not to engage in the lane. Or you throw the gauntlet down and you get the Zahen locked in. Okay, so we're just going full-on fist fight in the top side.
All right, dust off your Zahen abilities before we load into the game. This is going to be super fun. So what I really like how the way FF15 rounded out this composition is the fact that you've got a lot more agency and engage now. You've got Vega every 2, as we mentioned, taking off for the team, has to go into the engage support just to facilitate sort of whenever the team wants to start a fight, you actually have the tools to do that. You don't have to rely on enemy team to always engage on you. I'm a little bit worried about that, Camille, because if it doesn't get ahead in the early game, if it doesn't actually end up doing well, if she gets perma-ganked, it will be a little bit of a difficult story because she's a solo diver in the backline. The whole composition of FF15 is sort of the front to back kind of ability that they have in those team fights. So Camille will be acting as its own agency, over in the backline.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be an interesting one, though, because you've got, lots of tools to work with on the side of Bulldog to disable the Camille. You have, obviously, Lulu that can polymorph the moment she jumps forwards. You obviously have Wild Growth for your Aphelios, who's going to be your hyper carry. You have, to get through the Wukong Orianna combination, they have the ability to pull the trigger, but also defensively use those tools to peel backwards. I think it's a really nice rounded comp from the side of Bulldog. Or FF15, on the other side... We'll have to see if they're going to be able to pull off this comp. Now, I feel like for me, I'm pretty sold on Pobelter. I think, of course I'm sold on Pobelter. He's been playing very well for a very long time. But, even with the ping issues, didn't seem to really cause him too much stress last week. So we'll have to see how the rest of the team are going to kind of come back from this one. And, I mean, I'm looking at the damage front of things. It's a fairly nice mix for both teams on, who's capable of doing what.
Yeah, you've got a lot of scaling as well, right? I think these teams will be more than happy sort of taking their way to that second item, taking their way to that third item. However, I will say I do like the ability of Wukong to make things happen, particularly when you have a more mobile support, one that can actually shield and facilitate sort of fighter champions in the jungle, like the Wukongs, the Pantheons of the world. I feel like once Noodle has his Trinity Force and feels a little bit more comfortable moving aggressively, having Kansing right there on the Lulu can actually swing that early game a little bit in favor of Bulldog.
Yeah. Well, that fight just went down bot side, level 1 fight. Started with the hook from Vega, but he's the one who blew the flash in the middle of that. Not the flash, sorry, the heal in the middle of that. So down a summoner spell where Kansing still happy to hold on to his. Has now hit the level 2 himself. Gives his effect a nice boost to him with the shield. And now Jack Spectra's in real danger. The heal's worn out. The barrier's gone down already. Looking for that Q. They're going to turn the attention over onto the Nautilus. Looking for the slow there. It's not going to quite hit the mark as first blood goes to Kansing.
Oh no, this is like seeing your toxic ex thriving. Jack Spectra. Last week he's playing the Aphelios. They get absolutely handled the lane. And right now he walks into an Aphelios lane on the other side of the coin. And his support dies, giving that kill over to Lulu nevertheless. But now you are pretty much summonerless onto these Aphelios. You've lost your barrier on Jack Spectra's Yunara as well. So, I don't know, man. Maybe a few more 2v2s between Veigar and Jack Spectra to just get the gist of it.
Yeah, definitely figuring that one out.
That's what the
I actually, speaking of practice, I have absolutely no idea how the Camille versus Zahen matchup actually looks. I mean, it's been a hot minute since I've seen a Camille, casted a Camille myself, so, I know obviously what the champ does, but remember exactly how her laning phase goes, but I'm going to have to hold that thought. If they look for the auto, get the lockdown into the sniper shot from the Calibrum. Scissorfex able to get it. Rupture comes in from Forsen to disengage Noodle. Slow's going to keep on him for a while there, but they are able to get a refresh there with the Flame of the Graviton. Locks Veigar V2 in place. Forsen's flashed underneath the tower. He's gone to safety as in jumps Hunt, and he's able to secure himself the kill. Meanwhile, that cockroach is just going to get squatted
Like
by Glitter
this.
Lance.
For not like this, not gain one shot under the tower. Of course, Fosun was 1 HP, so he could only get one shot at this point. But time to the support, 2-0-2. I think Kasing had me talking shit, and he actually decided to carry on the Lulu. Since I said this is not his type of champion, which is not, right? He tends to be the engager for Bulldog right here, and we're also not very used to Bulldog actually doing it.
Oh no!
Now, Jack Spectre has to overextend right here. Look how screwed the wave is for him. Eventually, I'm saying eventually, but it's not really looking like it. Scissorfex and Kasing are not pushing it right now. They're freezing it as far away from Jack Spectre as they can. However, at least for now, Jack Spectre and Vega2 know that Wukong will be on the other side of the jungle, clearing towards his topside camps, as this is where the first reset happened.
Lex not close towards that revive, so he's going to have to be a little bit careful. Now, obviously, Scissorfex had the Flamer, so the Inferno means that the wave is going to get shoved naturally, as he's going to be damaging the entire wave. As we are constantly just toying with some potential up towards the top side here. Lex pretty low on mana, same for Dutrat as well, but does get himself the Q1 off, gets the shield, has that now big Q charged up and ready to go. And I think if he has the mana to hookshot Q, it would be the undoing of Lex, but I think the mana is, 86 mana. There is no way he has enough mana to go for the full combo. Throws out a tactical leg sweep, though, just to try and send him packing. Both of these two are very low on mana, so they just want to get the lane shoved, as Lex does hit that level 6 now, so has the Grim Deliverance available to him. Hextech Ultimatum just finished up as well there with the 6 hit for him. It's just a quick get this wave underneath the tower as quick as possible if you're Lex and get the reset on.
All right. Now Druid gets to clear very close to his tower, so he doesn't have to overextend. Luckily for both of them, they do know that both junglers are towards the both side of the map, right? Again, the natural way that the camps reset after the first clear. Forsen will be able to meet with Noodle over towards the bot side of the map, but primarily Noodle is right there covering for his bot lane, Scissorfex and Kasing, to try and push out that wave. He will stick around. The potential to meet with Forsen right here. Forsen walks up. It doesn't know that Noodle is there.
Nice dodge there from Noodle. Let's get away from the Rupture. And gank ended. Not going to happen. Nice little... honestly, just a really heads-up play from Noodle, knowing that him and Forsen were clearing in the same direction, that Forsen might just walk straight in and see if he can find the gank with the lane pushed up.
I'm not going to lie, more than anything, I'm really proud of you for remembering how Scissorfex's name
Hey.
pronounced.
It's 10 years, but I'm slowly learning how to say players' names for more than like 2 weeks. As Pobelter pops the ghost here, Hunt's forced to flash Forsen. If he lands the Rupture, Hunt is in danger. He flashes for the slow. Nice little lockdown. Hunt is going to be able to dodge around the Rupture. They are able to find the knockups. In jumps Noodle. No 6 available, but down goes both of the mid laners. Robot for Robot taken down. As Forsen being hunted by the monkey. Level 6 has now just been hit by Noodle, and he's going to go for the old monkey spin. Forsen goes for the Rupture, finds the knock-up onto Noodle. One more tower shot! Noodle survives! Oh, that got dicey real quick.
I just can't believe that Pobelter got the perfect gravity field right there to sort of slow down Hunt, and Forsen's knockup was literally 3 maps away from the Orianna. This team fight lasted way longer, skirmish rather, way longer than it should have, and it ended up resulting in a 1-for-1. However, the reminder how we said, hey, Wukong is a Trinity Force champion. Does he get to that Trinity Force? He gets to be a lot more active on the map. Scissorfex is now in a gold advantage down the bot lane, which means when you know he's safe, no jungle towards the bottom of the map, Kasing might be able to actually start roaming a little bit with Noodle, who must be super duper close to his Trinity Force right now.
Yeah, getting very, very, well, slowly working his way there, getting closer as actually going into a little fight here. Lex able to find himself the W, then pulls him back, but is definitely on the lower end of this trade right now. It's just going to jump, gets himself the final proc there from the Darkened Glaive, and level 6 gets hit here on the Camille, so with that advantage, it's just going to look for Q1. Lex gets caught by it, and Q2 still charged up there. Lex throws out the W, finds the pullback. is going to see the Q2 go down, but he is way too low to stay in this lane like this.
Yeah, again, the wave slowly but surely is gonna push towards Lex, but he has to overextend for a couple of creeps right here. Walks up to hit one of them right that. And Pobelter is also moving into Fog of War. Starts to get a little bit dangerous because you could be thinking about a potential dive as well. However, hand pushing really aggressive over in the mid lane, not allowing Pobelter to get any air right there, as Noodle is not allowing Forsen to breathe into his own jungle. Vega V2 will pull in to try and help his jungler.
Oh. Forsen flashes away, gets caught out here by Noodle. They're very low. Rupture is going to get dodged away by Noodle. He's going to continue to keep the pressure up, get sped up, has the monkey spin if he needs to. He's going to hold it for as long as possible, doesn't throw it down, but that's going to be Hunt in some serious danger, caught by the slow. Shield comes out, Wildgrove goes down as well. They're doing everything to keep Hunt alive, but Pobelter just needs one more Death Ray. Double kill for Noodle on the side of the screen as well, though. So the trade openly goes in favor of Bulldog. As now Pobelter slowed down by the Glitter Lance. Looks like Bulldog are not going to chase onto him.
Yeah, again, a pretty successful gank towards the bot side of the map from Bulldog as Lex is getting jumped on.
Yep, Lex jumps up there. Grim Deliverance up and down. Doesn't actually do too much. Does dissuade more of the action actually coming in from him, so holds his life.
I'm going to ring the bells right now. Trinity Force completed for Noodle, as we're going to get a replay from the bot lane situation, I'm assuming. Yeah, there we go. So Hunt's going to engage onto Forsen with the Shockwave onto Noodle, but then this is where Hunt overextends just a tiny bit, gets cut off by Pobelter. Really good stuff right there, because he saves him on the last minute. But we have...
Oh! They're able to find the knock-up. Lex is actually charging that passive up, getting a lot of just raw AD and survivability. Kasing gets the kill. Revive almost charged there. Actually, it was only about halfway charged to the revive.
He was trying to just get close enough to feast, man. He was trying to get close enough to press R, and
he has no
couldn't find the target. He couldn't, dude. He has no boots.
He has no boots, and he's got a Lulu and a red buff Wukong refreshing the slow on him, so there's no way he's getting away from that.
Oh, that was really funny. Bro, I feel
Lex.
I think
Lex is playing with fire.
Yeah. Lex is playing with fire, and Forsen's fighting his own ghosts, man. He's not fighting enemy team currently. He's fighting his own ghosts from the Rapture, trying to chase after his hopes and dreams, not managing to do that. To press R, that's a 2,000 gold lead onto Wukong. 5-0-3 from Noodle. We spoke about him being super aggro, and now he's looking for more.
Noodle? Yeah, hit by Rupture, but he's okay. He's not going to be in any real danger. Does actually, he was thinking about going towards that dragon, but Scissor Effect, obviously, no mana available on him. Just wants to kind of get towards his first item. There's Hunt also breaking away. Can you see what Scissor Effect's go? Oh, he's going to be going Storm Razor first, I believe, as his first item.
Yep.
I was like, there's no way, because I saw BF Sword and Crit Cloak, and I was like, there's no way that guy is building an Infinity Edge first. But no,
Also,
that's gonna be a Storm Razor. There it is.
It's kind of unlucky that your Lulu is 3-0-5 and you're sitting at 0-0-5 as the Atheros, but then we can actually get some kills as Lulu's looking to get another one for himself.
Yeah, he's just gonna get pulled into everything nasty he can. Get the Wild Growth down on Black.
wait,
Might
not
be
again,
enough.
not again.
Forsen can't find the kill. Kasing. That's the third time Kasing has killed Forsen in this game. Oh no.
I'm not sure what Forsen was looking for there because his feast was not up and available. And Noodle played with fire. He dashed back in one last time, which if the feast was available, he was pretty much dead from the damage. Not gonna be the case. He's very fed on that Wukong. Again, 5-0-4. As he's heading topside.
Oh,
Lex is baiting.
Lex is baiting. Lex does have the ultimate, throws it down and easily takes out the kill. That yellow bar, the more that stacks up, the more AD he gets. And it gets to crazy numbers. Lovely little fight there from Lex. Good bait as well. And honestly, Noodle has been everywhere. He has been absolutely everywhere on this map.
What rank is Forsen? Asking for encyclopedia reasons. Just wondering, man. Like, if I queued up, would I be able to gain his game? I'm just wondering, man. No beef, no flame. I'm just wondering.
I mean, I don't remember what rank you are. 'Cause it's been ages since you played like ranked, right? You've been
I'm gonna ask the chat. I'm sure some kind chatterman is gonna tell me the truth.
Let us know. 11-2 at 13 minutes. Over a kill a minute this game. Actually, exactly a kill a minute. Wow. We're really good. I'm really good at maths, apparently. As X does need to be careful. Does have some backup of his team coming through. On the other side, multiple people jumping in as, oh my word, Camille damage is so healthy and fun. Teehee just absolutely chunks Lex out. Got the not Striker's Flail. That's TFT. That is.
Wow.
Got the Stride
So
Breaker.
I'm the one doing that. That's still a Stride Breaker.
I know. Stride Breaker.
It's changed name like 3 times. This one has remained the same.
Wait, it's still Stride Breaker in TFT?
No, I said it's changed
Oh, okay.
TFT 3 times. It's
I was about to
same
say,
kit,
I've
Stride
been
Breaker.
playing a lot recently. I've been playing a lot. Although I'm getting fed up with the Echo comp, so I've kind of stopped playing as much. My complaints aside, this tower is probably going down. They've got 3 people on it. Plates are being chipped away. They've still got the cannon tank in as well. So yeah, this tower, not long for the world. That'll be first tower. Oh no, it'll be second tower actually for Bulldog. They got the first one on the bot side. So just making sure as much of the wave dies as possible. Next, just going to clear out the wave a little bit more. And Hunt happy to hold the wave here. Jack Spectra 0-2 on the Yanara, not having as good of a go of it as he is getting absolutely slammed by those Qs. Hunt, though, in real danger. May have to look for a good sombrero, see if he can get the turnaround teleports coming through. Pobelto looks for the lockdown, gets the laser beams off. Hunt is doing his best to hold his fire, and the Wild Growth saves the day. Lex jumping in on a Veigar. They get another slow with the Empowered W, but he is pulled back by Lex's W in kind as Veigar V2 goes down. Lex secures himself his second kill of the game. Meanwhile, Forsen being hunted by Noodle. Noodle will not find the ADC. Jack Spectra is out to safety. And Bulldog absolutely slamming it, keeping us at a kill a minute.
That was such a quick reaction coming through from the Bulldog side. Obviously, they're so much stronger, and especially when you add Noodle into the equation is where most of the kills and the goal is lying in right now when it comes to Bulldog. So really quick reaction right here from the crew. Kind of salvaging the situation from Hunt being dived right there. And also, I did read the chat. I'm not going to read the real reply, sorry. Someone said he's challenger in my heart, so I'm just going to choose.
That's such a very cute response. I like that.
All the other replies are fake chatters. I don't read the other ones.
Shades of punishment.
As we hit that 15-minute mark, so obviously we talked a little bit about item breakpoints. 15 minutes in, so his effects on his second item. He has Infinity Edge, he has Storm Razor finished up. That is an incredibly scary Aphelios. And yes, it's a bit of a shame, but his support's running around. We might as well be ADC at this point. Kasing's running around with 4 kills. He's got 2 items himself on the support. So really, really solid start here for the side of Bulldog. And it's really just about dotting those I's and crossing the T's, really, making sure this is as clean as possible.
I mean, it's a pretty sizable lead right now. And Noodle is not slowing down at any point. There is Flash and Ghost for Pobelto. Let's see if he can get out.
Yeah, he's alright. He's ghosted to safety. Fine for Noodle. All he had to do was walk up and get the ghost out from Pobelto. But Summoner now will be down for whatever the next major objective they fight over is. Obviously, you got a bit of time until the dragon spawns up. You do have this Rift Herald, but to be completely fair to FF15, I don't think they should even think about contesting Rift Herald. I think they should just give it and then look for a better hill to die on.
I mean, to think about it, at the end of the day, I feel like Camille has done a pretty good job at staying up in terms of CS, and especially in lane. I feel like Jojo has been doing really well into Lex. He has been constantly bullying him. It's just that because the map is so far ahead for the other side from Bulldog, it just becomes so difficult because Lulu shows up, Hunt shows up, Kasing shows up, and the 1v1 is not fair anymore for Camille, right? So give it some time. I feel like Camille on the side lane will be super strong later on. If Forsen can get to his second item, get another point onto his ultimate on that level 11, could potentially turn something around if you jump someone like the Aphelios. 1v1 happening, but that's not really the truth. It's never 1v1 top lane.
It just never is. Shockwave goes down, but he is going to force forwards with the ultimate. Hunt's able to secure the kill. Well, that is going to be the end of him, unfortunately, on the Camille. 0-3. And you're right. I genuinely think he's played this lane very well. I just think the rest of the map is on fire in such a terrible way that he's, yeah, not able to do much more.
He's the firefighter, not by choice.
Noodle? Also throw the ultimate down there, but Cyclone not even going to connect. Doesn't have a charge of it, so he's going to wear her off fairly soon. Forcing nice little rupture from him, to be fair, just to force the panic ult out from Noodle, the potential punish. But I don't know if the damage is there. You've got what, a Kraken Slayer Yanara with triple longsword, triple dagger, versus Scissorfect running around with an IE Stormrazor, and he's had these items for a little bit, so he's probably going to be 2.5 items on his next reset. We'll see exactly what he picks up here as he's going for the reset now.
I feel like if you're a less right here, you're a little bit angry at this hunt. He was thinking about flashing, didn't do it in the end. Wouldn't be worth it for support. However, right here, I feel like what Bulldog are doing is they're pushing all 3 lanes sort of out once, but without necessarily anything to gain. There's no jungle to be stolen. There's no neutral objectives to be taken. They can't take those 2 outer towers that are remaining. So what they're actually doing right here is they're stalling the game, feeding all these creeps that are being hard shoved underneath the tower for FF15 to be able to CS, right? So they're not in danger from the side of FF15. They're literally farming underneath the tower, and the waves are being pushed for no purpose from the sort of Bulldog trying to figure out a way. That's why you saw Noodle ult right there. It was sort of like a forced effort to try and see if they can get something out of all those waves that are being pushed.
20 minutes in. Dragon about to spawn. You can see Bulldog already getting all the posture, the vision control for themselves around this objective. I genuinely don't know when FF15 can actually find the ability to take a fight. You've got Pobelter, who's 2-2-0 on the Victor, so that's kind of your best case.
I found the answer.
Go on.
He just zeroed out the goal difference in the mid lane.
I know. I was literally about to say that.
That's
Last
insane.
time this is exactly what happened. The whole team was like 2k down each lane, and then Pobelter's equal in his lane. Like crazy. This guy's playing so well as Noodle getting chunked out there by the Death Ray and the Chaos Storm. Scissorfect takes a little bit of damage. The Rupture goes wide there from Forcing, and Scissorfect has the good night guns, the red, white, good night. So he'll be able to heal back up, and I don't think they really want any of that heat right now. Jack Spectre has now finished up his second item. Has the oh no, I've forgotten the name of the new item. That's the one where you crit when you ult. So very good for Yanara. You get empowered crits, but oh my word, Witch Hunter bolts. There it is, Witch Hunter bolts.
I wasn't going to help you on that one, you know that, right?
No. Just let me click on it. I'll figure it out. He's up.
Oh, 1v1. True
W.
1v1. Hold.
True 1v1. He's stacking up the passive. Forcing's here, though, so no longer a true 1v1. Passive is going to time off.
It's going to be another Dragon, meanwhile, for Bulldog, as Forcing is sticking around, seeing if you can get a pick onto Lex. Now, I wanted to say that this pick onto Veigar V2 wasn't necessarily the worst, because Bulldog have not necessarily been forcing those dragons. The earliest soul point that we had on the LEC was 21 minutes. Bulldog have been sort of neglecting that win con as Forcing's getting caught.
Rupture comes down. Noodle's very good at dodging those as the glitter lands for Kasing. Noodle flashes the wall to secure the kill. I didn't know if Kasing could do it to him and kill him 4 times in one game, but right now we're still sitting at the hat trick. A little bit of damage comes out from Scissorfect onto, I say a little bit, he just half health the top lane of a single hit there as Hunt is getting jumped onto, but the teleport's coming down. He's inside the Chaos Storm and gets caught by the gravity field. Lex jumping forwards. Ultimate is up and available to him. He isn't going to pull the trigger on that though. Just got to back off. I say that, he's actually gone forward, still got the ultimate available. Grim Deliverance lined up and ready to go. He's just holding it off. Revive slowly getting built up there. Lex throws down the ultimate. Revive still not fully charged. Lex is able to break away, but Noodle coming forwards with the Cyclone. Gonna dodge away on the Death Ray. They're just gonna cool it off as the wave crashes. In comes the cavalry though for Bulldog. Everyone is here. Double man knock-up comes in from Forcing. Tower will go down though. Bulldog will be able to strong-arm their way into this top lane, secure the tower. No one goes down, and they force everyone else away.
Again, right here, Bulldog. They do have all the ultimates. Veigar V2 a little bit too overextended. Thought the Baron might be The next step right here for Bulldog, not going to be the case. They were looking for resets first. Both Kasing and Lex all the way back in base. And again, I feel like the fact that they only have 2 dragons right here from Bulldog, that's the win con that's going to last at least another 10 minutes for the side of FF15. A 3rd item on Yunara, a 3rd item on Victor, a 2nd item right there for Cho'Gath, maybe a 3rd item for Camille. These are very, very powerful break points for those champions to have. And we have seen fights turn around when champions like those actually scale to their 3rd item, but Bulldog Esports know this very well. Then they're going to instantly pull the trigger.
Yeah, it's going to start out immediately. You've got such a fed ADC. He's got 75% crit. Lord Dom's obviously on deck now. And I mean, I don't know how FF15 can even come back from this. If I'm honest, I think this is another one of those games a bit like week 1 where they'll just have to go off and watch the VOD and figure out what to do. Because I think Pobelter is doing a very good job of neutralizing in a game where his team are all down. Like, bot lane, collectively, it's a 5.3 thousand gold lead at 24 minutes. That is an absolutely bonkers lead. And it's crazy, but most of that lead is actually on Kasing. He's got a 3k gold lead over Veigar. And then you got, you know, a 1.5 thousand gold lead top side. You've got a 3.4k gold lead in the jungle. You know, for there only to be a 300 gold deficit between Pobelter and Hunt really does show you how much of a solid job Pobelter has done. And this is exactly the same thing we saw as the first time the first time we saw FF15 play. So honestly, for them, it's a go back to the VODs and have to cook something up.
I just feel like Forsen really needs more than one lane to do decent. So he can actually defend his jungle when your whole map is on fire. Your jungle is completely undefended right there. I was talking about things being undefended. The base itself of FF15. First inhibitor is going to go down. There's another wave over in the mid lane being pushed by Lex. And this could be game.
Yeah, it looks like they might be just going for the end. Noodle is faking out the knock-up, and he jumps in with the Cyclone, gets onto Forsen. Forsen's just going to go down. Nice little pick up there for Noodle. Lex jumping forward, gets himself Pobelter with the W. The Wild Growth comes in for a second knock-up into the Polymorph. There's Grim Deliverance, and there's the dunk. Down goes Pobelter as Lex is just running absolutely rampant now in the jump with the Monkey. Gets the lockdown through, but he's going to go down as Noodle takes him down. Towers will fall as Sisyphec was just going for the win. 25 minutes on the clock. We're opening on a very, very quick game there. Bulldog get their 2nd win of the season.
Sisyphec ended the game with 0 kills.
Oh, 5.
As the main carry of the team. Dude, Kasing is buzzing, first of all. Well, I say we. I talked shit about his Lulu. I take it all back. His Lulu was insane. He actually carried with it. Now, I'm a little bit disappointed again on FF15. I mean, obviously, you're going to bully Forsen. But, like, come on, man. You can't just have one stable lane. You need more than one so that then you can defend your jungler if he needs your help.
Let's load up the replays and have a little look back on this this game. Although I think it's just going to be Bulldog butchering FF15, unfortunately. And I actually agree with a point that you made about Forsen and the state of the game kind of not really being in 100% his fault. Like, you know, yes, to say that this wasn't a bit of a jungle diff would be a lie, but I think the jungle diff was heavily enabled by the fact that Pobelter was the only lane going good for him. And Noodle, a much more experienced jungler, is going to know how to punish a jungler when 2 of his lanes are losing like astronomically hard, especially when it's as bad as bot lane was. So, you know, Forsen being put into a position where, honestly, Noodle was just gifted the ability to constantly make his life hell. And yeah, I think they're going to have to look at some of their lane states, because this is the 2nd time now we've seen Veigar and Jack Spectra kind of just get slammed in lane. Like, that was a really, really rough game for them. And I know Jack Spectra is capable. Like, I've been casting this guy for a very long time. I know he's actually a pretty good ADC, but...
EMEA Masters champion, right?
Yeah, exactly, right? Exactly. He's storied, he's got history, he's very, very capable as a player, but, you know, maybe there's some synergy stuff for him and Veigar to work on and fix up.
I can tell you something funny.
Go on, tell me.
I'll tell you something funny. I was asked to do like a content piece, like a voiceover on Jack Spector for EMEA Masters to sort of like do a profile on him, right? So I do like this very deep dive profile for Jack Spector, really big words, really big, build up on the story. He quit next year.
Oh, that's rough. That's real rough.
G.
I mean, sometimes you just want to start casting, and I don't blame him. It's a great job. It's great fun to do.
Yep, he's really good at it.
To be fair, he's actually capable of playing on a higher level. I'm not. So, with that wrapped up, we're gonna pass
have to
over.
show it.
Yeah, I know. I'm too old. I've got old man hands. Let's pass it over to the studio to break down that first game of the day.
And we're back from what you could call kind of an exciting game, but also a bit of a stomp, maybe. I think it was a great example of...
it was a game of League of Legends. I think that's all I really want to say. I think the main takeaway is, you asked me earlier, right? What was the thing I was looking for? I was looking for that bot lane for Bulldog to perform better. And I mean, well, they did. They were dominant, right? And I mean, when Forsen then got involved in the action, it didn't really improve the situation.
No, but we saw a new pick for... our main man, Forsen here. Yeah. Was it an example of him as the god gamer being held back by his teammates, or what do you think?
I mean, I think that's clear for anyone to see. So maybe,
I don't think his team is holding him back.
No.
Let's just put it that way. But I think it was a nice try. Yeah, it looks like it's a bit rough, but
it looked like they were trying to exploit that weaker bot side again from. Looking from last week's match.
And that's a really big surprise that they continue to be so weak, in my opinion, because I would expect, as soon as we load in game, it's Forsen who's the target, maybe an early invade, try and see if you can, sniff him out and catch him early on, track him very well, and just make sure he never gets into the game. But the issue is the bot lane loses the game before Forsen actually has a chance to play. And that makes it really weird for him because he's already, fundamentally, 10 foot behind anyone else. And for then, his bot lane to actually lose the game before he's allowed to try and play. Yeah. It's a bit rough for him, but I feel like, he's not really helping himself either, is he?
And we also saw in the game that they played a bit easier comp, but it didn't have the effect that you would hope. Or do you agree?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say it's easier. The pathing on Ivan was a bit hard, right? Because you gotta learn how that's different compared to, Cho'Gath, who's an easier champion. I think you got, Pobalt on Victor just to be more scaling and just sit in lane, not have these intense mechanics you would require from an Akali. So yeah, it was an easier comp, but I think they overcomplicated things by, going for a dive on the bot side. But that was also at the point of desperation where, they were already drowning and they were just trying to hold on to anything to give them a lifeline.
Yeah, and I mean, we kind of didn't see what we wanted out of, I think, 4 swines and a bomb, or at least what we hoped for. Maybe a bit of a closer game, but what we did see from Bulldog was kind of positive.
Yeah, I mean, they look good all around. Yeah. They look dominant when the bot lane steps up. We know they can do well in team fights. We saw that last week. Now we saw them play a good early game as well. They start to look more well-rounded, and I mean, one of the titles of one of the favorites is definitely becoming more and more realistic and a fair evaluation of them.
Yeah, but you know what? I think Forsen, one day he's going to have a redemption. I always go for the underdog, not the Bulldogs. So
that's fair. Honestly, that's a valid argument.
Yeah, and before we go on to the next game, this week we're out in the streets of Copenhagen asking people about League of Legends champions. Let's see how it went. Zoe, Misfortune, Nidalee, all those champion names, they kind of suck. So we're gone to the streets of Copenhagen to figure out what the champions really should be called. I found someone that seems a bit like regular people. Maybe they will find some better names than Riot. What is this champion called?
That's Ginger Girl.
Ginger Girl.
Redhead.
Redhead.
Redhead it is.
Lala.
Lala.
That's what I think I say about Lola.
Lola. Okay. And you? Do you have a different take on it?
Illyrian.
Emma.
Emma. What about this guy?
Oh shit. That's Ice Bear maybe.
Ice Bear?
Ryzen.
Mega Beast.
No clue. Like no clue.
No clue.
No clue.
Okay. All right. And what about this little fella? He's a scout.
Kurt.
Kurt. Kurt. Okay.
Puka.
Puka.
A little fella. I don't know.
Little fella it is.
Fuck.
Fuck?
Yeah, that's my best option.
Okay. Okay, and what about this guy?
Vecna.
Vecna.
Sharky.
Oh, cheeky.
Shrek.
Shrek.
I would call Bonbon. Cryon.
Okay, and what about him?
Turtle Forest.
Turtle Forest.
Tree guy?
Ezreal.
Israel.
Ezreal.
That's crazy, actually. That's actually a guy in the game called Israel. But it's not that one. What about this guy?
Tumbledoon.
Tumbledoon. What about her?
Oh, Christmas.
Christmas.
That's Mrs. Santa.
Thora.
Eyeshadow.
Eyeshadow. Okay, what about this one?
Bubblegum Girl.
Bubblegum Girl.
Bubblegum.
Elian.
Pink Lady.
Pink Lady it is. You've been a League of Legends player in another life. That is for sure.
Wow, I mean, can we talk about how she said Ezreal about the Rammus?
It was so crazy.
Yeah,
Rammus is now
believed
Ezreal.
that would happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a nice try.
She loved fantasy and she loved all these
There's
kinds of
if you look at the lore, there's a Shurima tie between those two.
Oh, did you read the lore?
Well, I know a bit of it. I know a bit, but they update that stuff all the time.
Oh, okay.
So it's more the old.
I bought a big lore book actually, and I think I only got halfway through it. Then I lent it to a friend, and I haven't seen it since.
Bro, you starting the sentence with I bought a big lore book is so cursed. By the way, did you read it all?
I read like half of it, but then I started uni as well, and I mean now I'm reading economics, which is a lot less fun, and I don't have energy to read, for fun.
Was it good though?
Yeah, it was actually pretty good. It was like
no,
a
because
description
I think
of each
I would
region.
I'd read
Yeah,
that.
like, there was like a small story from each region, and then there was like just characteristics, how things look, and it was actually a really good book. Yeah, enjoyed it.
Yeah, and something that is not connected to reading at all is actually drawing. And for that we have Toby here, who's actually a very talented illustrator. And can you tell a little bit about like how you started drawing or what you work as an illustrator right now?
So I started when I was a itty bitty little boy, and my dad helped me a bit as well. He has some experience in illustration and drawing, so he taught me a lot of stuff, and I got to go to a lot of museums as a kid, drawing statues and stuff. And now I also work with it as an illustrator and graphic designer.
Yeah, because that's the thing. Because we actually have a segment coming up where you guys can decide on NLC LOL on X, not Twitter.
At
X.
NLC LOL, yes, on Twitter.
Where you guys can help us decide what Toby is gonna draw for the day.
Yeah, so we have a tweet there where you can drop a picture down below in the comments.
Yeah.
Don't hold back. We want to challenge him as to like what he can come up with when it comes to drawing. So we need your creativity out there, guys. So help us out here. And we're going to create a segment. We have a blank canvas right behind the cameras over there where we want to have Toby fill it out to the best of his abilities. So please help us out. Go to our Twitter at NLCLOL and find the tweet where you can comment a little picture of what Toby should draw.
Have you ever drawn anything like league related before, or will this be a first?
Have I? I feel I might have drawn a champion or two back in the days, but not anything recently.
But do you have a favorite like topic or favorite like stuff that you draw?
I like people, but that's also my great grandma. She was an artist as well, and she told, I never actually met her, but one thing she told my dad at least was, one thing you can always draw is people, because people never get tired of looking at themselves.
Oh. Okay, that's a 5-head answer.
Yeah.
Mic drop.
So for inspiration, maybe a champion that is kind of a humanoid-ish.
Yeah, it could be champion. It could also be
Memes.
Memes. It could be very
I mean,
memes.
you kind of have to draw Lilia, no? With
Yeah, that's what I was
maybe.
thinking. Your version of a deer 10.
Yeah.
If we have any Doms fans in the chat, maybe
I'll just
go
do
to our
some,
Twitter and see.
furry fan art.
Okay, but
Okay.
Hopefully
you don't put that on the Twitter.
hopefully that is not gonna happen. Otherwise, I'll see ya.
But drawings aside, we also have a game coming up.
Yeah, that is
You have
we
League of
do.
Legends, right?
Oh shit!
There's light at the end of the tunnel. No, but Deer Gaming.
That's what we're here for.
Yeah. Deer Gaming about to take on Ruddy Esports, and we'll start with Ruddy. It's been 251 days since they last won a game of League of Legends in the NLC against Nord, where they lost the series 3-1, but at least got a single map point. The year hasn't started well for them, as they looked a bit shocking here on game day number 1, but I believe there might still be hope in these guys. Mr. Tucker from America with 200 ping looked surprisingly all right, solo killing in his first game, so maybe that's something to hold on to, but the power of friendship will surely need to be utilized if these guys want to win in the NLC.
Yeah, and Ruddy, you know, we have all heard the history about their off-season was a bit unlucky. But the expectations coming into maybe the second week and as the season as a whole, what do you think will happen with Ruddy?
I think they'll get a win this split. I don't think it's this game. I think Deer Gaming are one of the better teams in the league who can, challenge for top 4. So right now it's probably not that realistic. I was told by the guy who now runs the team while Don Jake is on his mental health break that their coaching staff is pretty good. So if I am to believe those words, I am to believe that the team will, be better each week. And you can see Wasey, he's even out of his bed right now. I mean, maybe, just maybe, he's sitting in a chair for this one as Don Jake as well showing up. Maybe he subbed himself in, who knows? I think actually Don Jake, to be fair to him, did actually play surprisingly well when he was jungle, even if they didn't win a game. So, maybe that would increase their chances.
Yeah, and for Deer Gaming, you mentioned that they're one of the better teams coming into the splits. What are your expectations for them?
They need to smash this game, all right? It's about making a statement. We saw Bulldog do it against FF15. If you want to be considered a challenger to win the league, well, against these teams who we predict at the bottom of the standings, you have to be able to smash them. So that's what I need from Deer Gaming. I need a dominant bot lane where we see yet again why Uden on Enchantress is so good with Yaki on obviously the carry. So I'm looking for an Enchanter in the bot lane. I'm looking for bot lane to carry and play through that.
Yeah, and coming from the Danish scene as well, we have 2 Danish players on the team and a Danish coach. So in here in the studio, maybe that favors a little bit. But do you know any of them, Impress, from the scene?
Yeah, I mean, I do know Scuffed. I think he's a very good mid laner, and I think he will do very well. But yeah, but it's also like I agree with Duckling. Like they need to take this game and they have to win because losing this would also hit very hard.
I'll say the guy we see on screen right now, but too. So he's really good as well. He's someone who I rated highly last year and desperately wanted to sign for my team, but he actually would rather stick with Hunt in the UKL and play with him. So he said no to me, and I still haven't gotten over that rejection. But that won't allow me to actually say how good he is because he is a very good player.
Yeah, and I remember last week when we sat in the green room and you mentioned Scuffed that he is a player that historically hasn't really been given the chance. At least to that amount that you believe, at least, is what you told me. But now he is here in the NLC, playing on Deer Gaming.
I think if I am up to be a bit rude, I think maybe he's been elo-held a bit. I mean, even on the team I put him on in the Danish league, I don't think we got the right infrastructure around him to see him really shine, and he was definitely the hardest working in that team. I think we saw when he moved up to Chaos as well. I spoke with him before the split. He was locked in, giving 150%, while the rest of his team barely scrimmed, barely showed up. And that kind of meant the game was faltering around him, right? So this time he has a team that takes it serious, wants to try hard and wants to win. And it's so nice to see someone who I know deserves success so much finally be in an environment where I believe it can actually happen.
Yeah, and Coach Fugling as well is someone who's been known in the Nordics scene or the Danish and NLC as well for quite some time. How do you think that he's able to kind of, push this team towards greatness, if you could say that, or like a higher highs than maybe they're at this point?
I think when you look at his background, right, he has a background in teaching, so obviously he's been taught some methods from school that can help him teach the others the concepts of the game. Seeing him working behind the scenes when he worked in my team as well, he is very good at structuring the scrims, making sure they are productive, setting an end goal and what you want to learn for this specific session, which I think is clear, because if you're focusing on just getting good by fixing 500 mistakes at once, you'll fix 0 of them, in my opinion. So you got to pick and choose what are the most pressing mistakes that we got to fix from our game at the beginning. And then, I mean, he's just completely dedicated to League of Legends, right? Lives and breathes the game. He's always on top of the meta. And what I really like about him, while he's also aware of what is strong, he's also aware of what niche picks that he can bring into the equation that he thinks matches up well, which gives you, I want to say, a competitive edge, where sometimes the opponents are not expecting what you're about to pick because he's got a pretty good read on what's strong and what can beat it.
Yeah, and you mentioned mistakes before. You know, as a coach, you kind of have to develop your team in a way that, you know, you make as few mistakes as possible, so to kind of make the margin for error as small as possible. But coming into this game here today, do you think it's going to be one on a few mistakes, or are we going to see some clean gameplay, or what do you expect?
I would hope for them that they put out a pretty clean game. It's what they need for their confidence and really get the season started for Deer Gaming, but I would still suspect there to be a few mistakes, right? We saw that last week. They had some very good moments, but they also had a bit of iffy moments in some of the late game team fights. They need to win this game, but even if there are mistakes, it's okay. You're a young team. You have a lot of young players who are stepping into the NLC for the first time. You need time to readjust to this environment and start slowly but surely fixing mistakes. So if it's better than last week, I think it's a success.
Yeah, and it's a long season, you know, a lot of things can happen. But yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm just, I think if they have a really clean early game, this game will go very smooth. But if they will do some random iffy mistakes in the early, it can be, it can be a bit flip. But no, I agree with Duckling. Like, they will take this game, and I think, having a clean early game might just be the biggest focus.
Okay, so from our two in-house experts, it's clear that, you know, Deer Gaming is the clear favorites. But what will Ruddy have to do in order to kind of, you know, make it an upset, if you could say that?
I don't know. Pray maybe. No.
Get out a bit maybe.
Yeah, right.
First step, sit it at a proper setup if you're lazy. I think.
Actually, don't sit in your bed.
I think as well. We talked about the Udyr last time. That's a flex pick, right?
Yes.
You have to look at your what can be my strength that the opponent doesn't expect. I mean, they probably expect Mr. Tucker because they do their research to play Rengar top. He's a Rengar OZP. But if that doesn't get banned, maybe that's something you could play for. I've been, you know, sent a nice little tier list on that jungle as well. Rohit likes to play Nautilus apparently, so that's very high up the tier list. I don't know if he's still capable to be somewhat played in the jungle when he had a few buffs not too long ago. But it's something like that, right? You're looking for something to catch them off guard and cheese it, even if it's not meta strategies. It could be something that gives you the edge. And that's what they have to be looking for, because I think individually they aren't horrible players, but they're just not ready for the NLC.
But that's the thing, because I'm thinking that what might give them a good chance is having not so much pressure in the game, like having this vibe where you can not laugh at the mistakes, but say, okay, let's go for this play, and if we fuck it up, okay, we go next team fight. Like taking a bit of this pressure of having to win off can also be a big advantage.
About getting more comfortable in the bed.
I mean, they have nothing to lose, right? Like, everyone expects them to lose every game.
Maybe it's the opposite strategy. Maybe everybody should get comfortable, get their comfortable picks, and just play it out and not be too serious.
But that is something we've also seen from esports in general. You know, I can remember back to when G2 was at their peak. You know, they had a team environment that was kind of, you know, full of fun and jokes, and they were bantering with their teammates in between each other and in the all chat during games and stuff. Like, from your experience as well, what can a team environment from that perspective help? And if Ruddy is that team, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think playing on a team really is also, like, it's very important that you have a team where you also synergize and you kind of know them personally, and you also have a great time while playing. Like, of course, it's competitive. Everyone wants to win and improve, but at the same time, if you clash with your teammates, it can be harder in game to kind of get this drive and get this like trust that you need when you play a competitive team of 5 players that you rely on playing their best. So I think knowing each other and having good vibes in the team can really kind of take the edge of the nervousness and all this other stuff that comes with playing competitive.
Okay, so just to sum it up, like cheese strats, maybe sitting at a desk for once.
Yeah.
Or maybe everybody should join.
That's true.
I want
for
to see
comfort
that, actually. Maybe just like a game where everyone has to play in bed.
And play without pressure, because you have nothing to lose if you're Ruddy. You can only, positively surprise anyone. Everyone expects you to lose. If you go out and win here, it's the best feeling in the world. If you lose, doesn't matter. Everyone expected it.
Yeah.
Yes, that sounds amazing. But we will have to see how it's gonna go. Yeah, I'm excited at least.
Yeah.
I'm hearing in my ear that that Don Jake has been hitting on you on Twitter.
Oh yeah, there has been there was some I was almost gotten some pointers, style pointers.
Has he been checking you out? Is that what you're saying?
No, I think there was some banter at least about my outfit from last week.
Okay, maybe that's what he wants you to draw. Could be.
Maybe.
We have to see. We don't have access to Twitter in here. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe he
that's
puts
a
picture of that and to draw.
Could you do that?
I could easily make a self-portrait.
Okay, so if nobody has commented anything, I mean, you could definitely try a self-portrait, maybe.
Yeah, definitely.
But what was it about your pants or?
Yeah,
it was
about
the FX Twin hoodie.
It was the FX Twin hoodie. It was like name 3 FX Twin songs right now, and those Lambani jeans.
Oh right.
That was it.
Maybe it is a romance in the making.
Hey,
we'll see. We'll see. Maybe after game we'll have romance in the making. But first of all, we'll have to take it to the casters.
That's us.
I remember to unmute. Oh, that was a little bit delayed because I was about to talk and then realized I was muted. Alrighty, well, let's just get straight into it. Let's get into the draft for our second game of the day here. See a little bit of some eyes on Ruddy going into this one, going up versus Deer. See, I think we all know who this team is.
Waze is still there. He's still playing from his bed.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this was a major discussion point on the desk. Was the fact that one of their players is just chilling in bed.
You know
but,
what?
If
No
you're
flame.
comfortable, you're comfortable, man.
Yeah, no flame. I just want to see Don Jake play again. No flame.
He's co-streaming it today.
His Mundo was legendary. Hello?
Yeah, do you remember the Lee Sin?
No, I don't want to.
Yeah, you don't want to remember the Lee Sin. The Lee Sin was horrendous. I loved it.
The
but...
Mundo was good. Let's stick to the good parts, yes?
Wait,
Let's
why
entice
is Don
people
Jake
to
showing
wanna
up
watch.
on the cams? Hold on, why is Don Jake showing up on cam? Are we just...
Why not?
Look at Crappy Patty, man. Just came over and just proper stared the camera down there. Oh, I like this guy. He's also got such a great name. Alrighty, we have not mentioned bans at all. Let's have a look. So, a lot of jungle attention, actually. The Jace, the Malphite, the Rengar. Remember, Jace is a flex pick in the jungle right now. We are not on any nerf patch. We're on the original patch. So, big pick up there. The Ambessa, Aphelios, and Zinzao on the other side getting
5
flattened
jungle
away.
bans. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
that's a
5 jungle bans and
heavy
Aphelios.
jungle. Well, we can see the Wukong getting picked up. Obviously, Ambessa also a flex pick, but Wukong getting picked up there. First of all, for the side of Deer. Ruddy now moving over to them. See what they're going to be looking for their pickup on. Obviously got 2 pickups here. Going to go for the Yanara first. Full saw Jack Spectre on game number 1 player. Not to great success, to be completely honest.
However, it has looked busted overall around other regions. Yunara is pretty much the only pick or ban 80 carry that is so highly prioritized around the world. And right here, very nicely locked in with the Lulu, pretty much a hyper push lane and hyper carry lane, if you will, towards the latter stages of the game. Now, things that have done well into the Yunara, I'm not going to say Corky, the Varus though. Poke Varus has traditionally done really, really well into the Yunara. We'll see if Deer Gaming choose to go with something like this, the Lethality Virus, to try and create some pressure and push that bot lane.
Alrighty, well, final pick up here. Pretty standard. We saw that literally from Bulldog in the first game. The Orianna Wukong, big level 6 unlocks. What else are they going to go for?
No.
Corky being locked in there.
No. It's a bait. I'm telling you, man, it's a bait. We have seen this matchup so many times. Not a single time where Yunara doesn't count up this matchup like a god. Oh. Ding, 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 ding. No, they swapped the camera.
Cowboy Alistair. Is the Syndra going to be the final pickup here for the side of Ruddy now? They're going over to bans. See what they're going to look to ban away. Just racking my brain. Probably some top lane bans coming in from the side of Ruddy. Seeming as they don't really want that top lane counter pick. So again, looking at kind of like strong solo pickers. Things like the Renekton, which we saw getting banned away. They actually go for the Nami. Oh, they could also just go for supports. I'm rattling off ban ideas.
Sorry, I had to
you
do
having
the
the
sound
time
effect.
of your life.
Sorry, man. I was having too much fun. I had to do
No,
the
I
sound
don't blame
effect.
you. I did not blame you at all.
Okay, so the Nami, one of the greatest pairings here for the Corki, works very similarly to the Lucian Nami kind of situation right here, and very good into the Lulu, especially when you're going into a double ranged lane. Usually the heavy engage supports tend to struggle just a little bit, which primarily is the reason why Corki has been struggling a lot into Yunara. The counter matchups into support can really hinder the ability of Corki to get out of this lane well fed. So we'll see there's a hen being taken out right here from the side of Deer, and Ruddy have one more ban in their midst. Potentially something like the Bard even, if you're looking to play the double range to the double range. And there you goes.
Alrighty, well, final ban coming in. Obviously looking probably, again, towards the top lane. The Renekton, the Zahen banned away. It was Renekton, and I can't remember who the other ban was in our first game from Bulldog. So it could leave something like that open as a blind pickable top.
Gwen.
It was Gwen. Thank you. And, I mean, depends on what you want to play as your jungler here for Ruddy. Because, obviously, you know, you're not going to pick up your top laner now. You're going to counter pick with top. So just going to look for the pick up on to potentially a Zac angle here for them. Lock that one down. Get himself a bit of engage. Bit of team fighting, you know, so a bit of frontline, because right now this team is severely lacking in frontline. On the side of Deer, though, they now have to blind pick a top laner.
I mean,
and they get themselves support.
Cassante is the thing. Pretty blind pickable. Nowadays, you can go towards the things like the Cho'Gaths and the Scions of the world as well. If you are looking for that frontline, we'll see what Exile chooses to go for here. I don't know if there's any sort of fighters you might want to blind pick, unless you know that this Zac is potentially going top lane. It's going to be the Aatrox. Okay, pretty self-sufficient champion.
Get himself a, the other top lane brawler Darkin getting locked out. They took away the Zahen, so go for that Aphelios angle. This does also mean that Ruddy may have to look at other plans, because you don't really want to play like a tanky top into that. But I guess my biggest concern right now for Ruddy is like their engage is Zac right now.
Oh.
You have like maybe a scatter the week could set you up. But is that
this guy's a Pike OTP? Uden is a Pike OTP and he locked in Pike here. Okay, we're about to have some fun. Okay, I'm locked in. I'll just go up on my chair. I'm locked in.
You know, my microphone blocks that support pick, so I didn't even see it. I thought I'd peer over the top of my mic to see the Pike get locked in.
Okay, I'm just
That's
going to
a
say
crazy
that
pickup.
This is your profession, so your microphone blocking part of your screen that you actually need to do your job is questionable. Also, this guy looking in Mundo right here is questionable because he's playing Mundo on Ruddy. Ruddy had Don Jake playing Mundo and he absolutely stomped on some noobs, okay? I don't remember who he was playing against, but it doesn't really matter because he absolutely stomped them. So wanting to bring out the Mundo yourself when you know the King and Savior on Ruddy has played it before to great success.
Hey, all I'm saying, man, is that to me is he's had Don Jake coaching. Don Jake's taught him the strats, the secrets of Mundo. Press Q.
I think Don Jake just
press R, don't die.
Feels and does. I don't think he teaches.
Oh, it's just a.
He just does.
It's just a do. Yeah, it's an innate ability built into him. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's totally fair. Yeah, interesting draft coming in from both teams. I feel like Ruddy have they're relying heavily on the Zac as their kind of only engaged tool. Provided that window is given to them or they're engaged on and they can peel backwards nicely, you have the likes of a Lulu to enable that. You could look to turn that fight. On the other side, though, again, it kind of ticks back to that kind of like hit 6 big combo buttons. You know, you've got the Wukong Oriana is kind of like the major combo there, but you have that guaranteed follow-up engage on top of the Cyclone to really blow apart a team if they're too clustered in a fight. And then, you know, you just have that Aatrox who is a total menace as you get kind of into mid/late game, where he's so hard to kill in a fight because he has so much sustain and you can't really be splitting focus. Also, you kind of, someone on the team has to play that 800 gold, like, anti-heal tax. Like, it doesn't matter who, but someone has to pay that 800 gold to get like an Executioner's Calling or an Oblivion Orb.
I mean, I feel like the wombo combo is something that you should be obviously scared of. However, the Ruddy team consists of literally big rocks and a Lulu with an Aphelios. So I feel like they have a lot of protection. They just obviously have to be scared of their flanks and marking their flanks and warding right behind them, because Wukong is very elusive. You can actually find some good flanks, some good angles to get that wombo combo that we're talking about together with the Oriana. But I feel like overall, as long as the Aphelios knows how to play his fights, never oversteps, right? Yes, Yunara. Same thing. They can't do both hyper carries. See, Jack Sparrow will tell you it's the same thing. Jack Sparrow will tell you it's the exact same thing, but you have the exact same result. Okay, I'm just saying.
You got slammed by it. I believe we're about to get into game for our second game of the day.
Send it.
Let's send it. Let's get in a game. Is that what I heard?
I mean, we're probably
no, it's not loading.
Earlier.
You know what? When it's ready, it will just load up. We'll just bring it up and we'll just get in the game.
My team in.
Basic Witch. You know, the more we fill, the more likely a Labubu appears on screen, guys. So we need to.
They're already on screen. What are you on about?
Yeah, but like close to the screen. Right there, they're contained. They're in the glass. Horror toys. Those Annabelle things are awful, man.
Dude, you're just hating on my entire collection. I think you just secretly love them.
I don't. I really don't.
All right, there you go.
Love
That's
it.
for you.
I did this to myself as well. I let
this one has hard eyes. Hard eyes.
Oh, that's nice. He's got little red eyes, like a rabbit animal. What are they?
They
are. What is the lore?
They're little gremlin type of things. Actually, did you know that the guy who made them is called Kasing?
Is he?
Which is funny because we have a Kasing in the NLC. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Is it the same guy? Is this what he's been?
No.
Is this what he's doing? Is his way to get out of esports? Is just make Labubus and make millions on them?
No, but he's been an artist for many, many years, and this has been the main character that he draws around. And then he wasn't even that big, you know, and just blew out proportion. But talking about blowing out proportion.
What is that transition?
I don't know.
We're gonna softly cut into game. There we go. Game number 2 underway. Ruddy versus Deer. No Lilia on the side of Deer. Seeing some of the questionable stuff that got pulled up earlier. Maybe we didn't get to see a Lilia get picked up here. I guess Dumbs isn't playing, to be fair. Just gonna get some wards down. And minions spawn too quick, so you're not gonna see invades anymore.
That's sad, actually. But I
do think it's really changed the tempo of jungle. Like, I think it makes your first jungle clear somewhat safer because you're less likely to see that.
Maybe you can still sort of soft invade with support if you really want to. Like if you've got like things like a Prom or hold on, Wazy.
Oh, Wazy's down.
See, playing on controller.
Wasley, I put an L in there.
Don't know, man. Playing on controller, not that great, huh? It's kind of like playing shooter games on a controller. You're just not as good.
Yeah. Have you seen anyone switch to WSD movement? Because that's in the game, and I've actually played a little bit this season. And I don't think I've seen a single person on WSD yet.
I actually thought it was going to be a mandatory thing, as if like, oh, we're switching from this completely to this.
Oh, no. God, no. That would... I think everyone would just stop playing. Like, I think I would struggle with WSD because I've played League for so long on mouse that, like, being forced to switch would just be so unnatural to me. I don't think I could do it.
It's been a while since we saw Syndra as well. I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm just a really big fan of the Ruddy comp right here. I feel like Deer have an insane amount of damage overall. Like when you get to 2 to 3 items, the Aatrox, the Orianna, the Corki, like there's way too much damage to go through onto Ruddy, which is a very good thing, right? Because they've got 2 brick walls to stand in front of the team. Light is also very scary because if he finds angles to jump into the backline, it can be very threatening with Syndra and Mundo right there as well. So we'll see if actually Ruddy can keep it even. Talking about keeping it even. That wasn't very even. Flash blown.
Yeah, TYB getting heavily bullied out, and Uden obviously getting his comfort pick in the pike is causing some real mischief for Ruddy. Gonna throw out the W there for a slow. Uden has been able to swap Bush over to the other side. They place a wall down. Uden will see it. He's looking for the hook onto TYB. TYB dodges away. And it's just being heavily zoned off the wave. But now that hook's down, may feel a little bit more comfortable. Especially with the fact they brought Light over. They need to bring some back up for their team, but they're going to see Light on the ward. And Yaki jumps forwards there, knows that that's going on, and still just takes it. Has the barrier to work with, is going to prop it down there, but that's going to be a kill with TYB. Exile comes in forwards, gets the monkey slam down. Hook lands off on Uden, and Exile's able to secure himself 1 kill already. TYB getting chunked out. There's the second kill, and with the blobs getting popped, that play looked like it was a little sloppy from Deer. Turns out it was all planned, baby. That's going to be a kill going over to Uden as well, just to accelerate the pike.
Yeah, and that's 3 kills down the bot lane, 1 for each participant. We've got 1 for Corki, 1 for this pike, and 1 for the Wukong. Really great stuff down there from Deer Gaming. And very importantly, you can come back. There's no flash on either Lulu or Inara. Wukong is going to be clearing from top side to bot side yet again. So you can try and rinse and repeat with Uden having flash available. You could get some really cool combos.
Yeah, and Exile will be close to that 6 mark as well. I think if he gets this crab, he actually might hit 6 if he full clears down after getting crab. But we'll see a replay of the play. Such a solid gank from the Wukong, though. Able to get himself 2 kills on Exile. Yaki, unfortunately, did go down, but I think getting Light off and just buying Exile that time was what changed this fight and made sure that all 3 went down. Oh, back to action already. TYB is dead. The Ignite kills him. Tick, and down he goes. Uden is 2 kills in here on the pike. And it's only going to get worse. That like when he gets the 6 and he starts sharing gold, suddenly the gold lead between the 2 laners is just going to balloon because every kill is going to be double kill effect, or double gold effectively.
And this is what happens with the threat of the pike, right? We mentioned how support plays a huge role on the Inara versus Corki lane, and right here they're actually going to zone Team and Wazy off of this tower as well, to the point where they're literally pinging that Zac is at his Raptors. He's going to be heading down, but look who else is. Wukong's there too. He's not even needed.
What is going on? At least TYB got to his wave, but there's nothing you can do. The wave's just catching, and Exile is in the area. Hook's being charged up by Uden. They know that the Zac is looking for the potential gank. He just has to jump over the wall to safety. They clear out the ward. He loses his camp. Support dies for a 3rd time. And this is a bot lane who have 4 kills between them. They've been actively involved in 6 kills in their lane. It's an absolute slaughter down there.
I mean, this is what you get when you're playing OTP Pike. When you give OTP Pike his Pike. Uden playing really, really well with his champion, of course. And again, that's the difference in the Corki Yunara matchup. The fact that you have the counter pick onto the support. Not necessarily a counter pick per se, but when you've got double squishes, it's kind of like picking Blitzcrank in a lane, right? So this is kind of the category that Pike falls within. It's not necessarily a counter pick, so to speak, into the double ranged lane, but it's a threat. That's why it makes the counter pick, because if it's successful, then it becomes completely impossible to play against. And as you can see, Uden is looking again.
Looking for the hook. He's going to land it. He's got himself the serrated dirt. Oh my God! Weasley is absolutely smoked here. As they look for the stun, they're able to make the connection. TYB's trying to break away, but slowed down by the Q. Pops himself the barrier, but with the Phosphorus Bomb, able to secure the kill. Yaki. Dums is onto something. He really is Yaki love. 4-1 right now on the Corki. This is an absolutely colossal performance from Uden, and a great flash there from Scuff not to fall for Light's gank.
1.4 thousand gold lead onto this Corki individual gold lead. And we'll see that Exile can also play towards that bolt side of the map. Try and threaten potentially another dive as Uden and
they're gonna kill him in
Yaki are
between
actually
tower.
threatening on their own, yeah? I think they're
They are
engaging on
looking-
Kunara. Can we see bot?
Yeah, we need to go bot, but Krabby Patty's getting chunked out here by Scuff. I think they are not dead yet, but a couple of rockets. Oh, no.
Oh, one.
No.
Two. G.
Like shooting fish in a barrel. I'm not saying this in a negative way, but like, is surrendering allowed in professional games in competitive?
No.
Okay. They just got to ride this out then.
No. Hey man,
Oh,
things have
no.
come back from like 11,000 gold deficit, so probably more.
They have.
I don't even know what was the largest gold deficit that the team was able to come back from. But I'm assuming it would be
You
like
got it.
between the 11 to 13k or something. More neutral objectives for you. First Dragon going to Deer. Now the Void Grubs also going their way. Full control, looking for Scuff, no flash.
All right, well, Scuff able to break away from that one.
It's just one between them.
Down they go. And, yeah, I mean, bot lane's on fire. So I have actually Googled it.
Oh, that's what you've been doing.
Yeah. The problem is it's Google AI, so you never know. Apparently, the most historical comeback was at DreamHack Summer 2012. So it's a long old time ago. CLG EU. I might have to is it even playing the Lulu dying for
No, I don't think so.
the
man.
7th time? Dodge is on the ult.
Oh
Not
my
that one.
god, the big
7
rocket.
deaths. So yeah, CLG were down 30,000 gold, and they came back. They came back from a 30k. Now this was 2012 league, so the game was massively different. Ruddy are on the board with 2 kills there now. Nice little kill topside. In more modern history, there was a 10k gold lead between EDG and T1. That's not actually that much. 2016, CLG versus RNG at MSI. 17,000 gold they were down, and they came back.
Damn.
Yeah, they're the kind of notable ones. Obviously, there's maybe better examples, but I'm looking at just like the very quick AI summary by Google. So, and that's always a really trustworthy source, isn't it? AI always works perfectly, never makes up
Not
facts and
really.
numbers.
However, with a really trustworthy source,
Yeah.
this game is not the Lulu. I wasn't talking about the Lulu. I was talking about Mr. Tucker. Because he was actually a very high-performing player in the previous loss of Ruddy. Here he comes, actually, with his Ferrari. Slowly driving in. So he's going to choose to go to a different car park. That's fair. Heading back
I'm sorry, what do you do when your Lulu is 0, 8, and 1?
You're probably subbing Don Jake.
What do you do when you're 12 minutes... you're 11 minutes into the game and your
It's 10
bot lane
minutes,
is
for sure.
1 and 12? I'm rounding up. I'm rounding up to be nice.
These are the tales that like solo queuers talk about. What could
Yeah.
I do? My bot lane is 0-20.
We've all had that game.
Right
I
on.
don't believe in like giving up in solo queue. I genuinely think solo queue players are so tiltable and mistake ridden, but like you can come back from any game. But occasionally you do get a game where you are 10 minutes in, you're like, what the hell happened bot lane? How are those guys into double-digit deaths? They're gonna die again. Wesley's caught. Exile's gonna bonk him. He wild growths himself. Uden misses the ultimate. The polymorph comes down, but TYB being hunted here. Another hook makes the connection. TYB pops the ultimate, pops the barrier, but Exile secures a double kill. We are 1 death away from double digits death here on the Lulu.
It's 11 minutes in, man.
1:14. 1:14, 11 minutes in.
It's 11 minutes in, man, and the Mundo is 1-0. Trying to keep up with the Aatrox. Zach's doing fine. Cinder has 1 kill, 0 deaths. And your bot lane is 1 of 15, man. How
I
to
don't
play?
know. This This is honestly a game where I've forgotten about the other lanes. We've only been looking bot lane, and I do not blame the observers, by the way. They've been doing the right thing. The bot lane is the only place anything is happening, and what's happening is very bad for Ruddy. It is incredibly on fire, this game, unfortunately. Exile will get spotted out. Looks like we may see a bit of a fight. Shockwave into the Cyclone. Combo goes wide, but they're going to continue to keep it going. Shutdown goes on to Exile. Are we seeing the comeback? Scuffed, pinned in place, has to flash over the wall. Mr. Tucker gets caught in by the Infernal Chains, and the Deathbringer stance is able to secure the kill. Jumping over the wall. Here comes the Lulu, looking for Virtuoso, but he's going to be able to try and get over that wall with one last E to safety. Blascone gets out. They lose one, but TYB is absolutely smoked bot lane. He cannot do anything. He has a dagger. He has the speed AD item and a half-bound axe into Triforce, Warforged Hammer, and got himself the Ghost Blade on the pike. How do you play into this lane?
Well, you don't play into this lane. That's why you saw Ruddy actually winning the top lane skirmish. If you play towards the top lane, Mundo and Zac can tank for ages. You've got Syndra with her first item as well. They can actually play through that. It wasn't like a huge gold deficit over on the top side of the map. However, when you look back down and you suddenly see Corki has 2 items 13 minutes in. 2 items, one of them being Triforce, one of the most expensive items in the game.
He is fed.
He's 5,000 gold up.
He's 2.5 items. Even a Mundo is melting to this. Like, oh no. Anyone doesn't know, one of our former casters and incredibly good friend of mine, Jamada, is co-streaming this right now. With our old producer, actually, from last year.
I don't like Jamada, man. I don't like Jamada.
I love the guy, and honestly, he's really good friends with Don Jake. I guarantee you the co-stream going on over there is probably one of the funniest things ever. I need to go see what's going on. Is that Scuff? He's dead. Scattered. Down. 5 kills there for Ruddy. And does that reset the bounty on Wazzy?
Okay, listen. His name is Wazy.
Wazy.
Not Wesley. Not Wesley. He's not played in Harry Potter. No Wakey, as you've called him in the first kill.
His
name is Wazy. You called him Wesley.
No, but no, you said Wesley Harry Potter, and I'm like, what?
Okay, this guy was Weasley, whatever. Close
Weasley, there you go.
Listen, for my Greek ears, it's close enough, okay?
Lulu's dead again!
Not
no,
yet.
good flash away.
Hold.
Light looks to break away. He's going to lose the passive there. They're going to look to take him down. As it looks like Weasley, there you go, I'm going to get it in for you. Goes down, double kill picked up. Yaki will go down. No, he won't. He holds for a while. TYB gets the shutdown in response. But the psychological damage of 10 kills is too much.
Here.
Go on.
15 minutes, 3 full items onto this Corki. This Yunara just picked the shutdown as Krabby Patty is picking up the short end of the stick. Going down right here. That will be the 22nd death of Ruddy. So what's worse? The fact that Yunara got both of these kills while Syndra was there, or the fact that Yunara's worth gold again? What's it in your opinion?
Oh, it's the Yunara being worth gold. Like, you're just going to accelerate the Corki more. Like, yes, you got the shutdown. That finished up your Kraken Slayer and your boots. Bot lane quest not even completed yet, so TYB's not getting the extra gold and XP right now. I know he doesn't get extra XP, it's just extra gold. But he's not getting the extra gold, where Yaki, I think he finished that quest a long time ago. He is 5.6 thousand gold up. So, including the kills and the experience lead he's just naturally been getting over TYB, he's been picking up extra gold for probably 5 minutes at this point, where TYB still hasn't finished that 16 minutes into the game. He'll probably hit that soon. I mean, I can't see the progress on the quest, but he's probably very close to hitting the upgrade. But all that time, Yaki's just getting more gold, more items. You know, he'll have an Infinity Edge by the next time these two fight, potentially. And, I mean, yeah, you got the shutdown. Your Kraken Slayer's not going to do much into like a 4-item Corki, so it's a rough one. It's a very, very rough one. Light, it's a nice Q off there, but really going to be much more.
Yes, the pressure right here. Light has to flash, actually, from the shockwave. Scuffed, really nice opportunity right there. Found it, got the flash off of the Zac, which is very important as well. And I feel like Deer right here, they're looking to pressure every single outer tower that remains. They push the wave top, they're pushing the wave bot lane with Virtuoso. And now, slowly, they're using the flank, the Fog of War, to threaten with the Pike as they're using the wave that remains, which is 2 caster minions to push that mid lane tower, which will be the last outer tower defense in the hands of Ruddy.
Okay, well, 17 minutes in. Could be looking at an NLC record pace game. I don't know what the all-time record is, but we are slowly working our way towards it. It's going to be an incredibly quick game as Light jumps forwards there, but may just find himself on the wrong end of danger as Rocket's absolutely ripping through his health bar. Hasn't finished up... Well, he has actually, sorry, he's finished up the Proto Belt, but doesn't really have any armor to speak of, so his Corki damage is going to really stick onto him. Same for Mr. Tucker. He has his plated steel caps as his only armor, which, you know, is a nice item, but it's not going to be enough to back off a Corki this strong. Hasn't even finished up the Manamune yet, the Muramana. Like, very close to finishing.
There hasn't been enough time.
There
just hasn't been enough time. Also, you kind of like need to get that mana rolling. He doesn't hit people for that long either. So, like, the stacking hasn't been... The stacking has been slow because things die so fast.
Trouble, I actually think they're going for the end. Yiki just reset, bought a red pot and a BF sword. I think they know that this is like, they could just close the game here. They'll probably secure Dragon, put themselves onto Soul Point just in case. And then go for that big shove. Yeah, he is red potted up. No flash though.
Yaki Love could do this in the LPL.
Yeah.
He can't. He could never be Yaki. All right. I mean, the problem right here is that still the game is pretty hard to close out. Luckily for us, there is no more Atakan, which means that Baron spawns back at the good old times of 20 minutes on the dot. I feel like obviously this is going to be the next objective inside for Deer and a very important tool to actually close out a game and try to at least put a dent in the base so they can actually start threatening the Nexus.
That Deathbringer stance absolutely ripped through Light's health bar. There's the flash. There's the ultimates getting used. 3 ults for a flash from Virtuoso. How are you going to be able to deal with that one? Pings are going down on Baron. They know they've got the power to do it. Yaki will finish the Muramana, though.
Actually, I think that was a little bit minus aura from Virtuoso, being, what, 14,000 gold up? I would take the one before, but what do I know?
Yeah.
A little bit of a minus aura, and a T1 special, 20 on the dot on Baron.
Student. He can just E over the wall to safety. Nothing Light can do about that. Goes for a quick dip for the W. Baron is disappearing. It is cut through there by the side of Deer. 44.4 thousand gold ahead. Jumps up to 45 now. Sorry, not ahead. That's their total gold. That would be a crazy lead. But, to be fair, at 20 minutes to be 14,000 gold up at 20 minutes is a disgusting gold lead. 6k onto Yaki. He's now finished up that Muramana. And they're just going to be looking to use the Baron and start smashing through. They've even got the Rift Herald to work with.
Rift Herald!
Oh no! How do you stop this, man?
I don't think I've seen this before. I don't think I've ever seen this before.
XL flashes in, goes for the monkey spin there. They're going to try and see if they can send it. The charge comes down onto the inhibitor. They're going to make sure that tower falls regardless in the mid lane. Inhibitor taking so much hurt on both sides, top and mid. I thought that was a shockwave from Scuff. That was just the animation of it dying. Wazzy takes another shot from an empowered rocket from Yaki there. The big one hits. And this is 21 minutes on the clock. The last game was 25. Deer may be looking to push this even further as tower number 1 goes down. They're jumping onto the Ori. The Wild Growth is going to get used. They're going to be able to call themselves the kill. The problem is Yaki is free firing, untouched. TYB, the damage isn't enough. He got a shutdown, but it matters not. The game is absolutely done for them right now. They have a wave pushing bot side as well to work with. Mr. Tucker jumps forwards into Yaki's pocket, but Yaki's just going to be able to jump back, and that Mundo is flattened. There's the big one. There's the double kill, as Deer will take down the Nexus. 26 kills to Deer in 21 minutes. An absolute slaughter.
14, 2, and 5 for Yakilov, and 8,000 gold individual lead over his counterpart in the bot lane. And damn, you know, like, if you have to say something diff for once, like, that was a massive bot diff coming out from the side of Deer Gaming. I mean, it is what it is again, right? Like, we're memeing this, but this is not obviously the Ruddy that anyone expected, considering the rosters and the results from the previous years that they have filled it. This is a last minute put together project by the organization, and obviously there's kind of a few flaws here and there, but they have to take it one game at a time. We did see a lot of posts, this particular towards the tops of the map. You know, Mr. Tucker and I feel Krabby Patty have looked really, really good, even when their games have been very disastrous.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's been one of those games where, you know, for Ruddy, obviously things have been changed up last minute and are struggling a little bit. We'll have a look at the replays once again. This is probably just going to be a bit of a show reel for bot lane, to be honest. That was very, very dominated. Udin, honestly, Udin on the pike when we get into those replays, regardless of what we say, I think Udin, honestly, this is a showcase of why teams are going to start banning this champion against him, because it's a comfort pick. And damn, he looks good. He looks so good on that pike.
But that's also his main champion, right? So
yeah, no, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
That's literally how he was even introduced, as we're going to have a little bit of a replay session right here, which is most likely going to be the bot lane shenanigans that we've just watched.
Oh, actually, no, get some of the later fights. Viticio played. He played very well as well. You know, had this game not been so bot lane dominated, I feel like he could have been a major pivot point for the team. Had this been a much more closer game. Obviously, not the case, so somewhat of a redundant point, but he still played very, very well. Went Voltanic as well as his first item, so those Deathbringer stances already do a lot of damage. You then get the Energize proc and a 99% slow, I think. Basically a root. Absolutely huge. Here was the pick onto the Corki. TYB got that shutdown, and
to be fair,
we talked about it. It wasn't worth.
He flashed forward into a Scout of the Week from the Syndra, right? So
yeah.
Maybe just a little bit of an overextension right there, as we see in the final moments from that game. 21 minutes on the clock. A super stompy game from Deer Gaming, and I should be very happy with their performance. I mean, if you really think that your opponents are weaker and you can, like, literally stomp the game like this. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen in my life Rift Herald with Baron. Obviously, other than, like, of the discrepancy in the times that they were spawning back then, right?
Yeah.
But now it's much closer. So if you're stomping the game, if you've got Rift Herald and Baron, you can just open the base in one push.
I feel like Earth is the only time you see that, because you get Rift Herald as a reward for killing Baron. Like, it's the only time you'd see that.
Don't play Earth.
No, who plays Earth anymore? Like, play around Mayhem. It's a way better game. But that was, yeah, I've sidetracked myself a little bit. But yeah, honestly, you know, we knew Deer were good. We knew Ruddy were struggling a little bit, so just kind of confirms everything we know. But we're going to throw it to a break, and we're back with the desk to talk about that game number 2. So we'll see you in a bit.
And we're back with something that we can quietly say was kind of a stomp.
Another game of League of Legends in the book. I think one of the biggest bot gaps we've seen in a while in the NLC, probably since, you know, DMG versus FF15 just a week ago when they showed the same lesson, right? It was the statement game we were asking for DN. It was crucial for them to get on the board in the fashion like this that, you know, gives the confidence, and they can look to continue improving for tomorrow, actually. Yeah. And strong showing.
It felt like, you know, my solo queue experience seeing a 0-10 Lulu after like 15 minutes. I mean, it was, what I saw Don Jake in the chat, like, he wasn't flaming at all, but he was just sad, I think, it seemed. Tears in his eyes, he said.
I'm impressed by how kind you are. I will say this though, the bot gap was too big. 25.6k damage compared to 7.4.
But I would say they had some good. They had some good.
They had a few moments, but it was very much moments. This game was never really on the cards for Ruddy, and
no, never.
Yeah, I mean, look at the action. Look at the bot lane.
Yeah.
It's completely red.
I was about to say that before. Like normally, if you're losing your bot lane, like it could be hard to kind of create any space for you. But I mean, even under his own tower, it was just illegal to be. I saw many times kind of Yaki trying to proxy farm a bit, like behind the tower.
I mean,
it was
at that
so
point,
crazy.
what else can you do? You're that ahead. You just want to really just take everything they have. And
it's completely legal. I want to say this as well. Uden is one of the best pikes in the entirety of the region. It's, from what I know, his most played champ. And I remember Coach Figlin, when I spoke to him, said he believes he is the best pike in Europe. Compared to his performance, because he's really good at the champ and he plays a lot of enchanter, so I guess they were expecting to play enchanter as enchanter, but when you then lock in that enchanter, the pike comes through. I mean, you're cooked when it's against Uden. He's incredible on that champion.
And you could see that. I mean, the game spoke for itself, I think. But at least, you know, the Syndra in the mid lane died one time, so
okay.
at least there's some positives you can take away.
Yeah, exactly. But we actually have the drawing segment now, guys, and if you follow me this way, we are gonna see what Toby has been drawing. Toby, tell us what you have been drawing in game.
So there was a comment left on Twitter or X.
Yeah, you need the mic.
So as you can see, we had a comment on X telling us. It was a suggestion, I would say.
You have to talk like this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we love it scuffed.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have Jakey boy as a Labubu.
So who is it again? Is that Don Jake as a Labubu?
Yes.
And that was the suggestion on the tweet.
So right now we finished with the face. We're gonna move on to the Labubu part.
But what color is the Labubu gonna be? Do you know?
Yeah.
Or is that a spoiler that you won't say?
I'm gonna work with the colors I have and see what I can do. Maybe.
But the thing is, we spoke earlier, right?
Yeah.
And this is your bag with all your tools and pencils.
This is my bread and butter. This is my toolbox.
Yeah, because as I asked earlier. Yeah. It's usually like people have these big suitcases with stuff. Yeah. You just have your bag and then you draw like that.
It's not a standard pencil case for sure. It's a paper bag from a chicken shop in the UK.
But I mean that is authentic.
Yeah.
And that will draw this Labubu so well.
Yes, it will.
Yeah, but we will return to this because it's not done yet. And then we need to go back into some Jeopardy.
Yeah, and for anyone wondering, like, we actually accept suggestions on Twitter for drawings for next week. So please feel free to...
At NLC lol.
Yeah, at NLC lol on Twitter.
On X.
No,
on
Twitter.
X.
We don't call it X.
Twitter.
Oh,
And
yeah,
now,
but we have a segment.
For Jeopardy, I am joined by two teams. We have Melda and Toby. We've got Duckling, Empress. Although I think it would probably be more fair if
I can take Toby if you want.
Empress and Duckling can't be on the same team.
Should we actually? Yeah, I feel like.
Me and Melda will win it.
Okay, so do I need to go over there or?
No, you can.
Now you can just stay there. That's okay. Or I can move up to the chair.
Yeah. Let's switch. Let's switch.
There we go.
Melda, I hope you carry me here.
In Jeopardy?
Yes.
I will see. We'll see.
All right, so the way it will work is we have different categories with different points. The more points will be the harder questions. And to start off, one of you guys from each team will have to play rock, paper, scissors to decide who gets to start.
Yeah.
Sten, saks, papir.
Sten, saks, papir. Okay. Should I start?
Did we win?
Yeah, we
Yeah, I mean, I guess we start then. I guess we start.
mention that you guys get to choose the category and the points.
Yeah.
However, when the card is revealed, the buzzword is bomber. Whoever says bomber first gets to answer.
So we only choose the question, but we don't get to answer unless we say bomber first.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
So if we can reveal the Jeopardy board.
Oh, that's
That's not the Jeopardy board. That's for
Jeopardy board
sure.
looks a little
Definitely not the Jeopardy board. That's
European
sure.
production, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
That's the NLC. I'm sure the ball will come back sooner or
Yeah.
later, right?
But I mean,
In the meantime,
I think if the board was there, it would look.
I
it would
tried
look
to
amazing.
keep it professional. I put
Yeah.
my glasses on, tried to put my host face on, but I'm being betrayed by technical difficulties.
That's fair. But in the meantime, I think you can explain the rules.
So, the way Jeopardy works, we have that board I was talking about that is yet to be revealed. There goes from 100 to 500, and I think there's 4 different categories. And based on the amount of points you select, here we
Here you
go. Based on the amount of points you select, the questions will be harder. Obviously, that's why you would earn more points. And I think we can just dive right into it. So, Team Duckling and Toby, what will it be?
I kind of want to start with like something like abilities. I mean, as a caster, I think if it's ultimate abilities, I should know them pretty well.
yeah.
But I don't know if we should go 500 or maybe it feels weak to not go 500 to the beginning. Like maybe just set the tone.
So should we go all in on
Come on, go big or go
Yeah,
home.
we go all in. League of Legends abilities 500.
Can we get League of Legends abilities for 500, please?
Bumba. That has to be fleet footwork, no? What is fleet?
But that's
Do we like fill the sentence? Surely, right?
You just answer
what is
based
fleet,
on
what is
Yeah, you have to say what if.
Yeah. What is fleet footwork?
fleet footwork is that
That's the rune.
It's what's the ability
Yeah,
based
but
on
what-
the buzzword.
or is that not a bit?
On footwork. I don't know what I'm thinking. Runes.
Anywho, if we could get the board back with an answer reveal.
Wait, I have a question. If they answer, do they lose points or nothing happens?
No, I don't think we lose points. No,
You do
otherwise.
lose points. Come
Whoa,
on,
whoa,
come
whoa,
on,
whoa. I
come
feel like
on.
that should have been explained.
Hey, you should have gotten that with all your experience.
How does Kazanze have
I vote minus
My
points.
guy dashes all over the
Minus
place.
points, take the L, and let's keep it
Jesus
rolling.
Christ, I'm calling rigged.
But is this all?
Oh, I should mention, if you did get it right, you guys
I
would
don't-
keep
I
choosing
don't
the
think that's
category and the amount of points. However,
You suck, so
Since-
it goes
yeah,
to
okay.
us.
Melde, I think you should choose. What do you want to...
Okay,
I believe in you.
Okay, I think we should go with champions.
Yeah.
But I think we should go for. You can pick the number. I don't care.
Okay, we go 500.
Okay.
I like it, I like it. Okay, so can we get champions for 500?
Oh, we know that. Bomba.
What is... No. Wait, do we have 5 seconds? Or?
Yep.
Can we talk about it?
What is... No,
10,
Talia.
9, 8.
No, it's Talia.
7.
What is Talia?
What is Talia?
Just Talia?
Yeah.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah.
All right, could we get an answer reveal?
Because he's drunk, he's rebelling. You know,
Gragas.
he's when he's.
Come on.
I would actually have guessed Gragas, but I didn't say anything. But
Oh
so
my
you guys
God.
can confirm. But no.
Guys, just kick me
we're
now.
off to a horrible
Just-
start.
just
Come on,
fucking
come
kick
on.
me.
But I was expecting like this champion does this and this. This is
But this Talia says, by the way.
Rebel Rouser.
Yes,
She
I
has
think so.
unraveled Earth. Is that what you're
Have you
thinking?
ever? How many?
The
games
unraveled
did I-
Earth?
Just
I played Talia so much.
Oh, in
Okay.
jungle, that's she was jungle for a while.
Okay, I
All
think.
right, Toby.
Oh my God,
Okay,
that's
my
embarrassing.
my
I'm
pick
sorry.
now.
Could you pick someone like take an easy one, please? Let's see if we
Yeah,
can
you
just get on
guys,
the
you
board.
need like an easy win.
Okay, should we?
Oh my God.
Well, can I get them up on the screen again?
Can we get the categories up?
League of Legends skin for 100.
Yeah, that we kind of have to get that, no? If we
League
don't
of
get that, I
Legends
might as well
for
just be
100?
like get out of here.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Bumba has to be KDA. KDA has a shit ton of them.
KDA? That's the final answer?
Yeah, what is KDA?
I'm so bad at it.
Can we get an answer reveal?
Yeah.
Oh my
KDA.
God.
Come on.
Let's go.
And now you're
Knocked it,
minus
knocked it.
400.
Okay, I mean, we are
One
in the
step
lead.
closer to neutral.
Put some respect on our name. We are in the lead.
To win, I guess.
Oh my God, I'm not
Their
gonna...
team at least. We're better over here.
No, but that's a hard
We saw that
100
in the
question.
First round, we were almost there, you know.
All right,
my God.
Duckling, if you want to choose the category.
Oh, so
and
we go
points.
again?
Yep, I mean, you got it
great.
right. You can
So-
only get
that's so
rewarded
bad.
for it.
We take skins 200 then. I guess we
Skins
just move up.
200, keep it rolling. I like it.
Clear the whole category.
Ooh, skin lines with most skins, name at least 4.
I'm just gonna say, okay, yeah.
Oh, we said Bomba.
Okay. Challenger, Ari, is 1.
Skin line.
What are you saying, man? And that's already wrong. That's already wrong.
Like bee skins.
Oh, okay. But we can take that. No, we can say.
Okay, actually, it's their time.
Yeah, High Noon has a lot of skins.
Yep.
I was thinking Star Guardian.
Yeah, say Star Guardian. Star Guardian, you had to name 4, right?
Yeah.
Like from 4 lines with more than 20 skins.
I guess, yeah.
4 lines.
That's what I
so
took from it.
Star
If
Guardian.
I understood. I think High Noon has a lot. Project has a lot as well.
Project, yeah.
Is there like which other has like a lot of skins? Those are the 3 main that I'm thinking of. Like,
It must be.
maybe they just want us to name.
5.
Blood Moon has a lot as well. Yeah, we'll say Blood Moon too.
3, 2.
Yeah, we've got our answer.
So you've got
Star
Blood
Guardian,
Moon.
High Noon, Project, and we said Blood Moon for the last one. Even though I think Blood Moon, it hasn't gotten skins in a while.
Can we get an answer reveal, please?
Oh, Spirit Blossom, of course.
Oh my god.
Full party, yeah.
But
Blood Moon was there too.
Yeah. All of them are there.
Yeah, we said them all. We got them.
Good job,
Star
good
Guardian,
job.
Project, yeah.
God damn it.
So that's another 200 points.
Okay, Melde, I think you just roll.
So we go again?
You guys are snowballing. Come
So
on.
we go
like,
again?
let's- Yeah, again.
Do we take skins 300? Like, just keep it on the skins.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, we keep it on the skins then. Keep it on the skins.
All right, skins for 300, please.
If we can see the question at the same time.
Duckling, but you guys, how many points do you have now?
We have minus 200.
Minus 200.
Yeah, that's true. You got the last one correct.
Yeah.
Can we get the board?
No, you have to. The third time you have to take an answer, you have to do it blindly.
Do it blind. No question. Okay, go on.
So for 300,
Yeah.
League of Legends skins.
League of Legends skins.
300.
Yeah, sure. Wipe that category. The only way you win is
my
is
God, I'm
for
not
the
gonna
time
say anything.
constraints.
Name all ultimate skins.
Yep.
Okay,
Do
yeah,
that.
Bomba.
Please do that. Please do that.
Pulsefire Ezreal, you have Garden Goddess Misfortune, you have Spirit Guard Udyr, you have Elementalist Lux, and
I'm just saying.
you have, do you have one more?
Yes, there's one more, and I know it.
5.
I actually know this.
Oh, it's a
4.
Sona skin.
Yeah, DJ Sona.
All right, can we get a reveal on the answer, please?
Yeah, the Sona one.
KDA All Out
Actually,
Seraphim.
you got duped out by
It
the
was
KDA
wrong.
all
I have that as well.
Get out of here. Get
Minus
out of here.
300, so you guys are
Get
back
outta
to
here.
being
So we're right back where we started.
Get out of
Yep.
here. Get out of here.
Yep.
No, give us the plus
Unfortunately.
300, please.
No. Minus 300. They're at the same points as we are.
That's disgusting.
Let's
This
Let's
is
play by
so
the rules
rigged.
here.
Hey,
No, wait.
Production,
minus
it's
500
okay, it's
and
okay.
minus 500.
Yeah,
Come on,
give us
guys, we
minus
can't be in the negatives
300
the
points.
whole time.
Minus
Dude,
500.
these are hard questions. I mean, that
these
one
are
is actually easy.
not easy.
Okay, Empress.
Okay, I think we will go with the League of Legends abilities for 400. Ooh.
Okay, you're
Right.
inting me again.
League
but
of
fine.
No,
Legends
we can do
You're
this.
inting me. You're inting me so hard.
400.
Oh,
Bomba. I feel like I was first on that one.
You are.
That has to be Kane, no?
Final answer. I mean, that's it.
Did
The
we
answer
not
was
have an
given.
answer?
Can we answer? And then
Unfortunately not. It's the first to the buzzer.
It just gave us minus 400, I think.
Yeah, is it not knocked?
Knocked.
Not
Yeah.
minus 600.
Get that.
yeah, maybe we just win based on them answering.
Sorry,
that.
Toby, I
We
didn't
just don't
That's
say
a hell of a
anything.
tactic.
But aren't we minus 500?
Okay,
Okay, let's lock it now.
Right.
look on. We have one more.
I guess
option.
because they got it wrong, it's your guys'
Yes,
turn again.
and
Okay.
we have one last
you
question.
can-
So if we get this one right,
Oh, good.
Yeah.
we'll win. We'll
Yeah,
win.
yeah.
Tiebreaker. Well, not
Tiebreak.
really.
Not really. It's who's the worst?
Board reveal.
Board reveal. We would like League of Legends locations for 500.
Yes.
Ooh,
Lock
that
it
is
in.
big stakes if you lose.
Bomba. Shurima, no? He's from Shurima.
Yeah, I think.
Is he not? Is he not actually from Shurima? I think he's like he.
Why are you so?
I think you guys need to think
No,
before
because
you
I
buzz.
recall it as if he has like a trick region.
Yeah.
I recall it like you think he's from like Pildover or something, but no, he's like from.
Yeah, Shurima or Ionia. It was like one of
Yeah,
them.
but I remember he has like a, you know,
I
you
think
get baited. You get
I
baited
think
from.
it is Shurima. It's close.
Computer gods,
Are
if
you
we
sure?
could get a
Yeah, he's from the
reveal.
Shurima region in Legends of Runeterra. I'm actually certain of that.
Also, because if
I'm
he
trying to.
he would be
psych
mad
them, but that's
But they
Yeah,
did
if he was
right?
from Pildover.
yeah. What is your answer?
We said Shurima.
Yeah,
Shurima.
you have to go with your first answer, so.
Yes!
my God.
We would have lost regardless.
I thought I was absolutely sure it was Serena.
I'll say we had to take it, otherwise we would have lost regardless. Like if you guys got it wrong, actually,
But we basically,
yeah.
we basically got one answer correct because the Gragas won the first one. I mean, I think half the team was right on this one. So
I'll say, guys, that's a bit humiliating from both of you.
Yeah, actually,
Yeah.
that was so
Bit of a
good.
Both teams a bit of a letdown.
damn.
Better luck next
You
time.
gotta study some.
At least we're better at
Gotta
so
like
many
it.
other things than playing League of Legends Jeopardy. Because I mean, that would have been a tragedy.
Yeah, I'll say those were hard questions, to be fair. There was only one easy, and we didn't actually get that right with the ultimate skins.
No.
That was the embarrassing one. The other than that, it was actually okay.
Yeah.
It could be that we're just not basement dwellers enough, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It could
That's
be.
a good
I mean, when I moved out of the basement, right? So
Yeah.
maybe if we did this 2 years ago, I would have logged in.
I mean, any coping I can get.
But-
I mean, it's fine.
Okay, it's coming
Because
from the
that was
guy
the
who has
first.
this big of a book with all the lore, by the way.
Yeah, but I mean,
You
again, I
never
haven't found it since I
know.
lent it to my friends, so I haven't read it in
Can
a
I
few
just
years.
say
Yeah,
though,
he
guys,
had-
like your strategy was just say the buzzword as fast as possible, and you didn't even think over the answer. I think that's what screwed
I
you.
went
guys.
Yeah,
aggressive.
exactly. It's just
You
so
gotta be
overcom-
tactical.
No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, the strategy could have been a lot better. But I think I can speak for both teams when I say that because, I mean,
No, I
that
didn't
performance
listen.
was definitely.
Yeah, you had it. You actually had the first one correct, and then I fucked
mean,
it up.
Well, we
I
had two
apologize.
right.
Bad synergy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I apologize.
my homework.
We were the only ones who got correct questions, and we still lost.
One step forward and 2 steps back.
Yeah, I
all
guess
Yeah.
so. Yeah.
Is it time to look ahead to the next game?
Yes, we do actually have a game coming up, and it's not Jeopardy for everyone in chat hoping. Yeah, but can you take us through it?
Yeah, I mean,
Since
it's a
we
pretty
swapped
exciting
places?
one, right? I mean, we could swap the places when the graphics goes up, I assume. But let's start with Arctic Pandas, who had a brilliant week one, of course, beating Verdun, one of the favorites in the league as well. The almost full Finnish team, Bulldog, is from Estonia, but I believe he is half Finnish as well. That's what my insider sources say. They live in a gaming house in Finland, and they played some great League of Legends with Experto behind them as a streamer. We should have, there we go, should get the roster up. I think the big takeaways I want to mention from that roster is you should think of simply Nile and Kebo. These three have played together in ENS 5 or 6 years ago, actually, summer NLC 2020, where the performances wasn't something spectacular, but that shows these guys have known each other for a long, long while.
Yeah, I mean, when I had my own team for, that was in 2016 and stuff, I can remember that I played against Nile, so he's a very old man at this point, or just a veteran player at least.
Respect.
Yeah, he has a lot of experience, and to see him in the NLC is quite amazing actually. But yeah, as you said, big kind of names, but a big expectation at least for living in a gaming house.
Yeah. And I mean, they lived up to them in week one, right? They took down one of the best teams in the league, one of the pre-tournament favorites. And I just want to mention as well from Simply, he was known in the Finnish scene when he came through as the Finnish faker, and he's a very, very good mechanical player who, I think we saw that on his Swain last week. Looked solid, even if it isn't the most mechanically intense champion. But I know the other team, Lundqvist Lightside, I mean, they have some changes as well.
Yes, very interesting changes. As you can see here, at the AD carry position, we have a very familiar name to all the League of Legends fans out here. Actually, what they did this week is that they used what is called the wild card, which means that once per season they can change one of their players into a randomized player that we know. And this week it's Koppe, a League of Legends legend, I might say.
Yeah, I mean, he's Mr. Consistent, known as that in the LEC, played at TSM back in 2024, short stint. He's obviously a top-tier NLC AD carry, but that's not the only change. Thunder is hopping in the top lane with Elijah unavailable for this, not this week, just for today. But that obviously means that you're going up against one of the tournament's favorites, and I mean, you have to bet on the wildcard to really bring you success, because other than that, I mean, you have a roster with a lot of potential, but you're substitute top laner and you're playing against one of the tournament favorites, so Koppe has to maybe lock in to give them a good chance here.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, I remember when I worked in Astralis, I had the pleasure of working together with Koppe. I mean, personally, he's just such a sweet guy, actually. So personally, I like him a lot. But as a player, I mean, I'm excited to see, has he lost his consistency? Does he still have the same AD carry mechanics? Like, he hasn't played competitive for, I mean, a long time, a few years now, if I remember correctly.
I mean, he's still been in and around the NLC for good periods of the latter half of his career. So I still think he's got it. I don't doubt that. I think it's actually a very, very good wildcard for them to get some more experience in the team. Lundqvist lights at this split is a very young lineup, right? I think their mid lane is 17 years old, Mathis V, coming through from Karma and Core Blue Stars. So they have a lot of exciting players with a high ceiling. So getting Mr. Consistent, a veteran in the bot lane to, against a team full of veterans, try and bring some coolness and a leadership voice, I think is totally fine for them. And it's definitely a wildcard I think strengthen them in this particular matchup.
Okay, and coming into this game with Kobe in the bot lane, do you have some predictions as to like which way this game will go?
I mean, Arctic Pandas are one of the tournament favorites, so I'm leaning towards them. But I'm hoping to see more positive signs from right side. I think Matis V in the loss last week looked phenomenal as well and had good individual moments. They are clearly talented on the side of light side, so I'm hoping we see a few less mistakes. And if they put up a good fight against Arctic Pandas, well, that's a win for them in my book.
All right, but let's see how it's going to go, because now we're going to go into draft.
Here we are.
Welcome, everyone. Just a little bit of a correction right there. Thank you so much, of course, to Kobe for being the wild card for LLS. Not one of the greatest NLC AD carries. The guy has been in top 8 worldwide, playing for Splice. And of course, he hasn't been active for a very long time because he was literally playing in the NLC last year. So super happy to have Kobe come back to us, even as a wildcard player. And let's see what he can actually do, what he can actually bring to LLS to potentially grab a victory for them.
Yeah, I think his achievements extend way beyond the NLC. Let's be real. World's player, very, very capable and solid player. And like I said, this is a good pickup for them as an ADC, to be fair. Nice little one to go in for. We're going to see the bans going through. Kobe not getting turbo banned out as well. Only the Caitlyn, but they do ban the Karma, which is a lane duo banned away. So it's going to be Arctic Panda taking off the Caitlyn and Karma off the board for the bot side. Answered though with a Rumble first pick from the side of the light side. As on the other side, Arctic Panda looking to change things up, going in for a potential Corki. We obviously just saw an incredibly powerful Corki Pike bot lane in our game prior, played by Deer into the members of Ruddy. I'm going to lock that Corki in once again. Things like the Yanara open, the Aphelios is open. There are lots of kind of champions we've seen a lot today and starting to see a bit more of around the global scene are still up and available on that bot side.
Let's see what they're going to choose to go with. I just want to remind everyone that AP, full finish roster, with Hiva behind them as their coach. And also they were the guys who brought out the Swain mid lane. Simply played the Swain mid lane, which we questioned, but it ended up being really cool. I actually got a message from Hiva about this, and that's because he thought that for them to reach their backline back then, the Swain was going to act as the in-between, or the wall in between for them to dive into the Swain to get to the backline. So really good stuff right there. Thank you so much for the insights, Hiva. And it is going to be a Sivir locked in. No. Okay, listen. I was excited. I'm like, Kobe is back, but we're taking it one step at a time. It's looking like a hard scaling comp that LLS have dipped their toes into with the Sivir plus the Rumble. I do like the pickup of the Wukong right here, giving it a little bit more structure and aggression, in the early game.
I was saying, obviously, hitting that 6 buttons as well. Got the Rumble, got the Wukong, got the Sivir, wanting to play the scaling angle here. They have had time to play with Kobe as well and get some scrims in. It's not like they just duo queuing up with this guy or anything. They have actually had time to practice and play with him over the week. I believe they do the draw on the show day. I can't remember when they do the draw, but they do the draw
But they don't
for
know who
these.
they don't know who they draw though. They'll say,
No,
hey,
they literally just say
carry.
roll. They say roll and then they say draw.
Yeah.
I think they declare what roll. I can't remember.
Yeah, they declare
I'm
the role. They
90%
just
sure
don't
they
know
declare the role.
which players are behind the role. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. So Kobe being the ADC getting locked in here. Now moving over to Arctic Panda on their ban phase 2, taking away the Poppy on the side of light side. What are they going to look to be banning away? I assume Arctic Panda, this is support bans with the fact the Alistair's locked in here. So Poppy obviously very good into Alistair. To be honest, Poppy's just very good into their team in general. Lots of mobility. So
It's very good
on the other
team
side,
in general, yeah.
Yeah.
And it really blocks the Vi engage as well. but it definitely would have to be going towards that support role, especially together with the Sivir. That would be a very hard shoving lane because it would decline massively the ability of Alistar to engage onto the Sivir. So we'll see what else they're going to choose to play towards the bottom of the map. Talia being banned right here for that mid lane. I mean, things like Orianna, Azir, I dare say those names, but they are up and available. So we'll see what LLS are going to choose to go with. Oh, never mind. Orianna's gone.
There goes the Ori. Okay, so, I mean, a bit of a weird self-ban there, because you could just go for the Ori Wukong. We've seen it 100% win rate today. It's been a very, very solid lane to go for him. Orianna right now, just a very stable mid lane have been picking up. Arts Panda, though, now looking towards their mid lane. Rise has been having a big resurgence as of late. New items enabling him. Actualizer being a really, really good item for him. Just going to get picked up in the mid lane. Obviously, you are relatively low range with that, so I'm expecting to see Lightside maybe just play that range game and just keep them at distance, see if they can deal with it. Or get in his face. There are two options there. And honestly, Sylas is so big brain if they do lock this in. I know we shouldn't talk about hovers, but there are some solid ults here to get across the board. Like, you know, the Rise ult's great just for moving around the map. Alistar is so good for team fighting. Vi's great for picks. Corki maybe not as impactful, but still, he uses those rockets. They get AP scaling. It does them some good. Lightside now looking to lock in their support as their final pickup here.
Ooh.
May just go double range and honestly offers a nice amount of disengage there. So looking to lock that one in on the Bard. Ticking down that time of thinking about it quite a lot. But yeah, it looks like it's just going to be the Bard lock in here for the side of Lightside. So Bard Sivir, double range bot lane for them. And the ability to kind of, if you get jumped, you just stasis your ADC. You stasis whoever's in danger and give them time to, the team to reposition around it. On the other side, though, Arctic Panda now looking towards their top laners and what they're going to be locking in on that front. Right now, you have quite a lot of engage. But, you know, situational tankiness in Alistar Ultimate. But they don't care about that. They're going to lock in the Aurora. And I don't know if this is Rise or Aurora top lane. I'm going to assume Aurora.
That is going to be Aurora. So.
Yeah.
Hello, guys. I'm here too.
Oh, that was just me. I just went full duckling and I just waffled for like 15 minutes.
Listen, you know what? I was just saying like this, and I was like, at some point, it'll just stop talking. Like, eventually, Brooke, you'll run out of saliva. What can I say?
No, you know what? I'm just letting the NLC get their money's worth out of me, man. No, just yap away.
All right. So,
honestly, do you know what's bad? I'm sorry to interrupt one last time. Do you know what's bad? I swear you were talking that whole time. Like, that's how sick. I swear.
I mean, you're not wrong. I did talk. I think I said about 10 words this whole time.
Oh, God.
All right, guys. This is a very classic matchup. The Aurora into the Rumble. Any ranged champion, usually Rumble does struggle into, particularly ones that do a lot of burst damage, like the Aurora. And it's also very elusive, right? Rumble likes to stick onto champions. That's why particularly he's very strong into melee champions, because he gets to push his wave with his flamethrower, as well as trading at the same time. So it's kind of the 2-in-1. But into the ranged champions that can trade you and get out, and you don't get that back and forth, basically, in terms of trading damage. And the ranged champion is usually getting far ahead, and Aurora has been picked internationally, but also in the LEC as well. So I'm pretty sure that the Aurora is going to end up going towards the Rumble. Now, the Sylas for me, even though you mentioned very nicely you've got the Vi's, you've got the Rise, so you've got a couple of ults that you can take there. The one that's the most important to me is the Alistar. I feel like it has always been the #1 ult. When you see an Alistar and Sylas is playable, you just slam a Sylas and he's literally unkillable.
Yeah, absolutely. Just having a quick update on everything. We are having a couple of issues before we get into game, so hopefully shouldn't be too long. I thought it was going too smooth today, to be fair. I thought we were going way too smooth. But, you know, hopefully it won't be too long. It's not a major thing from the looks of things, so won't go on too long. Yeah, I'm liking the draft. Now, one of the things I do think, like, I don't know who scales better with level. If you are going to think about, like, where you're putting those lanes. Rise or Aurora. I don't know how much it matters on that front. But, you know, that's just me spitballing ideas, Trouble. I'm, you know, don't pay too much attention. The old man's waffling.
I feel like from the set of LLS, they've got a really nice ranged composition. So in the bot lane with the Bard plus the Sivir, that's gonna permanently be shoving, right? And also, just to remind you guys, because you can't visually see it, it's Rumble, top lane, Wukong, Sylas, Sivir, and Bard on blue side. So what I'm talking about here is that the Sivir and the Bard can permanently shove. The problem is that you're playing triple melee with the Wukong, the Sylas, and the Rumble, but because you have that non-committal ult by Bard, you can actually pick and choose the fights and where that Sylas and Wukong will be dashing into, right? So if you get a great pick right there, it can also be used defensively because the other team has Vi, so whichever one gets caught by Vi, you can just dump the Bard ult right on top, and it sort of dissuades any of these very aggressive situations. So I'm actually a big fan of LLS's comp right here, but I was a fan of the other team that played versus AP, and they ended up beating them. I didn't like the Swain, but the Swain ended up working, right? So we'll see right here with the Ryze plus Aurora combo and the strong side lanes, what they can do with that.
Yeah, I feel like also we are in for probably a more close game. Our first two games were definitely two of our weaker teams playing versus other teams. And to be fair, I think Deer and Bulldog do look genuinely good. I can't remember who Arctic Panda played last week. But that was actually a really good game, if I remember correctly. I mean, honestly, when I really hate to be that guy, but when it wasn't Ruddy and it wasn't FF15 playing,
it was last game of the day. I'm pretty sure
it was, and it was an absolute banger of a game. And I think we have two teams who are unfortunately struggling and are dramatically weaker than the other teams in the league. But once we get out of those two games, we actually get some really, really exciting games. Lightside, they again can't remember who they were playing into because my brain isn't capable of retaining information. But we had three absolute banger games towards the tail end of the day. I mean, the Verdant versus AP game was sick. I'm gonna have to check now. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna quickly open up my doc and try not to carry on yapping. What are you laughing at?
I'm not friendly, mate.
Oh, okay, well, who was it? So it was Verdant TMG. It was Leo versus Bob. It was wait, what? Hold on. This is today. This is today. Where's last week? Ah, it doesn't matter.
He's casting the league, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Hey man, I did all my critical thinking. It was plugging in my webcam. That was quite a lot of work for me. Plugging it in. I've been told we've got 20 seconds till we get to game.
I'm going into my soldier mode right now. I'm gonna dig down, take an eighth, and just move on.
Bro,
man.
that guy must have the worst backache. That guy must have the worst backache. Here we are. Into game number 3 of the day. This is Lightside versus Arctic Panda. Lightside are rocking their wild card player. There we go. In Kobe. And he's picked Sivir, which, not the flashiest champion, but as Aragon actually very rightly said last year, pick Sivir, and at some point after 4 items, they just get a random pentakill and win the game. And it happened the game he said it. So get your eyes peeled. 4 items, pentakill.
I will say that's correct, right? And with a lot of scaling champions, you get to a certain item breakpoint. I mean, like, her ricochets are what make her really scary, because you walk into a fight and the ricochets do more damage than you think they do, especially with all the crit that she ends up accumulating by 3rd, 4th item. However, what I will say that is with Baron moving time slots 5 minutes earlier, the games have gotten way shorter than last season from what I've been seeing internationally. So getting to those 4 items gets really difficult unless the games are very sloppy or very even.
Hurry again and use there. They're going to try and just bully with their double range. Kempo actually got an incredibly low electrocute prop from Soul 2. And Nilly versus Thunder in the top side. Has got himself a pretty heavy shove. This mid lane fight, we did see a little taste of it earlier. Very, very explosive fights here, though. Both of them are a little bit low on mana. Though Matthias has got the ability just to press W and full heal, because that champion is really fun.
Okay, it's not quite a Vladimir, but...
Oh, it feels like playing into a Vladimir.
It does feel like playing to a Vladimir.
Oh, I hate that champion.
the short range of Rise kind of helps Silas to get a little bit more in range, even though that teleport is a little too deep. Luckily for him, simply, he's quite out of mana right here. That's why you get Debu sort of hovering over, crossing from one side of the jungle to the other. He knows he can't play for bot side since that bot lane of Kobe and Soul 2 is pushing out, as we have about 3,000 overlays with us.
Okay, well, just quickly, as you can see, the HUD's gone a bit mad. We can quickly fix that, come back to us. Won't be long. You know, it happens. It happens. Yeah, no, I think the Rise blind pick, knowing that the Silas was available, is always a little bit of a concern. Going straight back to game, so it's only be a very quick hit fix on that front. But yeah, you know, like you said, very short range. The thing that a lot of people kind of get caught off guard with Silas is his passive. Like, that champion can miss every ability and just murder you with passive, but Bulldog's massive knockback and simply secures the kill. Really nice headbutt into the tower.
I mean, Soul 2 just walks too close to the sun. Bulldog just happens to be around. It was the double reset from the supports, right? That were bound to meet into that mid lane. Soul 2 just walks a little bit too close to the enemy tower, gets headbutt, simply ends up banking that kill. Simply seems to be liking a lot of bulky champions, even though Rise is not necessarily the definition of like a tank. He's one of the tankier mages in that mid lane. He was playing Swain before. Now, Mattis might be in a little bit of a pressure.
Rune Prison. They get the flash. They get the chain lash off. Simply's low. He has to flash out as the ghost is being used, but they're looking for the follow-up. There's going to be the kill. Debu is now going to queue to safety, but he's interrupted. Simply able to find the Rune Prison. Clears, is able to get the kill. Takes a tower shot. It's a 1-for-1 mid lane.
Man, Debu misses the flash Q right there. The Q flash, rather. On the Vi, it would have been 100% a 1-for-0 if you managed to hit that one. Not quite the case. And it's going to be a trade of kills between mid lane and jungle, respectively, for both teams. And as we can see, what we alluded to in the early stages of the game, Kobe and Soul 2 with the Bard Sivir combo, double ranged into an Alistar. Pretty scary stuff. And also we talk about this matchup as well. You see how Thunder is really struggling to play into the Aurora. A lot of burst damage, about 20 CS up. The lead is incredibly high currently for just a 5-minute game duration.
Cut back in. Got himself the catalyst here onto Simply now, so it's going to be a little bit tankier in these fights versus Matthias. Has got Debu once again looking to see if he can find a gank angle. Not going to get it. Simply just charging up those overloads on the wave. The Rise wave clear. He wanted just to keep the wave. The reason he didn't overload, for anyone wondering, he didn't want to just hard shove and just give a load of minions over to the Silas. So just waited till the last possible moment to actually pull that overload combo. As satisfying as it is to just one-shot waves. Does look like everyone is posturing, though, for this mid lane gank. This is madness. This is going to be a 3 versus 3 if they go for it.
He missed the ward. He missed the ward in the bush.
Doesn't hit it.
There was a guy in this bush. Got spotted. But the ward is going to get cleared out right now by Bulldog. So they do lose very valuable vision, especially since Wukong is playing on the top side of the map currently, right? I will say for you, for what you said, I really agree with you on the Rise part. I feel like Simply has manipulated the wave so nicely that Mattis has found himself over and over again on the second wall of that mid lane, which is very, very dangerous and very susceptible to getting ganked, right? You are pretty mobile with the Silas, but once you've used that E, it's kind of difficult to get out if you don't have the flash and over, right? So, Tox. Found Kobe.
Look for it. Flash and barrier used, though, from Kobe there. Kobe. Definitely struggling a little bit on that front. Yeah, Simply, honestly, putting on a bit of a masterclass on wave control. And that's what you need on Rise, because Rise, honestly, he just needs to get through some of the rougher parts of the laning phase. The Catalyst is a big recovery point for you, just because you become somewhat inherently tankier. Obviously, mana's not too much of an issue as well. Nearly just gets a solo kill top lane. It's actually happening everywhere.
Yeah, This is how miserable the top lane matchup is. That is an individual gold lead of 1,000 gold, 7 minutes, well, let's say 8 minutes into the game, which now it's going to alleviate a lot of pressure on the top side of the map. And guess what's on the top side of the map? The void grabs have spawned on the top side of the map, which means that AP not only did they get the first dragon of the game, now Debu gets to chill towards his bot side of the map before the resets come through. Once Nile resets and goes down with the top lane, they might want to play to contest that as well, but very cleverly right here, Clears knows that neutral objective to neutral objective is a little bit illegal for junglers, so he can't quite get contested on the void grabs. He's going to grab that one for himself.
Kobe's down low. There goes your all-star. Taken out. And meanwhile, in the mid lane, simply, he didn't even have to fuck off summon a spell. He just got his phase rush and ran away to safety.
Right. Void grabs having traded right here. And since they know that Wukong is probably taking those up top, they've had time to dive Kobe, get a kill onto Corki, try to accelerate that bot lane. Kobe was about 300 gold up, now he's about 200 gold down. So a really good swing right there over to AP on that bot lane, but my eyes are peeled onto the top of the map. Nile has a chance to do something very funny on this magician and make the whole enemy team disappear if he gets fed enough. Hunting guys in the inventory already, boots.
Remember, that's going to be a level 20 rabbit at some point if we do get that far into the game. Today the games have been very fast, but
please do not entice people for more fan art. We've had enough.
Oh no. Oh god. I close my eyes and all I can do is
what
see
can I
it.
say, man? Lilia thighs save lives. That's what I can say.
She's a deer. Deer don't have thighs. Who made that art?
I don't know, bro.
What is deeply
Dumps himself,
troubling?
I don't
What's
know.
wrong with you? Have you seen a deer? Like, those things is the skinniest things ever.
Listen, in his latest thumbnail, he gave her the biggest boobs he could find. So, I don't know, man. He's a guy with a lot of imagination. That's all I can tell you.
I hate this planet.
Back to League! Back to League!
Thank you. Get me back. Get me back. But no, genuinely, that Aurora at level 20 is going to be absolutely horrific. And, you know, the mobility of Sivir is her ultimate, right? And it's base movement speed. You don't have dashes and ways to really get away. So you get jumped in, you get caught inside the Between Worlds. Or is that the...
Oh my god.
Is that the E? Can't remember. It's going to be scary. Nilly's going to be able to do a lot of work. And almost closing in on level 11, so we'll have a second point in that ultimate to speak of somewhat soon. Has only just dinged into 10, but closing in on it. It feels like there's not been that much action, but there has actually been a kill every 2 minutes. We're 5 kills in. We're just spoilt from the first 2 games and how bloodthirsty they were.
I'm not gonna lie, I feel like AB might be the most structured team that we've had this year. Of course, Verdun gave them a run for their money as Kobe. Under fire again.
Oh, he is in danger. The Phosphorus Bomb takes him down. They do get the monkey spin off. Cyclone may do enough damage. They look for the lockdown out of the Alistair, and that gives time to get Kevo real low. He's caught by the Cosmic Binding, and Bulldog just has to taxi out with the minions. Very nice turnaround from the side of the light side, gifting 2 kills over to Clears on the Wukong.
That is absolutely phenomenal. Bard ult usage right there from Soul. Pings the Alistar so that Clears can solo damage Kevo over on the bottom of the map, and that's the way he managed to turn around a very grim situation, diving Kobe into 2 kills for the Wukong, now sitting at 3-0 into a Vi matchup. You're so happy if your Wukong is up in gold, since the Vi actually falls off in terms of value later on in the fights, and all you're pretty much an ult, right? You're gonna smite the shield from Sivir, ult Sivir, and expect to try and get a return kill over there, but with Soul having fantastic ult placement out there on the Alistar, they just didn't allow for that.
Really, really nice. We see Boltox just making his way back towards Kevo. Kevo jumping in onto Kobe, just feels very comfortable to take that trade. Half healths him. Hasn't even got the Triforce finished up. That's just Sheen phage damage. Soul coming back on the Bard. His ultimate actually guaranteed the double kill in that last fight. The Tempered Fate was so clean from him, locking down Boltox before he could get into the lane and peel for Kevo. So keep your eyes on this Bard here from Soul 2, because playing pretty damn good at it.
It's gonna be 15 seconds until the next dragon comes up on the map. And as you can see, both teams with very high interest. I will say AP have the better vision right now around the objective. They have managed to plop 2 wards behind enemy lines, as well as 2 in the river to make sure they're safe enough to contest this one. However, I do like what AP is doing a lot more here. They're trying to make sure that the priority is pushing the waves, Corky pushing mid, Rise pushing bot, so they can get priority through there as Clears. He's sneaking into the tribush together with the Bard. See if Soul can actually get a big ult right here to get the fight started.
Yeah, they have actually sent Clears a bit deeper, simply trying to hit that level 11, get that next point of power into Overload. Both mid laners are coming in on the flank angles, teleports are being pulled there. Dibu going to get his ultimate stolen away, he's going to throw it down, looks to lock down on to the Vi. The Vi's able to jump over the wall. Kevo incredibly low though, they're going to look to turn it around. He goes out for the chain lash, doesn't make the connection as Nilly now has joined into the fray. Gets some damage off onto the light side members, but they have been able to wrestle control of the pit. Dibu, no ultimate available, but that Vi ultimate is still in play for the side of light side on Matthias there. He is setting up Kevo. He's happy just to go for plates on the mid lane and try and get first tower blood, but they're going to go in with the Between Worlds to take out Soul 2. Matthias looking for the opening here on to the Vi as Dibu's going to get taken out in the meanwhile. Trading out, the tower goes down. Kevo's able to secure that one simply. Now with the Vi ultimate down onto the Silas, feels like he can step up. Kevo coming in on a pincer maneuver. They go for the Rune Prison. Bulldog jumps in. Heaven Pole comes out. And that's going to be the end of the cow. But they're going to answer out with a kill and response as Nilly jumping forwards. Kevo's going to be able to go down as well as the flash comes out from the Matthias there. But Nilly looking for the damage into him. Simply also chasing onto the monkey. The chain lash from Matthias may have just spelt his doom. What? He was out, but he whiffed it and goes down.
Mattis goes back in, ends up dying. Clears just about gets out on that Wukong. What a scrappy fight. 4 ults from each team get expended, nobody dies, and then they go back in. Guess what? The team with the easier reach is the one that can do the most damage, right? We have the Sivir, the Wukong, the Silas. Once they engage, they can get to stick on you if you don't have ultimates to defend yourselves. And it's going to be 1-1 on the 2 dragons right here. AP are getting around for their money. They've actually had trouble defending those fights. I feel like Nila was also a bit late to the party. At the very end, you saw once the Aurora joined, there was a lot of damage going down. 2.3k. This is individually 4 and 0. 2 masks now in the inventory. 1 finished, 1 unfinished. And about as good as you'd expect for AP, right? All 3 of their carries pretty fed. Dibu, unfortunately, he's a one-man ult, kind of like a late game leasing type of situation, as he simply is looking to poke Mattis under the tower.
Yeah, he's getting a live bit of damage off, but he does have Soul 2 in the background, so simply has to be careful. Phase Rush is proc though, so there's a bit of extra movement speed. That's going to be the opener though, onto the Silas. Kevo jumps over the wall as well. He pops the Alistair ultimate to keep himself going, to keep away from the CC. Tempered Fate only hits onto 1. The W healing from the Kingslayer is too damn much. In combination with that alley ult, as Boltok's able to break away, doesn't get hit by the chain lash, but Soul flashes forward. Cosmic bunning onto 2. They go for the Valkyrie out. They put up the portal. Matthias able to jump forward to go in for the headbutt pole. 2 members. The overload bounces between the 2 as well as simply dancing around the edge of this fight. But Kobe is here and he cleans up 1 kill. Simply answers with another. The chain lash goes wide and now the overloads are starting to connect. It's finally without the Alistair ult. Simply can cut through that Silas, gets himself the double kill, and here they go, realm warp forwards. Make sure that this is a full pincer under tower. They need to crash the wave though, and Dibu not quite as good as a Rise at crashing waves.
They're gonna pressure that though, and Nile is right here, level 13 on this Aurora.
Kobe goes down. This is 1 and 4 onto your wildcard player.
I will say that was a little bit scrappy from AP, because look at all the like, they consider so much space. Top play for the Ramble, a Ramble who's struggling right here, right? So they push forward, they try to zone out LLS, and once the rest of their crew comes in, they're trying to run away. So they get no other choice when the gate goes down to turn around and fight, which is a very good fight. The double knockup coming through from the Alistair into all these overloads coming through from Simply. They just unfortunately run out of damage. Boltox is too low, barely gets away, and Aurora has to run all the way from the top side of the map to the bot to try and turn the situation around. Nilan managed to salvage the play, but just by a little bit. Top lane tower gone. Fully.
Top lane tower gone fully, but even so, 2,000 gold lead on to Nilly, even with him getting down right now. 5-1 on the Aurora. Overlords, Leandri's finished up. Simply actually about to cash in on that rower, so already got a 1-level lead over the Silas here. That's about to go up even higher. Matthias, I don't know how he's going to keep up with Simply, who is 4-0 on the rise. Got the upgraded Mert Treads as well to give him a bit of survivability in these kind of extended trades versus the Silas. And he's tanky now. Archanger's shield, almost fully stacked rower. Like, that's a lot of HP. That's a lot of shielding that's going to come through. And he's stacking his second tier item. I don't know what one he's going. Maybe Diadem? It can't be Diadem, right?
He's a very durable boy.
Yeah.
At this point. Doesn't have his flash available. However, he has his team's backup, as you can see on the map. Both Kevo and Boltox just entering enemy territory right there. Just for a little bit of threatening, right? Set down some vision for the rise. Simply himself putting down some vision for himself too, just so he can be able to be a side lane menace. Now, I don't think Mattis is... Kevo takes a big
Kevo.
Clearance is actually very, very strong on his Wukong.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of work here. They got the realm warp. Speaking of someone who's strong, bringing in Simply. They got the ult for the movement speed, but Soul is going down. Simply secures himself the kill. He's ghosted, looking for Kobe. Kobe can try and flash over the wall, but he's just going to jump into Boltox's health. Clears is there, and Simply looks for the assassination. These overloads are doing so much damage. There's the double kill. Dibu's able to get it, and everyone on the side of light side are just melting to Arctic Panda. Absolutely brutal fight just before Baron spawns. Everyone's down.
And this looked close, but I want you to look in the inventories where the fight was being played. LLS was stuck on that 1.5 item jail, while second items were just completed from AP. They're playing with extra levels, they're playing with extra items in the inventory, therefore extra resources and extra defenses and extra damage, right? And all the damage from the side of LLS is on Wukong. Yes, it's a carry type of champion. But once he's in and does majority of the damage, it's just really difficult for the team to follow. And let's watch this one more time. Soul gets caught, ults himself, takes the gate over to the other side of the wall, but he gets followed by Debo on this fight. All good and dandy right here, but Kobe is forced to flash the wall to join his team, which then has simply flashed over the wall to instantly assassinate the Sivir. Sivir going down, Clears is not allowed to get into the backline to assassinate Kevo, which means that LLS just run out of damage.
Very, very clean fight coming in from the side of AP. Clean ace. And again, you get to see it. Baron and Rift Herald teaming up. Get shoves going on, but there goes the Rift Herald. Oh, no, sorry, Rift Herald was on the other team. It's Baron versus Rift Herald. My bad. To slow down the push from AP. Remember, Baron minions are a lot weaker than they used to be. Like in the defensive department, they used to have a lot more resistances, especially magic resist. So they do actually cut down quite quickly. They still do a lot of damage to towers and structures, but Thunder throws an equalizer out. That will clear the wave out. Oh, most of the wave out. Simply
Hold on, one
more plate. He was able to dodge it. He was able to dodge it. There's AP.
Clean moves right there by the caster minion.
Dodged. Beautiful dodge. Oh, Tempered Fate makes a connection there from Souls. They're going to look to jump forward simply. Just need to break away, but he gets caught by the Cosmic Binding into the knock-up. Shield comes through onto him. Kobe's taking a lot of work. There's the shutdown.
Wait.
They jump forwards. Nilly, he's targeting the tower. He's going to let his team go for it as he looks for the assassination onto Clears. Isn't going to quite find it. Throws down the ultimate response. Repositions. Looks for Soul. Between worlds. Goes wide. Doesn't make the connection as he gets himself caught out here. Kobe is getting shut down after shutdown. Same for his Silas. Huge performance there from Lightside to turn that around. Baron is white.
Again, remember why they lost last fight? They were stuck in between items. But right here, second item completions on everyone means these champions are really strong because they're scaling kind of champions. And AP make a huge mistake. They overextend between two towers where the main carries of AP's team, which is the Rise, steps too far forward, gets chipped by the Bard ult and doesn't have flash or ghost to get away. Gets absolutely CC'd to hell. dies, and then the rest is history because AP kind of bunch up to try and help him, but they end up sitting under all the CC and AoE damage. And look at this again. Simply gets caught, and even though Bulldog is trying to peel for him, he's just unavoidable. Everyone piles onto the Rise. Silas gets a shutdown, and then the rest of the team that's coming to pretty much defend them has to run away. Nila again joins way too late and ends up also giving a massive shutdown.
He just focused the tower. He wanted to get that tower. They're not worth 700 gold anymore, so not a worth play at all from him. Yes, they get the tower in the end, but that was a bad fight. Now, they were sitting on a lot of money because Simply has now finished up the Actualizer. Hobbit commits ultimate and the spell shield as Soul looks to try and find the lockdown onto Dibby. Dibby's able to break away. Clears, chasing forwards here. Now, keep your eyes on Simply on the Rise. When he pops that Actualizer in a fight, he will one-shot any squishy. Any squishy champions are going to get absolutely melted by him. Kevo's trying to hold the tower here. Is going to get jumped onto by Clears. Monkey Spin does enough. They find the lockdown. Once again, they just leave their ADC alone. And Dibu can't make his mind up on what to do. They throw out the ultimate. Goes a little bit wide. Soul goes down to the tower shot, though, on light side. They just fumbled it. They absolutely fumbled the play. He looks for the kill onto Dibu. Dibu's going low. Clears is able to get it in response. But man, what a mistake there from the side of light side. They had it all. And they just overdive.
Nah, it was a gentleman's agreement at the beginning. You trade your AD carry, we trade our AD carry. We'll trade our jungler, you'll trade our jungler. But in the end, I think there's going to be a one-for-one trade in terms of the towers. Mid lane tier 1 for LLS versus a top lane tier 2 for AP. So all in all, an extra death over on the side of LLS. But they do manage to break open that mid lane. And Bulldog stop the backs here. He will stop Mattis, and there is a Rise around. No ult available. Will they be chasing? Nile is heading up towards that jungle as well from that bot lane. But I think the chase will just stop there.
I can't overemphasize how scary Simply is right now with this build. Almost level 18 as well. Almost max level 4 item Rise. Actualizer, for anyone who has been under a rock, Actualizer is a Lost Chapter item, which when you activate it, your mana costs double, but you do extra damage based on the amount of mana you have. So without that tier, I believe it's about 33.3% additional damage. I don't know how much that tier is going to be adding, but another tier item will probably put them up to about 42% extra damage from abilities for the increased mana cost. But it's a
Rise doesn't care.
Damage. Also, Rise doesn't care.
Right.
I mean, that guy, he must have like 7k mana at this point. Like, he's so much mana. I'm curious what his final item is going to be with this tier item anyway. His final tier item. Go for the Zonyas, though. They're going to find the knock-up actually onto Clears. Clears is going low here. Throws out the monkey spin. Kevo's going to get him. Throw the equalizer. Not going to matter.
That's a Baron. 15 seconds, and this Wukong is dead for 45. They do have a fruit in the river to heal up from. They're going to call the TP from Mattis from the side of LLS, and they're going to have to try and contest. No smite means they have to win the 4 versus half.
It's going to be such a hard ask. As you can see, they're trying to jump in onto Simply. Simply's getting chunked. He takes out Kobe. We need to look at that fight, not the Baron. Simply 1 versus 3. Gets himself the kill. Goes in for the Tempered Fate. That buys time for Boltox to get close. Simply able to break away from the action. Soul secured the escape for Simply by mistake. Guys, I need to see a replay of what happened there. That was... I don't even know if the Actualizer got popped. It's not on cooldown on my bar. I don't know if that's just a overlay thing. Right, Baron's on. Bring up a replay. I need to see it.
Though, and this is going to be Simply get out dodge, has to use everything he has. The Seekers, both Summoners, whatever there is there. Hourglass also completed. Thank you, production, for the replay. And let's have a look. He actually...
Oh, we're going very far back in time.
I don't think...
Very far. We'll figure it out. We'll come back to that.
That was a replay of his recall. Very nicely done right there. Very masterful. Great pressing of the button B. If
empowered recall as well.
Tied there, yeah. If it's still tied on his B button on his keyboard, but fantastic, masterful at basing. And now let's vote them as they siege with the second Baron buff of the game. The first one empties all the outer towers. The second one should open the base.
I need to see Simply's damage. We missed it last time. I want to see what he can do to someone. One-shot Kobe, who's getting jumped. Down goes the tower. Meanwhile, the fight's breaking out. You can see that he's just more focused on that tower right now with Kevo in his pocket. They are going to look to try and jump the pair of them here, though, but they've got the backup. Simply's going to get caught there by the equalizer and in. Bit of anti-synergy there. Doesn't have that flash, but he's just going to go in for the Zhonya's. Gets caught out for a second. And here we go. Actualizer popped. He's going to chase in for the rebound, the overload, as Dibu's doing his best to be the engage on the front line. Thunder melted through there from the damage as Nilly looks to try and take out Soul. Soul, great cosmic binding, secures him back onto the fountain to heal as they now steal away that Aurora ultimate. Dibu jumps forwards and Dibu with the Guardian Angel feels comfortable to chase forwards and see if he can give up his life, get the revive off, and there they go, jumping forwards. The damage is just too damn much as down goes the Fountain Nexus. Nothing like Outside could do into this. The rise, too damn big. Simply, absolutely monster. 8-1. Kevo big as well. To be honest, the whole team was big. I was focused a little bit on Simply at the end, but the whole team played amazing.
Damn, level 18 rise with 3 mana items. Absolutely incredible right there. And AP pick up another win. I just want to say, I feel like they're super structured. Like the full finish lineup that we get here in the NLC, pure Nordic lineup coming through. And I feel like they've been so structured, very well read when it comes to the game. And I'm actually becoming a big fan of Simply. We've seen him in the NLC like many years ago. I think he's played with Kevo and Dibu, if I'm not wrong, as well.
Yeah.
But these guys obviously know each other because they're friends anyway. But Simply in particular is bringing in a more beefy mid lane type of vibe, like previously with the Swain, same kind of aura as the Rise, like super tanky, but also very heavy damage coming through that mid lane. So very well done from them.
Yeah, his play style's really fun actually. The champs he plays are really interesting.
Now Vladimir, do it again.
Oh, Vladimir's not fun. I don't find Vladimir interesting at all.
They hovered it, man. Why not?
I know they did hover it. That was a top lane pick. I mean, level 20 Vladimir sounds genuinely terrifying. But in a meta where we've seen a lot of attention on bot lanes, Simply putting out absolute masterclasses. Now, we're going to throw it over to the studio after game number 3 and get ourselves geared up for game 4. See you in a moment.
What a game. What a game, huh?
I'll say the closest one today, but that doesn't mean much considering how the first 2 games went. I think this was a good performance. Arctic Pandas, they look good, in particular in the bot lane. Neil in the top lane, of course. He did play against the analyst of light side, so probably not the toughest opponent. But I'll start with the losers here because I want to give them some credit. I think, obviously, the wildcard, although Kobe is a very good player, that's something you have to adapt to when it's in the bot lane. And playing with your analyst top lane, I think this team has potential. I think the players showed individual brilliance. Mechanically speaking, I'm really impressed by Matis V, and I thought Soul on the bot as well had some good moments. So they have positives to take away from this, even though it was a defeat. So I think they can keep their heads held high. That victory is coming sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and I think I was excited to see Kobe. As I talked about before, maybe a little bit disappointed as to what I know he can do at least, and what his top level was. But as you said, I mean, when you have a sub in the top lane, it can be hard to kind of slot in again. So it's not like one new piece; it's 2 new pieces you have to fit in a new game.
Yeah.
And especially when you're up against Arctic Pandas, as we said, live in a gaming house. They speak Finnish comms as presumably at least.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. So, I mean, you have to really be on the same page when you have to deal with a team like that. And when you have 2 subs, I mean, it can work, but today it unfortunately didn't.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's very hard in terms of like the synergy, because you have to have the synergy as well. And also playing bot lane together, it really matters, like the synergy between support and AD. So yeah, it looked a bit rough, but also we can see the bot fighting the mid river. It's a lot of action happening. But I mean, I think they also did a did
Yeah,
best.
they did some good dives as well, Arctic Panda. I mean, they look very good. I think if we're looking at some of our favorites to win the league, well, Arctic Panda definitely has to be up there, right? So a lot of credit to them. But I do also want to say for Light Side, with 2 substitutions, you can say with the wild card as well, definitely something that they can be proud of in terms of look to use it as a standpoint to grow from, because there is clearly potential in some of these players, and I'm excited to see where they look, where they stand in 2-3 weeks time when they've had more time to gel and start fulfilling some of that clear raw potential that is there.
Yeah.
And looking at today's results at least, and also looking at some of the heat maps, you could clearly see there is a lot of activity in the bot side. Maybe it's too early in the new season to tell, but can you talk a little bit about maybe like how much impact the bot lane has in this new season?
I mean, the bot lane has a lot of impact, right? If you get them snowballing early now with the possibility of buying 6 full items outside of boots, that means if you can get ahead of the power curve, that feels so much more detrimental because you get more gold, you get more XP if you complete that ADC quest earlier on. So you want to get that as soon as possible. You want to get that snowball rolling, and all of a sudden, it's not unrealistic to say if you're doing well in lane, you find yourself 1 item, 1.5 above, and all of a sudden these team fights are so much easier to play. So it's just a snowball effect where get that snowball rolling early, and the impact will be felt later on.
Yeah, and also like top is just scaling, right? So scaling away, getting the TP with the quest completed. So I think also playing around bot lane is still very important, and yeah, it's only if you have maybe a very specific top matchup that is volatile that you will path top.
I think the top meta has been pretty stale, I want to say so far. I think there'll be more changes to it when people start experimenting without using the TP and stuff like this. We'll see more interesting matchup, but so far it's much of the same we've seen last time. And then, you don't really want to play for your Cassandra, your Sion, do you? You go bot lane then.
Yeah, but before we go on to the next game, and I think we have a lot of things to talk about there, we also have something that's very interesting to show you guys, because I'm super hyped. The Don Jake Labubu is coming along great.
Yeah, it is crazy. I'm actually gonna go to Toby here and just, Toby, this is crazy. This work you've been doing the whole game.
It's been busy.
So we're almost done. The head is complete now. Got the hands and the feet. So now we just need to do the rest of the body. I chose to go with the blue.
Yeah, why actually? Do you like the blue?
Looking at my little bag, it was just what made sense. Also, I think it was a good contrast with the more pink skin tone.
Yeah.
Makes it pop a bit more.
Yeah, I see that. Actually, do you like Labubus, Toby? Or what is your statement? Okay, be careful now, because we know Trouble. Trouble likes her Labubus.
Well, I do think it's a bit of an overblown trend. My mom sells collectibles.
Oh.
Has been for a long time online.
What kind of collectibles?
She was the first one to sell Labubus in Denmark.
Okay, that's crazy.
2 years ago.
Okay.
She was
Trendsetter.
Yeah, she was a trendsetter for.
I'll say as well, I think Trouble was also in early in the Labubus before like they became a real trend. So like we've got some real Labubu OGs here, and
Possible Fire, maybe.
Yeah, I mean Trouble has so many cool Labubus and just stuff, collectibles. But it is looking so nice, Toby. I think you've been doing a good job.
Thank you.
I'm so excited to see the finish.
Do you think it was challenging? Has it been a challenge, or?
I feel like I feel like it's some of my strong suits, right? A portrait kind of ish, you could say.
You could just clearly imagine and picture this. Like you didn't have to think that hard about it.
No, I took a look at a reference for 2 seconds. I had to study Don Jake's face for 2 minutes, but other than that, I think the Labubu was. I feel like it's etched into my memory now.
You've seen it too much.
Yeah.
That's so nice, man. I think it's so great. I can't wait to see when it's done. Like, and you did it so fast as well.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Do you wanna, like, we have games again tomorrow. I probably know you probably can't, finish it before we go home today. So maybe it's for tomorrow. Yeah.
No, this is finished by next game.
Okay, damn.
Big promises.
Okay, that's crazy though. But we also do have another round of Jeopardy. So I think we...
Revenge time it is.
Yeah, this is the redemption.
Oh yeah, I'll move.
You guys genuinely...
Or maybe we should mix it up so we
okay,
can change seats.
Okay.
Just do same seats.
Maybe see if that works out.
Yeah,
because
maybe
yesterday was.
you will grieve me and.
Or
no.
not yesterday. The game before.
thing is,
Literally
though,
the game before.
I
I
think
don't know what you did yesterday.
I think we've been scammed a bit, me and Toby, because I played so aggressive because I thought, we were playing one game. The fact that we're continuing just means we start like a million miles behind.
You're fucked up.
Well, I was
reset the
gonna
point?
say-
Yeah, we should reset the points. Can we get a reset on the points?
No.
No.
I think
we were
you
doing
guys
so
won
well.
game one. It's best of three,
It was-
right? This is
no,
game
no,
two.
no.
Oh, okay, Leah's the game master, so whatever she's.
Just wondering if you guys are going to approach it differently this time.
Of course,
Just-
man. And now I
just
realize we're
buzz
playing long
before
term.
you've even thought about your answer properly.
Well,
but,
who would have thought that, like League of Legends, Jeopardy is also a strategy game?
So let's get back into it, shall we? If we can get the board back up.
Defensive.
Team 1, Toby and Duckling at minus 600.
Oh, that's kind of us. That's kind of
Mend and Emperor's at minus 200. So
Deserved, I must say so.
I think we should start with the team with the upper hand. So Empress, if you want to choose a category and an amount of points.
Okay, I think, do we go with abilities? Or maybe a champion?
You're all on your. If you choose abilities, you're all on your own.
Okay, we will do 200 champion.
Okay.
See, that's more my kind
Yeah.
of my lane here.
I think,
Specific.
champions would be a good category.
Bomba.
Oh.
That's set.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Ah, that's actually correct.
Oh
Come
my
that
God.
in.
You're so. What is your elo, Malte?
It's ass. Can't say in public, but it's pretty bad. But
Okay, but you're good at this.
yeah,
Actually.
but I play a lot of set. There's too many
Daddy
champions,
said.
but some things I remember.
Okay.
And
He's
you
one of
guys
my faves.
are now back at 0. So hopefully you can get into the positive points from this point forward. Melda, if you want to choose another category.
We go again. I just need the board.
Yeah.
We go for 400.
Champions for 400.
Yeah.
Let's do
Easy.
it.
Oh my God, I have.
I'm pretty sure. Bumba, we are saying what is Sinsao?
Yeah.
Oh my God, yeah.
Oh shit.
Jinzhao, is that the final
I'm pretty
answer?
sure. I think I
say
just
what
feel
it
like
is
I'm
yesterday.
playing the
What it
Demacia.
is.
Well, we're going to have to lock that in anyways because one answer is all you get. So, reveal.
No.
Come on,
There you
come
have it.
on.
Should have gone with my
Come on.
gut feeling.
Okay,
so
it's
crazy.
actually it's
That's
getting a
so
little bit
stupid.
close now. The gap's being closed.
I'll
but I
say
should've
I only knew this
known.
because
I
of the
faced
like it's an
and a lot of
in-client
stuff.
game in League where
Yeah.
like you grow Demacia from scratch. It's a really good game in the client, and then you get like points for playing the game, and then you can like grow. It's basically like Heyday but for like Demacia,
Oh,
and that's why I knew because like in the
that's so
story,
wavy.
yeah, they teach lots about Demacia's history. It's a really good in-client.
No more
game.
Demacia.
Have you not played it? It's in the
Of course
client.
I haven't played it.
It's in
just,
the client.
I just go Q solo
Jesus
Q.
Christ.
Yeah, me too.
I've genuinely played
Well,
more
if
of
you
that
want to get
than
good
the
at
new
Jeopardy,
season. It's a
maybe
good
you
game.
should play it.
Yeah, that's true. Sorry.
Toby and Duckling?
Yeah,
Category and
you wanted to go lower, right?
Yes.
What do you think?
200 lower.
Okay.
200. So we go champions or like abilities?
Which one?
Oh, I thought we said lower.
You've got
lower.
location,
Yeah,
Or
ability,
like,
yeah,
no,
good
I don't
idea.
want to
Go
do.
low.
You want to do low?
Lower.
I can't do low. If you
Low,
think you're
go
good at
low.
low, you can take low.
Go low. Come
What
on.
about 100?
Come on, go low.
Start with low 100.
You
and
had
then
the
we'll see
law
how you
book.
do.
Yeah.
Okay, low
You
for
had
100.
the law
You
book.
had the law book.
It's
yeah.
Come on.
been years, man.
Oh shit.
Oh,
Baba!
Yeah.
Jarvan the fourth.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, isn't it his
J4?
dad though? It's J4's dad. So it's
Jarvan the...
Jarvan.
no, you can't give them the
They
answer.
said Jarvan the fourth.
Yeah.
But you
there's
don't get
Jarvan-
points
No,
if you get it right.
this is
though.
rigged. This, you're imposter, Malde.
And we can see
There
the
you go.
answer.
Oh, I was just saying they were wrong, and I corrected them. Shouldn't that give us points?
Nah, man. I guess
But
we
what
don't-
was the right answer though?
Yeah, what is
what's
the
the
answer?
answer?
It is
Yeah.
Jarvan.
No
Yeah, but
way!
they better not get
That's-
points.
no,
for that.
they don't get points.
No,
for
but
it,
they better not either.
Damn, you've got
Now we only
minus
lose 100.
minus 300
That's my
now. Yeah,
edge.
minus
But
I'm just
where
a
do you
fucking-
know
I'm a nerd.
Yeah,
don't
that's
go for
actually
fucking
like
nerd.
a crazy
We'll wait,
pull.
but I don't want to do
Yeah.
law, man. I suck.
Oh
at law.
my
I'm,
god.
We
they
don't
called
do
me
law, but
when I
we
played
go
World
for
of Warcraft.
300.
Yeah.
The law master.
So we get even.
All right, back to Empress's team.
Okay.
Go for 200 then. I mean, I think it worked.
Yeah, but I feel like that's too like we are
Okay.
confidence, yeah.
But we suck at skins. We suck at abilities.
Yeah, but what about the champion?
I think-
Can I get the bot again?
Champion.
Sorry.
Yeah, you choose.
We go for the champion 300.
Champion 300.
Oh, lock in.
Cool.
Oh, bomba.
Yep, it's you guys.
Aziring.
Yeah, what is Azir?
Azir.
Is it though? Like, could it
That-
not like
that
be
does
next
sound
to
right.
us?
Don't psych me now.
I think.
Oh
If
wait.
Is he not the king of the Mars?
Fuck.
No, like
Wait.
king of
Oh, we
Greece,
did
right?
Wait, what
answer
did you-
already, but actually I think it's
What
good
did they
with
say?
Azir was
is
your
it
first.
Rammus?
Yeah,
you.
what
No,
did-
it's
Exactly,
true.
what
It's
did you
not.
I think
Let's
it
see.
could be
I
other
think it's
stuff.
Nasus. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Is he not the
Ooh.
king of the king of Shireen or
Unlucky.
something?
Yeah,
Guys, you
I
got
think
so close.
Azir
You're
is just
finally
the king
neutral
of
and you just
the
threw it
Empire.
away.
Why did I do that?
Yeah, the emperor.
Why did you actually
Like,
hype?
no, it's not a seer.
Yeah, but why did you hype me up to say it if it's wrong?
So we're back to
Malin, you
infinite.
did-
No, we
go
will.
low, then we go low.
So you're
Then we go
tied
later.
now, I guess.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, can we
which
see
one
the
will it be?
board? We're going
what
League of
about
Legends Champions 100, no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just see if we can get 100 points.
All right, let's do that.
Yeah.
That's a
That's
moo.
I'm sorry.
That's a moo.
He's right
That's an
here.
easy one.
He's right next to you, Malin.
Yes.
We have him.
But he's not sad because we got a 100 points.
I remember
He's
seeing.
sad because the wrong team is
Got him.
winning, man.
I remember seeing the Amumu cinematic when I was like 12 and then crying because like I thought it was so sad.
Yeah,
He
it
is lonely,
is.
man.
It is.
Got me in
He's
my
such a
feels.
cute little fella.
However, back to you guys.
It's us now. Okay.
Law.
No, fuck.
Come,
the
okay.
law. We go with the skins for 500.
What does
You're
everyone
into
have
me so
against
hard.
locations?
No,
like
no,
it's
no.
so open.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
Holy shit, that's
Wait, I didn't even read the
answer.
question.
We're
They
not
just can we get the question
We
back?
refuse to answer.
But then they lose the points.
Yeah, it's their points to lose. It's their
From
points.
the latest batch. I
Latest
can't even
batch.
read here.
10 Star Guardian and Nemesis skins.
Yeah,
from
but
the
it can
latest
also be
batch.
Wild Rift. Do you play that?
No.
I don't
Okay.
think it would be Wild
500
Rift.
points on it.
But it's
You
all
guys get
games.
minus points if you get it you're wrong.
Okay, but what if no one says wants
Yeah,
to
because
answer?
it's your question, then you get it wrong.
All right, buddy.
Yeah, that's true. That's
No,
true.
Because we had that happen.
Yeah,
to
we had
us.
that happen to us too.
Is
man.
that true, Leah?
I would say if no one attempts, it should be minus 100 on both.
No, it should be minus 500.
That's
for the team.
fine, we'll
Look,
take
this
that.
Is
No,
match fixing.
We will take
What
that.
is this?
Yeah.
Is this UEFA, FIFA? What is this, man?
Yeah, it is. It might be. You
It
know.
is rigged. Just
That's crazy rigged if they don't get minus 500. They chose the question.
Leah, you.
Well.
At least attempt, and then.
Okay, we can try. Name Star Guardian.
Nemesis. But what does the latest batch mean?
Yeah, but it's the latest batch of skins that is
Name
sold, I think.
Just name,
Okay.
I guess, all the
I will-
most recent Star Guardian.
That's like, you know,
I will say.
against the Star
Okay,
Guardians
we
in
will say
Division
Star
2.
Guardian Saya. Yeah, that's it. I can't say more.
That's it.
So that's the guess?
No, wait.
Okay. I just wanted to see if like I could add a few things.
I don't know. I don't.
We say Star Guardian Saya. Is it all skins?
No, it's
I think
Star
the
Guardian or
question said
Nemesis
10.
skins.
Yeah.
It's
From
only
the
those two
latest.
skin lines.
And 10 of them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
10.
but 10 of them.
tough.
But I don't
That's
know
actually
anything
so
about
tough.
skins.
Okay, Nemesis, I don't even know.
I don't know, like they've
Where's
come
my
out a lot.
goddamn
Okay, there's Star Guardian Lulu as
It was
well.
the
Yeah.
latest one.
Star Guardian Lulu,
but the
Saya,
latest, I think.
Rakan, I think so. What? Leah is
I'm
just like,
saying
yeah.
this as though I know. I'm just like,
Just
I'm
naming
thinking
Star
any
Guardian
Star Guardian.
skins.
Yes, I am.
Hey, there's
think
also
the time
Star
has to
Guardian
run out.
Luke,
Okay,
Star
just-
Guardian
Okay,
Urgot,
I'm
I'll
sorry.
say-
Star Guardian Urgot, Star Guardian Luke,
Yeah.
Star Guardian
Can you shut up? Your
88
time's gone.
Gragas.
You get the minus 500. I'll say as
All
well
right,
though.
we'll
I think
get-
it's
we'll
probably
get
like
an
redeem
answer
Saya
reveal.
Rakan. It was they made redeem skins for them last time, I think.
Okay, let's see. No,
Gosh.
You didn't name 10.
no, but we tried. But you said
Star Nemesis Fiddlesticks.
Yeah,
I
they
didn't
have
know that
redeem
was
skins
good.
as well.
okay.
Oh,
it's
it's
also
an.
Gwent.
Oh, wait. So
It's
there's
just
also
an old
Star
Star Guardians.
Okay, it's gonna be the last question now.
Yeah.
So,
Minus
All right,
700.
guys.
Okay, final
Go
question.
big or go home.
No, we choose a 100
Definitely-
question so we
No,
can win.
it's-
I'm gonna
Come
be a
on,
sad
give
little
the
winner here.
viewers what they want.
They're minus 700. We take like an 100 question and
Oh,
we're
yeah,
guaranteed to
yeah.
be winning this.
All right.
Yeah,
Oh, but can we see the board again
You
so I
do-
know what 100
griefed us
questions are
again.
left?
I just know
We take abilities.
But at least I have.
I
Abilities.
thought we were on a roll here.
League
Like
of
either
Legends
Champions or
abilities for
Law.
100.
We got it. But no, my teammate has to grief my ass.
Even production don't want us to win.
Yeah.
This is crazy delay.
I don't think they heard us.
What
League of
League of
Legends
Legends
abilities
abilities
100.
Lore for 500.
Yeah, for abilities 100.
Lore.
Jordan Snaptrap, Bomber.
Yep.
That's
Graves. Jordan Snaptrap.
No.
No. I have Bomba.
Yeah, that's Caitlyn. Caitlyn.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You said great.
Nah,
I thought
You make a bed
that
now
doesn't
lying
stick,
it.
right? He didn't discuss it with me.
You won either
It
way.
does count.
Yeah, you
because
won.
you're supposed
Way.
to
I
be-
have an idiot on my
You're
team.
supposed to be
The answer
coordinated
was
as a
wrong.
team.
You won either way.
and we won, but we won
It was
either way.
probably the worst answer
There's
of
no
the
way,
year,
bro.
but it's fine.
We could have been a
I
minus
feel like you
200.
should get minus 1,000 for that. There's no way.
That's so
Oh,
rigged,
that
man.
was
That's so rigged.
that was
Why why did I
honestly,
think
I'm
his
sorry,
smoke?
Melody.
I thought his. For a second, I
That's
thought the
borderline
smoke.
criminal. Even
No, I thought
know
the
that.
smoke.
You know
but
it's
I
not,
know,
Pandas.
but I thought the smoke grenade was.
Let's talk NLC
Okay,
now. I
guys.
don't want to think about
We
that.
also have another game of League of Legends, who's coming up right now. And Declan?
Yeah, I mean, DMG versus Verdant, I think this is going to be a hidden banger. I'm not going to lie. If I am to drop a few fun facts to start us off with, well, look at the support of Verdant Gugu, who has played just last split in the academy pipeline of DMG in Denmark, of course, the best of their academy team. So he's playing against his former organization, and the manager of DMG has actually been a huge fan of Michiku and gotten pictures taken with him when he played at Schalke. So that's a little fun fact for you guys. Same for Simply, but I'll use that for another time. But no, my clear favorite here is Verdant. They are one of the favorites to win the league. Although they did start 0-1 against the mighty Arctic Pandas, I want to say, I think their roster is strong, their foundations and the structure of the organization is strong, and well, they've got this roster tied down for an entire year, so they've got time to grow and gel well together.
Yeah, for everyone watching the NLC last season, we had the pleasure of having the finals in Stockholm. I had the pleasure to meet people from Verdant, and I could say that they really have a strong foundation for developing their talents. I must say, it was they're super good at that.
It's one of the longest standing organizations we have currently in the NLC, who've obviously been very serious about their project for the entirety of the organization's lifetime. Very rarely had they had off splits. They've been to EU Masters twice, representing us, finals in summer last year as well. And this team, well, they are here to win, because Verdant, despite being here for a long time, have never won an NLC trophy. They've won the Aurora Cup, but that doesn't really count. That's the Mickey Mouse NLC trophy. For the real NLC trophy, well, they are still yet to get it. And this team, this roster, they are the ones supposed to get it.
Yeah, okay. So, but last season they had assembled a team between a few veterans. They had Sencox, for example, with some new players and stuff. How would you rate last season's roster?
I think last
compared to this
roster,
season,
I'll say was a bit stronger, but that's because I think the league as a whole was just that bit stronger, with obviously Lost Retones being the bar for how high you can reach in terms of ERL level. That meant we had a lot of good talents coming in here, like Sencox, who was the mid lane of that Verdant roster. I think Devin in the AD carry position slept on as well. It was a very strong team, but I think this is strong as well. I'm going to point to people like Mishigu and Babista, some of my talents I'm really looking at. They've played together before in M&M too, so they're really good.
Yeah, and looking at DMG, we saw the bot lane absolutely smurf last time versus 4 Swines and a Bum.
Yeah.
And I mean, they looked completely solid. Of course, you could argue maybe, looking at today's results at least, it wasn't maybe one of the strongest teams in the league. 4 Swines and a Bum. Maybe they are still finding their mojo.
Yeah, definitely.
but they were smurfing so hard and carried the game completely last time.
Yeah, I mean, I think at least it's going to be very exciting to see how they will play against this bot lane now, since they played that well last week. And I think Petsky, he just smurfed it. He played super well in the lane. He played to his limits. He played very, very well. So seeing him playing against another bot lane that might have a bit more experience together will be very...
I'll say in the long run, I think the bot lane of Verdant is stronger with the 2 players on paper. Gugu having a lot of potential just coming up, and Mishi being that foundational rock to help him grow. But for now, with the bot lane of DMG having played together for a year, well, I actually favor them in that 2v2. And for me, that's the key if DMG want to win this game.
Yeah, and as we talked about before, bot lane has had a crazy impact today, carrying a lot of teams over the finish line, But in this game in particular, what matchups do you think is very interesting to look at?
If we look away from the bot lane, which we have just spoken about, well, I would probably look towards the mid lane, to be honest. Phantomisto is someone I'm excited to see more of. I think he looked a bit quiet in the first game, all things considered. Yet again, Hobel, though, he's a good competitor to be against. But from what I heard, this guy has taken a huge step up in the offseason, and they've actually had to fight off other teams, even some from the NFL, to keep him. So I'm very excited to see if Phantomisto has taken that extra level to become a top mid laner here in the league.
Very interesting, very interesting. And, when it comes to interesting picks and draft-wise, do you have anything in particular you want to see from the teams here?
In particular, I don't have a strong preference. I think Phantomisto is best on the mages, right? Get him on the Orianna, get him on the way. That's what I really think he's best at. For the bot lane, I mean, get Phage again something comfortable. We saw the Misfortune work wonders last time, something we haven't seen much in the meta, to be honest. But there are a lot of good ADs in my opinion, so I don't think it's something that's really possible for them to ban out. And yeah, I mean, prioritize your bot lane. Top laners will likely be put on the stock standard tanks and brawl it out. I don't expect much up there, to be honest. So yeah, it's going to be a pretty standard draft. These 2 teams are both pretty good, I want to say, and I think Verdant, they have my upper hand though.
Okay, so predictions-wise, what would you say?
I'm leaning Verdant just because of the fact they have more experience in their lineup and they do have the bigger stars, and they really need that win to get the ball rolling considering they lost last week, so I'm going Verdant.
And keeping it stag themed, Verdant is also another team with a stag as their...
Another
Deer reference.
Yes, another Deer reference.
They're bigger nature as well, Verdant, actually. Like they care about the environment. They save money and help out. I think they're sponsored as well by the Wildlife Aid Foundation. So, you know, a lot of good initiatives outside of the Rift as well. It's a great org.
Yes, must say so. But yeah, I mean, looking into the game that's gonna come here, we've talked about the bot lane, we've talked about the mid lane matchup. The jungle matchup specifically. Do you have any points to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think both these junglers, Mafro and Ludus, are a bit quieter. I want to say I think Ludus is someone who I've heard has apparently adapted to be able to take more of this controlling jungle meta, right? Take the carry junglers and be less of just the leader in terms of the voice and the front line. So normally, obviously, we've seen him on the Sinsar, we've seen him on the Engage, but if there is an angle for him to take a more carry-oriented chance, he's shown that extra level in scrims throughout the offseason, I've heard. So I'm excited to see that side of him, but other than that, I mean, Lulas on his traditional tank frontline, traditional junglers, is also a really good jungler and a great leader. So I think he'll do well. And Mafro is someone who I'm excited to see more of before I really comment, because I haven't seen enough of him yet to really feel comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, I would pray and hope that we could see a Jace or an Umbessa or any kind of pick that's a bit carry or fun. It would be nice instead of those frontline melee bruisers, but I mean, let's see.
Yeah, it's gonna be exciting, but now we're gonna tune into the casters.
Imagine if I did my job, eh? I'd in trouble.
Oh, this is so good.
New year, new me. Just mute my mic all the time. Let's get in a draft. Move on and see what Aragon's got cooked up here for the side of Verdant going into this game.
No, but it's not.
It's crazy, right?
It's not. No, it's if it's cook. If it's Don Banida. If they're cooked, it's Aragon.
Yeah, 100%. So remember, guys, this draft is from Verdant is ass. It's Aragon's fault. If it's good, he has nothing to do with it.
Don Banida. That's it.
100%. 100%. No, I was saying it's weird because we're on to game 4, but we still got one more game to go after this. I'm so used to like last year where we had 4 games today, and like this is around the time in the broadcast where I start to get really hungry. So I was like, one more game to go. Nope, we got one more, so I got to stay attentive. Oh, my screen's gone black. Hope you can see drafts because I can't.
No, I cannot.
Nope. We're back.
Hi.
As the day goes on, the computers fail and everything goes wrong.
It's because you mentioned you're hungry, man. Now I'm hungry.
I'm so hungry. I don't think there's even food around. I'm like, I don't know what to do, man.
Okay, what food are you getting today?
I might have to go get takeaway because I need to see what's in the cupboards. I'm hoping I can cook something because I really, 1, don't want to go out, and 2, it's financially smart to not. So yeah, I'm hoping I can cook some food. But we'll see. Anyway, into draft, see what's being banned. There is a Jace, a Rumble, a Malphite ban, Olaf, not Rammus, and Bessa, and Orianna ban with the Talia getting picked up.
Okay, I can't hear you very well because I think our producer is also in our ears at the same time.
Don't worry, I'm just lifting, champ. That was the best way to do it. You're live!
Don't look at it! It's Katarina angle, trust! Man, like...
Bro.
Man,
no
Aragon, bro, like... No, this is just so over.
Oh, boy. Right.
Like...
What is next up on the menu?
I don't know.
I'm trying not to talk as much this time. Actually, you know what? Really? You talk. I've done my job. I did it last time. It's your turn.
Bro, you
I'm gonna have a nap.
20 minutes
I'm gonna close.
straight.
I'm gonna have a nap now. You just talk about draft. All you.
Ooh, the Pantheon coming through. Actually, a bit of a ballsy move considering both Xin Zhao and Wukong are in the pool, and they both do really great into Pantheon. Primarily the Wukong, because Wukong uses his W to conceal himself from obviously getting jumped on by Pantheon. So we'll see if Verdant right here wanna go with something like this. I mean, I think they need a little bit more of like movement in the jungle. Are you like
I was proper slapped. I said it was on you. I was proper slouched back there. Right, so Sion. We've been talking a lot about the Sion and like how good the scaling works for him down the road. You have a big meat shield in front of your Ryze and your Corki because you know your Ryze obviously biggest issue right now is relatively short range. Ryze can get into Pantheon kill range very easy. It can be very, very hard for him. Now you got that Sion to make sure that life is a little bit harder. On the other side, got the Sivir pick up here as we're moving into ban phase 2. Aatrox getting taken off the board from Vern.
Right, we're gonna be hitting that top lane as well. This is the Sion. Rumble being already gone is a very good sign right here. However, seeing as from DMG you've got Taliyah plus Pantheon, I would think that they're going to go for something to match Sion up the tops of the map. I think it makes the most sense, right? Maybe something like a Cassante, a Cho'Gath, something super tanky that can be the frontline for DMG, because DMG have primarily the duo that's going to bridge the early to mid game, right? They've got the Taliyah, they've got the Pantheon, double semi-globals. They can actually make plays happen on the map until that Sivir is good enough to take down the Sions, the Corkis, and the Ryzes, right? So I would expect a little bit of a front line to come through right here for the side of DMG. And of course, seeing what kind of support they want to pair up that Sivir with. We saw the Bard worked well in the early game for LLS, but not so well later on. As I'm seeing Alistar getting banned here from the side of DMG. And let's see what other champion usually... Oh, it's actually a Jarvan. Okay. I'd expect a Wukong ban here, but a Jarvan is also pretty good for that early aggression.
Like the Jarvan, it's not even just the early game, right? Like, it's the ability to find picks onto what isn't a mobile team. Like, Sivir Taliyah, Jarvan can put them in a cage. So, actually a nice little pick up there. The Xin Zhao getting picked up here for the jungle role. Then moving over to DMG, now looking for a support and a top laner right now.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the Wukong plus the Xin Zhao, pretty solid picks into the Pantheon. Adding another layer of a little bit of a front line for the side of Verdant, and they have kept their R5 for counter pick into whatever they choose to round up their bot lane right here from the side of DMG. They still have to pick their top lane. Again, I'm expecting a little bit more of a tanky, potentially, top lane. There you go, hovering the Cassante. I feel like that's a very well-rounded draft if they end up locking it in, which they have. And they've got more engaged tools through the rel, right? So I'm really digging this DMG comp, but I'm also digging the Verdant comp on the other side. They both seem very well balanced and very well rounded around team fighting.
Yeah, looking to finish it up. Yeah, I'm just racking my brain right now. We're at that point where the hunger is taking over and my ability to critically think is failing me.
Oh no.
Yeah, I know. I'm getting hungry. I'll grab a snack after this game. I think, you know, providing you peel for the Sivir on DMG, you've got like a lot of tools to make sure that Sivir is peeled for. You have a lot of grouping ability as well, which you talked about it last game. Like the Ricochet is very powerful. A whole team grouped up by the Magnet Storm and the Taliyah kind of control that it can make. That Ricochet will be able to shred through health bars. On the other side, again, you've got a lot of peel for your Ryze. Your Ryze and your Corki are kind of your two only damage dealers, but you have a lot of tools to be able to enable that, right? Like, Xin Zhao is a pseudo tank just due to his ultimate. It becomes really, really obnoxious to deal with him through the Crescent Guard. You've got obviously Sion, who is just a giga tank, and then the Nautilus providing peel and picks and all of the goodness you want from a Nautilus. So I do think both comps are actually very well rounded in their own right. I do think one of the major issues is the lack of range on the other side.
Yeah, I'm missing a bridge on Verdant. I feel like they have so much late game, so much scaling, so much damage, so much front line, perfect front to back. How do you get to your 3 items uninterrupted when there's constantly a Pantheon and a Taliyah dropping walls and dropping Skyfalls onto you? So I feel like it really depends on that mid jungle from blue side to actually make plays with the Taliyah Pantheon, use the semi-globals, create pressure on the map do then get ahead, you also alleviate a lot of pressure off of the Sivir, right? So once the Panther and Taliyah start falling off just a little bit compared to obviously the Ryze and the Xin Zhao, then you suddenly have a Sivir that's locked in online that has been uninterrupted for the whole time. So I'm looking to see what Verdant's gonna choose for it to be sort of like their mediator. I mean, you technically can use the Xin Zhao maybe with the Ryze, you know, throw a root out there with the Ryze and try to play for the Taliyah, but we'll see what they can actually cook.
Yeah, I'll see what they got cooked up and ready to go into this game. Obviously, another team who had an absolutely insane game last week. It was Verdant at the end of the day versus Arctic Panda. Really, really exciting game. They lost, right? They lost Arctic Panda. Arctic Panda are 2-0. Yeah, I do remember things correctly sometimes.
It was
so
the
you're obviously
Swain,
trying
yeah?
to.
Can't
It
forget
was
the
the
Swain.
Swain. Simply on the Swain. But you know, obviously Verdant looked good in that game, even in the fact they lost. It was an absolute bloodbath of a game. So I think we got another game a bit like last game where I feel like the team's power scaling and rough levels are somewhat close to each other. Last game ended up being a bit more one-sided than I expected going into, and we're still trying to see where the chips fall on like the teams right now. Arctic Panda, for me, are one of those teams who are pulling ahead in capability. They seem to be very solid. I think Simply
very struck.
Maybe people can find a read on his matchup. I'd like to see how Simply fares versus some of the really, really good mid laners. And I know it's a bit of meme because FF15 are kind of not doing great, but I would like to see him versus Pobelter. I'd like to see how they actually match up. The outcome of the game, I think, is pretty easy to determine, unfortunately. But I think the mid lane and the outcome of the mid lane will be really, really fun to watch. Simply versus Pobelter. So, I mean, I'm talking about a team from last game, but, you know, I think both of these teams are very close is what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to figure out who's better.
Very interested in the bot lane. Fateski, Kalmsky have played together for the longest time. And whenever these guys pop off and get ahead, we saw them versus FF15 versus Jack Spectra and Vega V2, right? They absolutely took over that bot lane. Now, my question mark still remains because I saw that bot lane again today, Jack Spectra and Vega V2, and it didn't seem like maybe it was Fateski and Kalmsky, but maybe them being the issue.
Yeah.
So right here, Fateski and Kalmsky do have a pretty hard task in their hands. Mishi and Gugu, Mishi being in this league for a very long time, considered one of the best AD carries that have gone through this league as well. So here's their first big task.
Alrighty, well, again, no invades. Minions have already spawned. They're already in the mid lane. Sub 1 minute. So everyone's going to be starting up. And do see a little bit of scrapping between our bot lanes here. Kalmsky takes a pretty rough trade, but Fateski has actually got the better of the health from the fights that have been breaking out. And what it does mean is we are going to see a little bit of both junglers clearing downwards towards the potential action over here. So have to keep our eyes on if we're going to see some early ganks from both the Pantheon and the Xin Zhao. Both very capable of that early ganking, and they've got the setup and their supports.
Yeah, playing from both sides. One of them was going to have to take the 180 and turn towards the top side of the map for both of them. Early game, Taliyah does usually get to be the harder shover over in the mid lane, particularly versus champions that need a lot of mana in their kit, that need a lot of scaling in their kit. Ryze is one of those champions that goes double scaling, gets the catalyst into the Roa, gets the tier stacking as well, so that's a double stacking champion. So definitely a little bit of a weaker side when it comes to the early game priority in lane, which Taliyah will have, which will then also unlock Lulash. And that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the Sivir plus Rel pushing down bot lane. I'm looking at Phantom Missile on this Taliyah taking a lot of control over that mid lane as well. So I'm seeing Lulash being the strongest jungler walking into the river after that bot side quadrant is cleared.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, going to be a bit of a moment before we see any jungle action. I think what you will see is a bit of that Sivir push, Corky answer. And it's weird trouble because we're 2 minutes into a game and no one's died, which is very bizarre for the games we've been having. Although Goldman getting Bobista jumping onto him, gets the slow. He may have to look at a flash angle.
What?
Caster cursing, apparently.
Okay, I feel like Goldman underestimated the damage coming through from the Sion, and I feel like a flash at that point would be so unjustified because Bobista would just flash over and just auto him anyway. So Goldman now knows the limits of that Sion champion, even though this one has changed because it started Thorn Shield, but That's Bobista, not Bowsy. So different builds, different players.
Absolutely. Seeing Verdant get himself moved over. With the fact that they've got the pressure in the bot side, they're going to be able to secure the crab, which slows Lulish's clear down. Means that Mafro, sorry, going to be able to get this crab leashed up for him and then be able to reset off a little bit earlier. So it's just a bit faster onto the map. Goldman and Bobista just going toe-to-toe. Once again, top side, but Bob hasn't got a reset in, so he's just going to go get himself some health back, spend some of that cash from that first blood. Back into lane he goes.
That's something I didn't expect. I was expecting Lulash to actually walk down that river on the bottom of the map and actually have control, but the waves have bounced. Fury was first one on the map over Phantomisto, so Lulash had to kind of do the walk of shame and walk all the way from bot side to the top side of the map, which delays a little bit your re-clear in the jungle. As you will see again, the two junglers will start from the top side of their map. They literally engage their camps at the same time, all the way down that bot side of the map as well. But by the time that the first dragon would have spawned, they might look for an opportunity to just get a skirmish, get a summoner, potentially a kill to try and get into that first objective as well.
I think with the fact that Bob's handled the lane quite well versus Goldman, this is great for the side of Verdant. You know, you got a top side that's doing fairly well and able to kind of hold its own versus that Cassante, and you're just putting your attention down towards your ganks into the bot side. Meanwhile, bot lane Gugu's in danger. They're going to try and get a kill, traded out. Both supports die. Mishi has a little bit more HP. Did just get some mana back as well. There's a couple of auto attacks into Fatesky. So 1 for 1. Both ADCs cash in on a kill. Can't really complain.
Ooh. But look at this right here. Corki stays, is able to push yet another wave right there, knowing that his jungle is towards the bot side of the map. And the bot lane of DMG have to both expend their flashes, which means that now they're susceptible to potential ganks coming through. Mafro almost on that level 6. Level 6 for Fury onto this rise as well. So there could potentially be a repeat gank coming through. And that was a beautiful threaded through Q coming from Gugu, but the return damage was a little bit too much and both supports end up going down.
Yeah, real rough one. I'm going to see Fury just clear this wave out. It is a bit of a lull in action, although Lulish is in the area. Mafro was seen on the ward, so he's in danger. They're going to immediately find the stuns and find the lockdown. He's going to be able to jump away a bit to safety. Hasn't got level 6. They're bringing in the rise, though. They've been able to trade out the kill. Lulish bought some time, but the Rune Prison is going to be enough. As Phantomisto now joining in. They get the seismic shoved down onto the support. That Calm Sky going low, though. These overloads, the power is going to just ramp up as Fury secures himself. Sorry, Mishi secures himself the double kill. There's going to be one for Fury. Phantomisto trying to finish up the kill. He Valkyrie away, the flash from Fury. He tries to get on the Phantomisto, flashing to safety. Absolute carnage in the bot lane.
Fury was blocking the Talia Q to try and save Mishi's life as if his life depended on it, which it did. It doesn't end up being the case, but so much ends up going down right there. Mafro is gonna walk back into this river. Even trade right there, grabs the Skull Crab, which results in a level 6 over Lulash's Pantheon. Which now again needs to do the walk of shame, because all of his camps are on the tops of the map. And that's a level 6 Xin over on the bot side. Great stuff right there from both teams. Very, very ready to fight. And we wonder when we're going to see action. As the first dragon spawns, we say, hey, maybe they're going to look for a skirmish. That was a full-blown 4v4.
But, I mean, you need to look at where the gold went. You know, you got a kill onto your Rise. You got a couple of kills onto your Corki. Fatesky, unfortunately, got 1. There was 2 kills onto Phantomisto. So the Talia's got a bit of gold injected into them. But I feel like your 2 kind of big carries, especially that Corki, who is looking for that first major item spike, accelerating him a little bit off that, that's great for them. They're going to be sitting very happy with that fight. Oh, look. Good spell shield. Looking onto Mishi. Mishi, great Valkyrie. But they bring down the Grand Starfall. Mishi, no flash available. Fatesky going to be able to finish this kill up. Does he? A fair chunk of damage, but the Grand Starfall secures that 2v2 into a 2v3. And now you got a Nautilus. Gugu going on the long run, but Where can you go, man?
Wild Nautilus in the... He's just
Tries to X-flash the wall. That's so funny. He actually get the hook off. He's actually buying some space. Fury is here, but there's no way you can save your support, man.
Phantom missed a couple of CS underneath his tower. And as Gugu is on his great escape route, Fury managed to push a wave underneath Phantom Misto's tower. Phantom Misto misses a couple of these creeps. And Mafro also engages on the top of the map over on the Scuttle Crabs, which is going to be a handshake for the Dragon bot side for DMG. But I just love the
Fury.
Phantom right here. Fury's in trouble. No flash.
No flash does have his support, though, so just pops away. Tried to proc the phase rush and get out, but didn't need to. And back to top lane, where it's a Cassante versus a Sion.
It's still a 600 gold lead. I feel like Bobista slowly but surely has building a little bit of a lead. I guess Goldman is now afraid of him, knowing what the Sion can do, at least in the early game.
I thought he had red buff. No, that's the Barmy Cinder icon on him. Got very confused there for a brief second. Yeah. Oh, looks like the shove back. Don't think he's got all in here. Although, wait, okay. He does all in here. Bobista's in some real danger, just trying to dodge away on these Qs. One last Q's going to send him back, but no, Bob's able to find the dodge off there. Goldman gets a huge heap of damage out of Bobista there. Did commit the ultimate. Bob's still got teleport, though, so he's going to be sitting quite comfortable right now. No jungle nearby. Gets a nice little Q smash off onto Goldman on the tail end of the trade. And ultimately, Goldman traded to basically equalize the HP bars.
Pretty good turnaround right there from Goldman on the Cassante. Gets a bit of pressure. Doesn't need his ultimate necessarily. So if you can get some pressure more onto Bobista, keep him in lane. There's not necessarily neutral objectives that Goldman will be joining anytime soon with this Cassante. So putting some pressure onto the enemy top laner over on the top side of the map. Pantheon is around. Lulash with his ultimate a little bit onto the cooldown still. And it's going to be just a reset from Goldman. Pressure into reset. Pretty good, and I feel like all eyes on Lulash for his next ultimate available. Phantomista also has the wall, so we'll see where they're gonna choose to attack. My eyes are on this Juicy Corki. No flash down the bot lane onto Corki. Mishi with 3 kills as well. He is a big threat, having completed his first item, looking for his call to also cash out. So I'm expecting to see Lulash bot side, and he's actually beelining straight through that lane.
Yeah, you are right, actually. I totally kind of overlooked the amount of long range and global engaged threats for DMG have, with the fact they can send Phantomisto, with the fact they can send Lulash, and they're setting up here. No vision for Verdant. Mishi on a ward, unaware. Gugu actually a hot distance away. He's leaving lane. Oh no, he's just clearing out some wards. Look at the hover from Phantomisto as well. I think Phantomisto disappearing out of lane has given Mishi the understanding that he's in danger. He has flash. He's just farming rockets. He knows it's too risky. And now Phanto, who's left out of lane, needs to be very careful versus Fury, because the warp back to lane was covered. And it's this yo-yo effect. They've pulled him over. He has had to go the long way back to wave and to lane. And Verdant now had the ability to extend out and see if they can find a pick or a kill.
Not going to necessarily result to anything. Lulash has been hovering around, as mentioned before. See if Counter can find anything. Gugu's going to hook himself in, but only to the wall, so nothing necessarily. And it's been tension rising for the last, 30 seconds?
Mishi, he's got flash. He's going to be able to put some space behind them. Lulash is ult committed there. And that's because they went for that rotate towards the potential top side. Gugu has been actually a little bit absent in the lane, if I'm completely frank. Been playing very, very far away from Mishi. I mean, now that the flash is down, he might have to play a little bit more calm. Mishi may shoot a rocket in here. He's got the Essence Reaper, so he's going to get a lot of damage off. Getting the crits in. Benji is going low. The last rocket makes the connection. The barrier is not going to be enough. Kalmsky stole it away with his Q. The forgotten interaction about Rel. Stealing that summoner spell. Guaranteed his demise.
Doesn't even get his red buff right there. Big loss on the map right here from DMG. Lulash gets invaded. Bot lane ends up going down.
Oh no.
Cassandra might die.
Fury secures the kill. Beautiful realm warp there. And over the map, that was great play for Vern.
Absolutely. Getting the kill over the bot lane. They know they have advantage in terms of numbers over the top. They invade, and they take those numbers with the Rise ult straight onto top lane, where Bobista has straight up been bullying Goldman onto this Cassante. Gets another tower plating for himself. Gets to push yet another wave between tier 1 and tier 2. Great stuff overall in terms of rotations by Bobista. All this LPL co-streaming from Aragon is paying off.
You see jumping forwards here, they're going to get the seismic shot back onto 2, but it's too little too late. Lulish puts up some wall to keep himself alive, but Mafro's going to send them packing. Mishi being jumped onto by Calm Sky, but they find the hook, they find the takedown. Another kill onto the Rise. 3-0-3. Got his Lucidity boot upgrade actually this time, so it hasn't gone for the Mert Treads. Instead wants as much CDR and the movement for those Lucidity upgrades give. Mafro though, might be a bit of danger here. Nope. Fitsky jumping forwards. Oh, actually, it's his Nautilus who's in danger. Mafro jumps over the wall, and Fury can start overloading, start throwing in the damage. Bob's looking for Fitsky. Bob's able to get the kill, finds the knock up onto 2. Teleport's coming in for the backup though. Phantomistos trying to get that seismic shove back as Lulish gets the heal from the Conqueror, but that is Fury in some serious danger. He flashes out Bob, putting up some level of a tanky frontline for his team. Calm Sky makes his way over, the flash out from Bob. And Mishi just catches the wave in the mid side. Still, Dragon doesn't go over, but I'd say ultimately that's a good play for the side of Verdant. They walk away with more kills.
Absolutely. They get the 2-for-1. They get to push out the lanes as well. And then the rotation instantly coming through. Fury catching the top lane wave as mid lane gets pushed by the Corki as well. They didn't necessarily lose much. And they've kept their Sion down the bottom of the map. If they need to start that Dragon, they've got the front line for their main carry, which is that Corki. So ever closer to his second item as well, at about an 800 gold lead. And we have a slight pause.
Oh. Oh, that's
hopefully resolved
there for a
soon.
second. Yeah, hopefully won't be too long. Just a little issue in game, but yeah, I mean, we were wanting a more explosive game, and I feel like we're getting a game that, you know, again, relatively close. I do think Verdant have a slight advantage right now, and interesting to see as well because we saw 2 Corkis in a row. One Triforce, one Essence Reaver, because Essence Reaver's had the Spellblade added back to it, so it's Essence Reaver of a couple years ago prior to the changes. So interesting to see, you know, the early and the more crit build coming in from the Corki.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2 completely different builds right here coming through, but I feel like I kind of like the crit build. I've always been a fan of the crit build. So we'll see. I feel like those rockets hit like an absolute truck later on, and especially when you're looking to outrange your opponents as well. Yeah. I feel like the crit build might just come in clutch.
Yeah, it's a really nice build. Looking to build maybe a Storm Razor as his next item as well. A little bit extra. I mean, Corki typically buys Rapid Fire Cannon, so that's double Energizer items. So lovely little bit of synergy comes in there from Mishi. Could also go IE second if he wants, because that'll put him on 50% crit. You know, 50% of the time your crits do more damage. And remember, the good thing about building crit, just before we wrap up this topic, crit got buffed going into this year. It used to do 170% bonus damage. Now it's 200%. Meanwhile, Goldman and Bob going toe-to-toe here. Looking for the knockback. Bob's just positioned himself in a really dangerous position here. Big shield comes out. It's just going to clear the wave. That's what Sion does. Channeling the bounce. You lose the trade. Take the wave. They don't get anything off it. It's going to get the cannon. There it is. Lovely.
I mean, he dies, but kind of for worthy death, I want to say. Fury gets to push top lane uninterrupted. Mishi was resetting. So
I was worried they were going to trade off Dragon there,
really
but it looks like they're not interested.
Anything. They haven't even lost the Dragon. They're actually doing the refill right here to be able to open up mid lane later on. And I feel like the most important part right here is we said, hey, this Talia Pantheon needs to work in the early game. They need to get ahead for them to actually not get outscaled later on by the Xin Zhao plus Rise, which do outscale. I also asked to make sure that Xin Zhao does outscale the Pantheon overall as a champion as well. So for Verdant, they're more than happy. The more even this game stays, the more happy Verdant is to go into the late game. And currently they've just accumulated themselves a 2,000 gold lead as well. So just letting the kill go to pressure another wave to get more items quickly is not that bad.
No, absolutely. They're doing a great job on that front. Still a little bit of a cool off after a spout of action. Seeing objectives being traded either side. DMG are now 2 dragons off that Dragon Soul point, but then we'll be able to crack open the map here, and that will give them a nice point to kind of pivot into future objectives. As this tower crashes in, goes down. Are they going to go for a second charge? I don't think it's worth getting the mid lane, so they're going to take this all the way down towards the bot side here.
Let's see how well he
How
drive
good
it.
you driving? How good you driving?
Yeah, I think that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Spot on.
Fantastic. Oh, so it's shoved, but it's just a wee bit of poke.
All in all, another 2,500. Not another 2,500 added in the bag for Verdant's gold lead right there. And if you look at where the actual gold leads are, the Rise, the Corki, the Scion, the very important champions that you want to have it on 3, 0, and 5 for the Rise, as well as we have hopefully another very small pause coming through for you guys. But yeah, it's Aragon's fault, 100%. But Verdant are looking to possibly pick up their first win.
Yeah, no, I felt like Verdant looked good last week versus AP. I think AP do just look like is it bold? It's not bold. We're on week 2. I think AP could be a top 3 team. That's probably not even that bold of a call.
No, it's
really,
not.
Is it? They're looking great.
I think they're a top 2 team, actually.
Yeah. Are they a top 1 team, or is that too bold?
To be fair, we don't have Los Ratones anymore, so we can say anyone is a top 1 team.
Yeah, true.
We're literally 2 games in. We're literally 2 games in. 2 best of 1s in for each team.
Yeah. I think AP looked very good. I do also think Verdant looked good, though. That's why, just circling back to this game, AP obviously looked very good versus Verdant last week, but I think we're seeing that side of Verdant, which didn't get to quite shine last week versus AP. I think Arctic Panda definitely shut them down quite hard. And even so, that was still a pretty contested game. So it's nice to see Verdant kind of go toe-to-toe here, but you know, there's still a lot more of the game to go. This game is by no means decided. You got Talia on one side looking quite good. On the other side, your Corki, Mishi starting to put up some pretty serious numbers. Obviously spiking a little bit earlier when you go down that Essence Reaver build and kind of like just raw burst damage. It's gonna be quite scary to deal with. So yeah, I mean, hopefully this pause isn't too long. Let's see if I get an update on what the hell's going on.
All right, we have a technical pause.
Comms issue. Oh no, that was the last one. Technical issue.
Yeah,
that's
it's
just
technical.
A big umbrella term.
Issue.
It could be anything, couldn't it?
I don't know, man. Could be someone's desk just not sitting on the right height. I guess that would be a technical issue as well.
Exactly. It could. There's many things it could be. So you know, we'll find out. Anyway, what? Do you want to talk about something else?
Sure. Hit me.
Seems we've got some time to fill. You know,
Yeah, okay.
on the desk got to have some fun. So maybe it's our turn. What was the best movie for last year for you?
Last year. Did I watch a movie last year?
You got to watch at least a movie last year.
Dude.
Oh, I'll get it.
Ooh. I watched the Demon Slayer movie. Does that count? Does the anime count? It's a movie.
I mean, it's a movie, isn't it? Yeah.
I don't know if I watched many movies, honestly. I watched a lot of series.
I'm having a look. Yeah, I did. I watched a lot of series more than movies.
I'm more of a series person than a movies person, honestly. Also, I can't help the fact that Don Jake is recruiting the entire Twitch chat for next week. He's just hilarious. He's just tagging everyone he can find.
I actually trying to think about what movie I saw last year, but I was like, this movie slapped. I don't know.
Now you've startled me, by the way. I'm trying to think of movies because I've probably watched something. Man. That's on you, by the way. Button game.
Yeah, I know. We're back in get. I'm honestly trying to just rack my brain. But yeah, here we are, back into game. Gold. 3,000 up for the side of Verdant. Still can't figure out what movie I liked. I'll tell you what movie I didn't like. The new Captain America. That was a bit bad.
Oh, I didn't watch that. Thanks for telling me. I won't watch it. As Verdant looking for a 4 vs 2 dive. Pantheon around, Sivir around as well. I think this could backfire very, very quickly. And as The wave disappears. They've realized that they've left the Cassante all the way up the tops of the map. There is no dragon anytime soon. The next dragon comes up in 3 minutes, so that was an attempt for Verdant to play a little bit more aggressive. However, this allows Cassandra to sort of get back in game completely uninterrupted on the top side.
Well, it's not back onto Bob. We'll grab a plate though. I don't think you're going to find the kill angle here onto him. No, it's just going to back off. Oh, you know what? Actually, it's kind of basic.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
It's kind of basic, but K-pop Demon Hunters, absolutely.
Ooh,
yeah.
yes. Plus one.
That was a good movie. That might have been the best 2025 movie I saw. And I feel like that might anger some people, but I can't think of many movies I was like, yeah, this is great. Like,
Okay, we're not talking about like new movies, right?
Well, I was talking about movies released in 2025.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I usually tend to watch stuff that has been released in like other years because I usually forget to watch the movies when they come out. So.
Not a cinema goer.
No. Well, I watched Jujutsu Kaisen and Demon Slayer at cinema, so I guess that counts. They're movies.
Anime movies at cinema, slap man. Goldman is in a little bit of danger. Is able to flash away to safety there. Has got the backup of Lulish. They follow up and become lightning into the knockup. Mickey's gonna get some damage off, but Lulish gets some damage back in return. Ouchies indeed, but the overloads are coming in from Fury, and there is going to be the 5 versus 2. Tower falls. There is not enough sustain for them. Both Mishi and Fury were the ones to cash in on the killers as well. Verdant are making sure they funnel the right money into the right places.
I mean, they've tried to do the same play twice. They overloaded the bottom of the map for tier 2. However, in return, DMG got top lane tier 1 and mid lane tier 1. So they've traded 2 kills for 2 towers, and those 2 towers are pretty important, especially the mid lane, because you get to open up the map much quicker if you are DMG, and you also have Pantheon plus Talia still. So you get to jump into the walk up that mid lane to try and push the wave as a Fury. That's a very aggressive TP that he took there from the Hex Gates. Trying to take control for the next dragon, coming up in 35 seconds, and Verdant are already setting up.
He's big, he's got the Seekers, he's got fully stacked Roar and Seraphs. No Actualizer.
Full item rise. Wowie.
Nah, honestly, now that Actualizer's a thing, that's full item rises. Oh, Mishi! You gave the shutdown, though, over to Calm Sky. Probably best case scenario.
It doesn't
Hugo
matter,
goes
that's a
down as well.
Baron.
That's dragon number 3. Mishi? Paid actor, man. Paid actor. What was he doing there? Alone?
I don't know. I'm gonna put my production on the spot and ask if we can get a replay of Missy's positioning right there, because I have no idea what Corky was doing over on the left side of my screen when the whole team was on the right side of my screen. But big mistake right there from Verdant, and this is gonna result in soul point. Hextech Soul is one of the most OP souls, if not the most OP soul actually for me in the game. So being able to chase people down, Ricochet with Hextech Soul? Are you kidding me? I think DMG just bought themselves a second life here.
Oh, there you go, the replay of Mishi. So he was just trying to kill Fateski or like poke him, but that was
kill is an overstatement. I don't think he even hit him with a rocket.
Well, he has to make it up here, but he's not even here for the fight, so it's going to be a pretty daring one. Phantomista makes his way over. Fury already able to get himself unstoppable. Bobista comes in. Fury gets caught, though, by all of the CC. Lulish is able to take him down. Mishi's not even in the fight yet. Verdant are just getting too greedy. They're overstaying their welcome. And now that Mishi's here, they think they can take the fight, but Lulish is able to flash over once again. He's going to use the Valkyrie to put some space, but Phantomista just flashes over the pocket, and that is another dead Corky. Verdant are going to fall.
That's a disaster. That's exactly how the game started. Versus AP last week, they were winning, and then they weren't. They fell back-to-back fights. Mishi gets caught, the fight is lost, and this time around they fought 4 versus 5 without their main carry. DMG are turning the game around at a point in the game where they should be falling off.
And we're at a point now where like the golden was 3,000 not that long ago, but Verdant have made multiple fights or multiple mistakes where You have a Fed Rise, you have a Fed Corki. You put them together, it equals ace every time. We're having a quick pause again, unfortunately. Equals ace every time, right? But what they're doing instead of that is isolating, and they started that fight. That was Verdant. They didn't get picked. They started that fight while Mishi was in the mid lane catching a wave. So he was really delayed turning up to the fight. And by the time he got there, his Rise was dead. His Scion was dead. And suddenly the front line and the backup damage and the follow-up wasn't there. And it just crumbled at the seams. Big mistake from Verdant.
But now the question mark is, what do the comms sound like, right? Because that felt like huge miscommunication to me. They felt like they had enough damage. But in that particular last fight, you saw Goldman on the Cassante survived for so long. He soaked up so much damage that the rest of DMG was able to come in and clean up. But my biggest question mark right here is, what's happened to Mishi 2 fights in a row? First one gets caught, happens, whatever, whoopsie. You lose a dragon. That's the whole point, however. Second one, you choose to fight without him. He's not there. So, I'm gonna give Verdant another 3 minutes. And that's as long as I get until the last dragon in the chain for the soul takes for it to spawn. And DMG are definitely going to be looking for that soul. However, until then, they will have the Baron buff on them, which will give them a lot of pressure, a lot of creeps, a lot of balls through that lane pressure. And there's almost a death cap in Phantom Mistress inventory. When that gets completed, I think the fight around the dragon could look completely different from the side of DMG.
Seeing Fury just poke out Goldman here. Does need to be careful, because if that flip hits him, he is going to be in some serious danger. Meanwhile, Phantom Misto, similar situation, although Lulish is here to back it up. Mapro makes his way over to make sure Bob's not into too much trouble. And it's just going to cool off. You're going to see, but Mishi goes back, gets himself his armor pen. Lord Dom's finished up. Both ADCs, 3 items in at this point. And Fatesky now on the Sivir at a really big power point. Ricochet is going to be critting pretty much, well, 75% of the time they're going to be critting, and that's going to be really stinging into them in big grouped up fights. And like we said, they're very short range, so they are most likely going to be very grouped up, so you're going to get a lot of value out of the Sivir in this fight.
If they can actually make it work. The gold lead is pretty much even, right? And we did talk about how the Verdant composition does outscale the DMG composition fair and square in terms of team fights, in terms of the front to back, the damage output, the whole shebang when it comes to a proper 5 versus 5. However, if you can use Lulash and Phantom Miso to get a pick early before you actually have to commit into a full-blown team fight, this could look like a completely different game, and that is a death cap in Phantom Miso's inventory right here. They create a lot of pressure on the map. Pantheon's gonna ult in, but it's not as threatening when you jump into the level 15 Scion, right? However, they are using the Baron buff.
They're gonna try and force it. Again, though, look at where the damage dealers for Verdant are. They've kept Fury in the mid side. Mishi's only just turned up to this play, so this tower's going down, and even if a fight broke out, Verdant don't have all of their damage dealers on them, so they are just gonna have to back off. Baron time it out relatively soon as well, so it's going to give time for DMG to get those Baron Empowered recalls off, get back onto the map, spend some money. Lulish. Ah, what's that item called? I can't remember what item he's got. He's got one of the new ones in his inventory, but there you go.
What? Oh, hold up. He's got Sundered Sky and Black Cleaver, buddy.
Yeah, he's going to be quite scared. What? Hold on. Oh, was that like a potion or something? He had a yellow thing in his inventory, and I couldn't remember what it was.
Okay, let's focus here, because it's about to be a full-blown 5 versus 5 Goldman.
Yeah, jumping in, Mishi flashes away. Doesn't want to get caught out by the wall, but that's going to isolate the team. Fury's there, but he is also on the wrong side of the wall, and they are just getting absolutely melted through. The Roam Warp's coming out. Fury's going to try and piss out. He didn't step on the edge, so now he's on his lonesome. Down he goes. DMG secure yet another team fight. And it turns out, I think I figured Verdant out. Good in the early, pretty bad in the mid.
Would you call them pretty mid, then?
Yeah. Nah, they're not mid. They are a team with great potential, but it is not being realized because their mid game is questionable.
Hey, man, maybe it's the coaching stuff, right? I don't blame Don Banida. It's all Aragon for me.
Yeah, it's an Aragon.
Just to be completely clear, but that is one of the most OP souls on a Sivir who has Ricochet,
Especially
who can
on a
proc it.
short-range team. A short-range team getting caught by the Hex Tech slows and the AoE. And the AoE's minimal, but the slow's the
And
big
now,
thing there.
Watch this one more time, right? Gugu gets caught up before anything starts. And then Bobista plus Xin Zhao get caught by the V of the Talia old placed walls, which was perfectly placed. Which means that they were trying to run away but couldn't. Tried to create a more of a frontline composition right there with the Sion and the Xin Zhao being stuck on the other side of the wall. But it just wasn't working because Corki plus Rise was just not getting range to hit. And Goldman is just engaging in another fight. He's just ballsy like that.
They're going to go for it, see if they can find the damage, but Phantomisto losing way too much HP there. The Ignite on Mishi is tucking him down. They find the kill. They find the flip onto the Rise. Double kill going over to Fateski. A 4-man loss for Verdant and DMG. They don't have Baron, but with Soul, the Scion's a bit too slow on the punch. They should be able to crack the base off this one. Actually, Phantomisto might just reset and TP in. They might go for the end here. This could just be the end of the game. Got to keep that cannon alive, though, if they want to keep the tanking going. Tower slowly being whittled down. There it is.
They've got Goldman, and they also have the Xin Zhao. I'm pretty sure they're going to look for the end right here. 6 seconds for Gugu, but if they completely destroy the Sion right here, which they just did, I don't think there's anyone that can stop them from taking down the Nexus.
Yeah, death timers are a little short, though. Gugu's going to lose a lot of HP. He's going to get popped. Now the towers under fire. Tower number 1, 2 will fall. Tower number 2 will fall as well. Macro hasn't got enough in the tank. They look for the shuffle back on by Mishi, but Mishi's going incredibly low. Goldman's not able to finish him up. Mishi's able to secure himself 1 kill with shutdowns there as Lulish is just trying to get on to the Nexus. It's so low. Fury cannot save the day. Bang on 30 minutes. DMG take the game.
What incredible perseverance coming through from DMG, honestly. And again, Fateski and Kamsky playing such a great game through that ball lane. I mean, it looked like it was 50-50 the whole time, but I feel like Kamsky's engages onto this rail. Started some pretty good team fights for the team. Lulash plus Phantomisto on the Pantheon Talia. We said, hey, these guys have to perform. They get outscaled, and they did. Lulash pretty much ulting on cooldown, right? Finding those flashless targets. However, I have to say my favorite was Goldman dying to the Sion and then playing the perfect game after this.
I know, right?
This felt very Baus-like.
I wonder if that's in the replays or not. It looks like we're going to go swiftly past that. But this is the fight where I was like, okay, Verdant are looking very good right now. They're looking incredibly clean. This is the early game Verdant where the calls are clear, the gameplay is very smart and intelligent. And you think at this point, you're like, okay, they're starting to get a big enough lead. They're starting to get enough control that this game is going to be comfortably in their favor. Fury played a fantastic game, but here's the one where they go for the hook. Randomly, they just start losing members left, right, and center because they're a little bit too slow to the punch. I mean, look at Mishi on the minimap. He's nowhere near.
But that's my problem. I feel like Verdant is so miscoordinated in terms of calls. Like, I don't know what calls are being made right there, but Macro's in the pit. Gugu is flashing over the other side of the wall, the other side of the map. Then suddenly there's, like, Bobista showing up in the TP, Mishi back in base. And this particular play that we talked about here was the one that actually bit him in the ass in the end, because they stayed around for the same play for 5 minutes straight, whilst the rest of DMG were equalizing the gold, taking mid lane and top lane tier 1 towers. And then they were able to do this to Verdant, actually capitalize by having numbers advantage. So I feel like Verdant, they play a good game. They have hands, but when it comes to actually playing the game, their mid game needs a lot of ironing out.
Yeah, their mid game definitely needs a lot of ironing out. That was a little bit lackluster. I mean, it's hard to say what their late game looks like because unfortunately they fall too far behind. This is such a sad misstep from Fury as well. Just on the cusp of getting himself out. And yeah, we just got to a point where DMG became like this 5-man death ball, and Verdant were always too scattered, too discoordinated, like you said, to be able to find the close up. And there it is. Game number 4 of the day goes over to the side of DMG. They're now 2-0, if I remember correctly, on the score. And we've now got one more game to go. That's Sloppy Walrus. That's the Bombers.
Bombers versus Leo.
Oh. Leo were quite good, actually. They play versus AP. AP played well versus them. Anyway, I think what we'll do is we'll throw ourselves over to a cheeky little desk break, and then we'll be back with that game number 5. So we'll see you in a moment.
Hello guys, welcome back in the studio. After a victory for DMG.
A banger, a genuine banger.
Actually, that was a banger.
We've had a lot of chaos today. You know, we've had a lot of segments here in the show. We've had storms in the first few games. But this one, what a banger. I think I obviously predicted Verden because Verden are, on paper, a really good team. Solid coaching staff, solid foundation. But DMG, I don't know if it's the pre-existing synergy of having played the 4 people together from jungle to support for the last split as well. But my God, have they taken a step up. Yeah. And I mentioned Phantomisto had, been rumored to been really taking that step up in the offseason. Yeah, I have never seen that Phantomisto before in the NLC. Yeah, he was phenomenal all game. Yeah. And I mean, DMG.
Like, what did he end up on?
I think he ended up on like a 7-1-7 on the Talia or something. Not, regardless though, brilliant performance all around. Verden had a lot of good steps, but DMG were able to claw it back. That's the sign of a good team when you can also win from behind against one of the best in the league of Verden. And I mean, Verden, I never would have expected them to find themselves 0-2 after the first 2 games.
Yeah.
It's crazy, and it was such a close game, like that could go both ways. But the fights just come for Verdant.
Especially that one fight before Nash in the top side jungle was really the game deciding play, because after DMG gets Nash, it's so hard, and then they also get this winning fight at Seoul, and from that on it's so hard for Verdant to...
Yeah, the early Drakes getting really coming into fruition, right? Because
exactly.
Had they not had those 3 Drakes when they started to get back in control of the game, all of a sudden you're looking at that win condition being, miles and miles away, but so much happening around the bot side from the majority. But look at that top side, right? You see just a few blurbs, but that's actually where the game really was decided, as you mentioned, around those crucial fights around the Baron. They played the team fights better.
Yeah, they did.
I think for Verdant, there are still positives to take away. They don't look half bad. But for the standard they need to set for themselves, if they want to win that first title in the organization's history in terms of NLC main splits, well, it has to be better than this. But DMG, my God, take a bow. I did not expect this strong of a performance.
Yeah.
No, and again, you could see the bot lane, as we talked about earlier. They came in, they were as dominant, if not more dominant than yesterday. Of course, the game was a bit closer, but you could see it on the scoreline as well.
Yeah.
Like, they did so great.
Yeah, and also with the draft of them scaling with the Talia and the Sivir, you could just tell that, okay, after winning this big fight, after being a bit behind in the early, that they actually won the fight, and it's really good.
Then you reach a break point, right?
Yeah,
where it really tips and you're like, okay, you've gotten to this point with the Sivir, the bury buff as well to give yourself a comfortable lead.
Yes.
All of a sudden it becomes so hard to play. I wasn't sure that would get Verdant out, but it's a bit hard to play as well when you're not far ahead, because all of a sudden the rise into the Talia, you have quite low range, quite low mobility, especially when the Talia gets sped up. It becomes hard to hit those combos even if you're slow with the W, thanks to the only hunt from the Sivir. So
I must say though, the last fight got me scared a bit.
Got me scared, but that just shows how far ahead they were, right?
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Really playing aggro and doesn't actually get punished for it just because he's so far ahead.
Yeah.
Had that happened at an even game state, obviously it would have cost him.
And I think it's funny, we talked about it like before the game, like you saw him as a promising player, and he ended up 7-1-13, I saw on the Talia.
Yeah, I mean, just a brilliant game.
Yeah, hitting great combos and just...
But also, talking about greats, I think we have a great drawing actually to show you.
Yeah.
Toby has been working so hard during the game, so thankfully it was a banger, because if it was a 20-minute stomp, I mean, he would have a hard time getting it done. But as you can see, he is putting the last finishing touches, a little scribble in the bottom.
Wow.
Yeah, that's amazing. Come and put it here.
Can you come over with it?
We need to give Toby an applause.
The lighting is super bad over there. So come and,
and that is actually insane. Can you put it between us? It's almost like too big. There we go. It takes up basically the entire couch.
Amazing.
Maybe we can.
Yeah, maybe we can have him behind us menacingly staring. Doesn't.
Oh,
that looks pretty.
Maybe like wait. We have to see like the cute details on the bottom.
Yeah, and the feet as well. The feet.
So
Can
nice.
you give us like
Yeah,
post-game
yeah.
analysis on the drawing?
Yeah.
So how was the early game with the drawing? How did you come into the early game with the drawing here?
So
give us a rundown.
well, the early game was quite like butter, smooth like butter. It went quite. It was quite unproblematic. The face was not too difficult.
Yeah, and let's talk about the draft a bit. The color scheme. Why did you choose the color scheme here?
Oh, because I had a lot of blue. I had dark blue and a lighter blue in my little bag over there.
I hope I'm not sure, but I hope Don Jake's favorite color is blue because then he would really like this picture.
I hope we can hang this in the studio, like just behind us.
Yeah.
Watching over the broadcast.
Yeah. We need to make a collection of drawings you do.
Yeah.
on the broadcast, and we need to put them on. We can have like an art show when the season is done, maybe.
Yeah, it is really cool.
Yeah, which actually leads me to like today we did a tweet where people could like comment their pictures and stuff. That didn't really happen, so we had to get a bit creative ourselves. But now we actually have a little Instagram story. I don't want to. I'll plug it later as well. But if you have, okay, great. So if you have an idea as to what we need to do, we have a reaction here from Yamada. Maybe the rebrand is worth it. Yeah. La Boo on the broadcast. Never mind, the rebrand is worth it.
And to think all of this.
Thanks for the support, Yamada. I know you've a bit critical, but I appreciate it.
And to think all of this came from it was just a random guy who'd commented on the Twitter, right? About
I think it was a girl.
Yeah, it was a Twitter fault. I don't know if it's. I don't want to say the gender specifically, but it was
someone from
Twitter
follower.
Just commented. Yeah, just commented on it.
And this is what happens.
This is what happens. Yeah.
Just shows that if you have a good idea for whatever happens tomorrow, right? You can.
It can become reality.
Yeah,
and
it can become reality.
We have. Hopefully, I'm not teasing too much or spoiling or leaking anything, but we have a kind of a special guest, which plays for Four Swines at a Bum. He's also called like the God Game. I'm not gonna say too much, but if we should draw something that is, in connection to this God Gamer player who's coming tomorrow, please let us know. I mean, we want to draw something that's, a part of the community. Maybe Labubus aren't, but Don Jake definitely is. So if you have any ideas, please let us know. For what we should have Toby draw tomorrow. I thought today was going to be a challenge actually.
Behind here?
Yeah, we can just have him behind us.
Yeah, it's perfect. Yeah. I actually thought that it was going to be a challenge today. Like drawing Don Jake as a Labubu, but you managed.
I think it can become way more complex than that, because now it was just two things combined, right? So.
Yeah, but you also need to be able to do it in a broadcast time.
That's the thing. That's the thing. Limits. Yeah, I don't want to work overtime.
No, exactly. We need you to be a part of the Jeopardy and stuff.
So we can.
I'll just be here till the next broadcast.
Yeah,
still
painting for the entire week when it's Thursday to Thursday, and you're like, oh, you're still here.
Oh, then it's gonna be like a whole stream the entire time. It will be just the broadcast.
Yeah, exactly. And this picture here was, submitted through a Twitter user, and we also have a lot of other cool reaction actually on Twitter today. Maybe we can take a look. And while we wait, it's coming.
Okay.
Great. Okay.
Send us the studio address. We have a gift for you.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that's like a threat or if it's
it could be both.
If it's kind, but I assume obviously Ruddy always have good intention. So I think if this doesn't help Ruddy win their next game, I don't know what will.
I think nothing.
This can only be a good luck.
Yeah, exactly. Two things: have their support not be lying in bed while playing, and the support from the Don Jake Labubu. Maybe. Is that the secret ingredient? We'll see. But when it comes to the address, Ruddy, just slide into the DMs at NLC_lol on Instagram, and we can figure out how you can send the gifts over to us.
Yeah. Hopefully nothing dangerous.
Yeah.
Opening it on stream.
Oh no.
Okay, what
is
do we
this?
have here? Oh, it's a Reddit comment. Okay, it says, I just smashed my 4K TV in front of 30 guests at my party because of Forsen. My wife just took our crying kids and said they're all spending the week at a hotel. This streamer has ruined my life and my party. I can't handle this anymore. Goodbye, Forsen.
My plane has just had to conduct an emergency landing in La Paz, Peru because of Forsen. Low-key valid crash.
Low-key valid crash.
I think as well though, right? I think maybe the Forsen fans got a bit too cocky watching Lost Tones, you know, come into the league and just gap everyone essentially. But the thing is, you know, they were world's caliber players in most positions.
Yeah.
While here, you know, Forsen isn't exactly Baus in terms of his rank. So
Wait. I mean, he is the god gamer after all. But also another thing is...
But is he the Messi of league? I don't think so.
That's true. But he says low-key valid crash out.
Yeah.
If my team went 0-2 in the NLC, would I also be the reason my plane would emergency land? I mean, maybe. I can't say. I'm a passionate fan. So, I mean, I'm not judging anyone. But I can just say that, you know, maybe it is.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I mean, it could be.
Do we have more reactions?
Yeah, we have one more. We have one more. It's coming up here.
The animation when it flips out.
Oh, it's from the Forsen subreddit. Okay, it says breaking news: Forsen's League of Legends team Pobuilder was replaced by Poe-Belter.
Is that because Power V was playing?
I thought it was like you know in Dragon Ball when they do like the
I don't.
What's it called?
The post that Medivedi has done before.
We're not anime. Like I'm
the
a Dragon Ball fan, but
the E is for Europe. So
because he came to Europe.
Yeah. Oh, that's actually true. It's the European Pobuilder.
There is definitely space for improvement in that overlay. I think the players are wrongly laid out as well. I'll let anyone know who criticizes that. That's fair criticism. We will get it sorted. I hope so, or I will make sure it gets sorted. Because surely it won't be like that.
If someone's gonna make it happen, it's
I'm staying overtime.
Well, okay. To be honest, we're still getting used to the new studio here and new crew and everything. So
I'm kind for now, but don't worry.
Yeah. Okay.
It will,
fair enough.
For now.
For now, if that isn't fixed eventually, oof.
Oh, yeah, that's true. It's gonna be a long split.
Yeah.
And there was also a soft drink issue, right?
Yeah. There was a lack of there was a lack of the Coca-Cola, which I always drink. But I found a secret stash, so I'm all good, and the broadcast will be 10x better now. But
okay, that's good. That's good. But anyways, on to the next game. We have La Bombas versus
Leo Esports.
Exactly.
Which is exciting because it's two of the brand new teams. Let's start off with La Bombas, of course, the first name you'll all recognize.
Damn.
Floppy Walrus in the mid lane. And he's obviously high challenger Pika. He was on Gragas last week.
Yeah, it was amazing.
This
to
week
see.
will not be on Gragas, I guarantee it, and that becomes really exciting.
I hope he will be, because that was a show for itself.
It won't happen.
No, it won't happen. It was only because they didn't have bans, actually.
Yeah, Ruddy didn't have bans. We forgot to mention that.
Wait, what? They didn't?
Yeah, we hadn't been told that, so we forgot to say
what?
that.
Okay, so they didn't ban anything?
Yeah, they weren't allowed to because they submitted their roster too late. But obviously...
Oh, so you missed the bans for the first game because you aren't allowed?
Because they submitted their roster too late. But this isn't about Ruddy.
No,
about them
sorry.
submitting the roster. But La Bomba, I just quickly want to mention their bot lane as well. It's really good. I think you've talked about Miela having played together with her before. I've talked about Luke having followed him in the Danish scene last year. I think these two are heavily slept upon in terms of their level, according to the NLC. And they showed it last week as well. But then again, it was against Ruddy, so I'm very excited to see them go up against a real team, you could say, in terms of, the competition they bring, which really excites me, because if they can play well today, well, all of a sudden, that's a strong 2v2 to look out for.
Yep.
Yeah. 100%.
Indeed.
Yeah, but I mean, seeing Sloppy playing on his signature Gragas in his first competitive game, that was kind of a dream come true, especially after we had RL Gragas here throwing barrels. Like, that was amazing. But moving on to their opponents, it's like, I must say, Leo Esports, I'm not that familiar with the team, to be honest. I know Rusty Sniper.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, everyone knows.
Yeah, but
everyone knows the guy.
Ja,
if you could put some words on it.
Nu prøvede jeg ikke mygte svensker, men det er desværre et bra hold. I don't want to sit here and compliment them too much because they are full Swedish and I'm Danish. So it hurts a bit to have to watch these guys play pretty good League of Legends, but they are actually quite good. There was a lot of focus for them to keep a full Swedish team. They actually explored different options in the off-season, I was told, but they realized how important it is to have that Swedish core, that same culture to help build a better team environment where, you know, you can banter about what happens in Sweden and the Swedish television shows and whatnot.
It looks like there's a bit of a Christmas theme today.
I mean, they dress up nicely. A bit too late. I mean,
that's content.
But that's typical
like
Swedish. Typical Swedes, right? They think it's Christmas while it's mid of January. but it is actually a pretty good team. I don't want to highlight Rusty Sniper because I don't want to fuel his ego anymore. So I'm going to talk about Monster Ninja in the top lane. He went undefeated last split in Denmark, absolutely gapping them. And you know, that's not the Swedish league, so it's an actual good level. And he was, you know, he was a far and away the best top laner, deserved to get his chance in the NLC. And I think this team, you know, already turned some head last week, and I'm excited to see if they can do it again.
Yes.
Or sadly not, because I'm Danish and I don't want to say it.
I mean, for all the Swedes out there must be some, since Forsen is also playing in the league, I'm guessing. There are some Forsen boys there out looking for a Swedish victory. And I mean, between that and Lundqvist Lightside, I mean, there are some Swedish pride to see if you can achieve that, you know?
I mean, just last week, Leo won the Battle of Sweden, right? Winning against Lundqvist Lightside. And I'll say, if I can say one good thing about the Swedes is, sadly, a lot of them are nice people. That's really annoying because it kind of debunks my whole hatred. And we had a nice time last there for the finals, of course. The finals in Stockholm was great.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Everyone was nice. So sadly, I do have to give some compliments to you guys there. Hopefully, though, your team loses today because I'm all in on La Bomba.
Ooh.
Ooh.
What about the rest of you?
I mean, yeah, if I can give my, I mean, I agree with Duckling. I think La Bombas will just take it. I think we will see some, I hope we can see some hyper carry from Miela. She's very good at those champs. And yeah, I think they will play around bot lane, and I think they will just...
Yeah, I mean, you know Miela very well since you played on team with her. As a player, like going into a match, like what would you say her strong suits are, especially... something that La Bombas can bring forth?
One thing about Miela is that she's super prepared before every game. She is super into it, and she is so focused on her game and what comes next that she brings this really try-hard energy in the game, and I think that is a big strength that Miela carries with her.
Yeah, and also another thing is I think Sloppy mentioned last week that his top laner Cyclops is from his stream actually.
Yeah, exactly.
And what I found amazing last time was also how good he kind of meshed into the team.
Yeah.
And they kind of made it look easy, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Cyclops did get solo killed by a 200 ping Mr. Tucker, so I'm excited to see if he can step a bit up more today, but obviously they dominated the entire game. We didn't get to Toby's prediction. I'm very interested to see. Are you a Swedish sympathizer? Like, or,
I'm also going betting. My bets are on La Bombas. Also, it's such an entertaining team to watch.
Yeah, fair enough. I
mean, it is a fan favorite.
Denmark is showing strong here.
Yeah.
Well, what about you though, Malte?
Yeah.
Will you be the Sweden sympathizer, or I think someone has to?
Someone has to take.
They
that,
are Swedes. We have to give them something.
Well, I'm gonna take the objective route here, and I'm gonna say I'm just looking for a banger, to be honest, an entertaining game. I can't wait to see what Sloppy pulls out, since the Gragas inevitably will be banned, as you highlighted. So to see what direction they will go in, I'm kind of excited because we don't really know the identity of the team that well. You know, it's kind of a mix of players we haven't really seen together before. We have a challenger streamer who's known for his Gragas. What will he do when it gets banned out? You know, so there's a lot of story there, and you know, of course. On the other side, we have Leo, who's an upcomer who qualified through the open circuit, if I'm not mistaken.
Through the NLC up here, promoted through, you could say, the right way to get into the NLC, and they're also very big for the Swedish community holding events. They're actually soon going to be hosting a VIS, a real legit tournament, and plenty of lands.
Shout out to all
community. So if you are a Swede, you can definitely get to engage with them, get to know.
Follow them, man. Go and follow them.
I mean, sadly, that Swedes aren't Swedish, so I report them every time I can. And hopefully, Twitter will do something about them.
Of course you do. You should, as you should, right?
But you know, credit to them. They're building a Swedish community, and maybe one day they take me down. And but who knows? I spoke to them, and they are actually nice people. Again, it hurts to say, but yeah, if you're Swede, Leo is obviously.
I think we should set up a 1v1 then. Between you and a player from the team, maybe?
I mean, maybe we get Rusty Sniper in at some point, and we can do some quiz about Sweden and Denmark. We know Denmark will win at that point.
With all the shit talking, I think, maybe you deserve to be humiliated a bit on stream, maybe, but you can still practice. I mean, we'll see.
Yeah, you can
I could
practice,
beat Rusty in a 1v1.
You can practice in Plat.
Yeah. I mean,
Don't worry.
The thing is, I've commentated so many 1v1s, I could probably, like, if I practiced a bit, beat Rusty Sniper.
You heard it here first.
Yeah, you heard it here. We are delusional on this podcast.
I'm Danish, I have to be delusional.
Is there a sniper war going on? Is it?
It sucks that all their tweets are in Swedish, so you can't understand what they're saying,
I
even if they try to
that
banter. So
I can't even banter back against them.
Yeah. Anyways, let's try and get back to the game here at hand. Any predictions? You said
we've all given.
We all
given La Bombas. Are you expecting us to change or?
Also, Sloppy mentioned that he had practiced other champs.
Yeah, exactly. He did.
I'm going to mention Cillian as well after the last game as something he might have to be playing a bit more because the Gragas is clearly going to be banned. I'm interested to see though, do they try and target Cyclops up in the top lane, considering he had a bit of a rough day one. Obviously, first time in NLC, first time in competitive, really gotta give him chance to land, but I don't think Leo will give him that advantage, right?
No.
Monster Ninja is strong in the 1v1, so you could try and see something I talked about more, right? Getting him away from these boring matchups, the Cassante Rumble or whatever basic matchup we see a lot of. So maybe, this is the time to try and bring out something like a Darius or Aatrox. Maybe try take that Ignite in lane and try and see if you can punish early and get ahead and snowball that way. Yeah. Those sorts of avenues are things that I think could be realistic from Leo, but then again, they can play through every lane essentially, so I'm not going to be certain on it, but I think it's a window they could look to exploit.
Definitely. But from what I saw earlier today, also what you could see on the heat maps at least, is that bot has had a huge impact. I think we've talked about this a couple of times in the stream, but it's hard to look away from that because every heat map we've been looking at almost has been blood red in the bot side, especially in the Ruddy game, but also in the other ones. Coming from an insider, what are we looking towards this game through the bot side? We've seen Corgi prioritized a lot. We saw Copper on the Severe. What are we looking for here? You know what Miela plays.
Yeah, I mean, I think she will go for a scaling hyper carry, and maybe they will pick an Enchanter support, maybe a Lulu pick. I think just scaling AD carry that can really get some items and then just carry the late game. I think that will be great. Maybe some Sire Rakan they will go for. I know Miela plays a lot of different champs and a lot of different styles, but her Jinx is the best of all her champs. So if they pick a Jinx Lulu, maybe. I don't know if they're gonna get the Lulu with the Jinx though, but I guess we'll have to see.
And do you have any takes on that, maybe?
Yeah, but I think the AD carry pool is pretty open right now, and there are definitely a lot of hyper carries available. I think maybe something to try and counter it a bit. Jin is something Rusty Sniper plays a lot. Yeah. He actually has the most kills in a single NLC game against not Ruddy, but Ruddy Sack in the playoffs last year. I think 26 or 27 kills, and that was when Wanda and Jankos was both playing for the Sack. So that was a pretty good game from him. He does play a lot of Jhin. I'm thinking the Varus as well has found his way into the meta, obviously being adaptable. The lethality is what I've been seeing most in the pro play. But there are avenues to go different directions if you want to try and play away from bot lane and play towards that strong top side where you don't necessarily have to face that 2v2, because if they both decide to play for that and prioritize it heavily in draft, well, it could get very explosive down there.
Yeah, I think so too, especially also the way that they played last week. Seeing like how Miela and Luke played together and how they synergize in the lane, like even though they played the scaling, they played Aphelios and Lulu last week, if I'm not mistaken, and I mean they still played up in lane. I guess you can argue the opponents, but they look really strong in lane and in late game as well. So
yeah, I'm excited to see what's gonna happen. I mean, everything's on the table here. I think it can go both ways, to be honest. I mean, we've been talking a lot about it, so it's hard to say what side it's going to go to, of course. But yeah, I mean, when it comes to the games today, of course, we've seen a lot of gameplay, but we also had a lot of games, and I kind of want to talk about maybe a little bit about the painting down here, because if we can find my phone somewhere, we can maybe see if someone has submitted something on Instagram, maybe. But I don't think it's laying around here, unfortunately.
We are cooked, chat.
Yeah.
Oh, we have my phone.
Yeah, true. Can you maybe see something? I don't think you're lucky.
Do you have an update on the game?
No, but
Did you get a DM?
I don't.
I have.
Do you? Malde, do you know
have an
about the
update
game?
on the game? I mean, you're the one.
Oh yeah, no, I mean
how long do we
update
have
on the Instagram? That's what.
Yeah, but do you have an update on the game as well?
Yeah, I've heard from production that we need to stall for a few minutes
Yeah,
here.
so we have
that's
technical difficulties.
So that's what we're in the process of.
What is it saying?
In about 2 minutes.
Okay, so we should
Yes.
be live with the draft soon. Okay, so it's not too far away.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can't check the DMs, of course, but let's hope there's some goodies in store for next week.
Oh, can we see
Oh,
them?
I can't because I don't have the account, so I can't go into
Yeah,
the
there's
DMs.
no the NLC.
Oh yeah, but you can see. Can we see it on the replies?
Maybe replies. Maybe
We'll see.
people
We'll see.
replied from.
I'm just sitting here and scrolling while we wait. Take over.
I think it's the first time I've been in a studio where the host pulls out his phone while we're live.
Yeah, that is honestly crazy work.
That is
Not
crazy.
gonna lie. You will, in 2 minutes, you will sit and scroll.
Yeah. Guys, I'm gonna doom scroll for a bit. Just you take over.
I have an
It's
addiction.
late.
Just gotta watch a few TikTok guys. I'm sorry.
But I actually heard we can get it on the screen. So while we wait for that, I'm just gonna sit here and scroll as well.
If we have I want to hear if we have a few minutes before we go in game, any big major takeaways from today?
Oh
Is there
yeah.
any team that has really stood out to you, both either positively or negatively?
One thing that's really big actually is that I knew that Toby was supposed to go to a concert. Sorry, I'm gonna go back to this, but what happened about that?
Oh, it's still going on. It's the concert's still on. It's a Palestine relief concert.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh, I cannot say that. I think maybe I can.
Maybe.
I did it anyway. But that's something we should definitely It's sad that you're stuck up here in the NLC studio, unfortunately.
Well, at least I bought a ticket, so it's going to a good cause.
Yeah, we can say that definitely. But so anyways, you were talking about the themes today.
I asked about a major takeaway, just like the thing that stood out to you guys the most. And it could be about a team, could be about whatever it is. They're both good or bad.
I have a phone that's coming in here. So maybe we can see.
You can go back to doom scrolling.
Okay.
I really want.
Can I just point out how scuffed this looks to everyone? I love it.
Another phone has
that's the whole
the room.
That's the whole gimmick.
Spend all the
here,
NLC
this is
money on
homemade.
buying your phone. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Anyways, so themes for today. I think I'm actually a bit disappointed about Force Wines.
Force Wines
and a bomb. Jesus Christ, it's a tongue twister. But yeah, I'm actually a bit disappointed about their performance today. I know, people have been goofing on Forsen for his ranks and stuff, but I was excited to kind of see what could I've been following Poe Builders when he was a pro. Watched a lot of LCS back then. And I'm a bit sad to see that it hasn't really worked out for them, to be honest.
But here I'll say though, if you really watched LCS back in the day, I believe Pobelda was actually relegated from the LCS with Winterfox back in 2015.
Yeah.
So you know what happens when you take a good player and put shit teammates around him. And that's a bold statement. Because I actually don't think his team is that bad either.
No.
They should be able to win games, and they will win games. Because Jack Spectre is a good AD carry for the NLC level. Vega V2 should be able to play here as well. And if you look at his history as a coach and a player into the elos he's reached, Drut in the top lane is also capable of playing at this level. So they will win games eventually, just not that many. And maybe it is just because they don't have that authority in the jungle, right? Normally that's why you have your leader, the one who's always on time and knows the objective timers when we need to realize we need to start grouping for drops and moving around the map and the macro movements, because maybe that's what they're missing. So I guess maybe what I'm trying to say is you were probably a bit delusional.
Oh, maybe it is. Maybe it is. But I want to see them succeed, at least a bit better than they have been so far. But yeah, I mean, from everything we've talked about today, unfortunately, we couldn't touch upon the themes because we have been yapping a lot. Yeah, we've been yapping so much, so I can't wait to send it over to the casters.
We can't wait either. Same, dude. Same.
I am doing troubles again, and I didn't unmute. Hello. Now you can hear me on broadcast. Yeah, we're complaining about how we're hungry. Game number 5. How are we feeling about these teams, Trouble?
Oh, Bombas versus Leo. I think this should be a pretty Bombas favored matchup. At least the first glance that I got from them, Miela looked super strong on her carry. Sloppy Walrus got to get his Gragas on the first game, if I'm not wrong. This time around, not gonna be the case.
Why are Leo dressed in Christmas attire? What is going on?
Wait, they were in suits last time, weren't they?
They're in suit. Oh, okay. Leo might be my favorite team now. If they're wearing like fun stuff if they have a theme for them every time. They're in Christmas clothes. That's so good. Okay, Leo. I see you. I respect you. This is sick.
They've made their mark. Wait, he's wearing a suit that's Christmassy.
That's the transition. What are they going to do tomorrow?
Wait, they went 2 in 1.
Yeah? He's just taking both off. I'm curious what they're going to wear tomorrow, actually. That's what's going to be up. Anyway.
Well, that's a question for after we've eaten, Hiprain.
Yes.
Let's focus on today.
Let's focus on today. So, picks, Mount Fight not getting through. Ramos, Gragas getting banned away. No surprise to see the Grag ban coming through. Final ban on the side of Bombers is going to be the Rumble alongside the Mundo and Oriana. Now, what does that leave open? We've seen a fair amount of Sivir today, a fair amount of Corki today, but the Syndra looks to be the instant pickup for the side of Leo.
Let's see what the answer will be in it. Again, all the normie mids, if you want to call them, are still up and available, except for the Oriana, the Azirs, the Talias, if you want to go for something like this. The Rise, also up and available. However, seeing as the Syndra gets locked in super early, I'm expecting them more of a dynamic mid-jungle duo for the side of Leo, something like the Pantheon that we saw earlier, potentially something even like the Shinzao to actually pair up with the Syndra more aggressively.
Oh, going to be the Rise once again. Seeing a lot of the Rise today. Yanara going to be the next lock-in for Bombers. Over to the side of Leo, as they are just going to quickly look to lock in their next picks. Obviously, was their Oyster? I assume we're going to probably see a jungler fairly soon. Maybe an ADC to match that Yanara. Or they could go down the support angle as their next answer into it. But looks like, yep, it's going to be the Jarvan lock-in here for the side of Leo. Going in for their jungler. Quite nice again, because it's a slight lack of immobility.
I do actually really enjoy the fact that you get the Jarvan plus the Syndra. It's like a tale as old as time. Used to be paired up with Rek'Sai at around season 4 to 5, if I'm not wrong. But Jarvan also a very mobile champion when it comes to the early game. Immobility coming through from the side of the Rise as well. So I do feel like, yeah, Sloppy Walrus might be the target right here from the side of Leo. What worries me is that I see Yunara, I see Rise, I look at Jhin on the other side, and I'm like, you slam here a Sion, a Cho'Gath, something super tanky over on the top side of the map. Suddenly, those champions that Leo has locked in can no longer deal with tankiness.
Bombers looking for their final lock-in here. Going to be towards that top lane. The Ambessa gets locked in.
Okay, hold your horses here. This could be a flex. I've watched this Ambessa go jungle 9 out of 10 times in the past week. So this could be a flex depending on what Leo potentially locks in on the tops of the map, but can also go jungle.
Okay, next bans. Renekton going in. So I feel like if they keep banning like powerful top laners, that kind of to me signals that they want Ambessa just to kind of bonk whatever lane she's in. But again, it is flexible, like you're saying, so they might also just be looking for something a little bit more neutral in that jungle role. In that top role, if they're going to have someone aggressive like an Ambessa in the jungle. There's the Zahen ban, though.
I think that made it very obvious that this Ambessa is going top lane. The red
yeah, I
ahead.
think so.
Double ban right there kind of signifies that this Ambessa is going top, which honestly makes Jin's life a little bit happier. We're going to be sticking more to tanky supports. I'm expecting something potentially like a Nautilus to come out here for the side of Bomba, as they do need just another layer, and potentially could also be paired up with something like a Vi. So suddenly you've got so much sticking power CC through Nautilus, Vi, and Ambessa that potentially you don't even care about having the front line if you can just blow Leo's carries in one spell rotation.
Alrighty, the Wukong locks in, so it all but confirms it. A lot of dive power here when you've got the Wukong and Ambessa combo. Jhin, like you were saying, a very mobile champion, so can get caught off guard from that one. And Ambessa and Wukong not particularly so held back by the likes of a Jarvan Cave. In fact, an ulting Yanara can also E out, so they have a couple of couple of tricks up their sleeve to evade away from that Jarvan ultimate. On the other side, we're going to see the Aatrox get locked in as the answer on the top side, and then looking for our final support. Looking for something a little bit more engagey, because Jarvan is your only source of engage right now for the side of Leo. And they're just looking through a few options before they go in for that final lock-in.
I actually
pick
like the Rel a little bit more because I feel like her combination with Jarvan and Cataclysm kind of looks really good to me. You don't allow players to flash very easily outside of the Cataclysm, so that's what's going to get locked in right here from Leo. And on the other side, the only champion with a lot of engage and tankiness that has been left open is potentially the Nautilus right here, which is going to get locked in, if I'm not wrong, from the side of Bombas.
Yeah. Very nice comp, though, getting locked in for both sides. It's going to be interesting to see Warus off the Gragas, because we saw him on Gragas last week, which is obviously the team's named after. It's his whole thing, right, the Gragas. Not going to be getting his hands onto that. Instead, on to the rise as we quick cut over to the game. And is this the first invade I've ever seen of the season?
To be fair, I think that you can very easily also do Bomba with a rise that has 4 items. And it's about level 18. So we could still see it, the effect.
He's going to explode people, yes. Oh, Luke.
Yeah.
Need a little bit of damage. Rusty not going to get hit up with a shot there. Rusty's able to get a cheeky shot in. Has 4 shot loaded up, so just gets that as a nice trading tool onto Luke. And the dancing grenade as well. Beautiful start for Leo. Half health in the support, forcing him to burn all of their pots.
One of the things that I really like about Jhin is that his base damage and his abilities hurt a lot in the early game, and particularly his 4th shot right there is a real deal breaker if you end up on the other end of it, especially in the early game, right? So Don Pong and Ratchet Sniper here have done a fantastic job at using the Jhin plus the Rel in the early game to sort of bully out Luke's health bar for that early game, which means that he needs to wait now for that level 2, which is most likely going to be underneath their tower, which gives a lot of field control over to Leo's bot lane.
Alrighty, well, junglers both clearing, actually clearing in opposite directions. So Leo will have their Jarvan down towards the bot side, where Botish actually will be heading upwards towards a potential gank up there. So we have to keep our eyes on where the junglers are and how these ganks are going to go. Obviously, when you are clearing your red side, you're going to be a little bit more awkward because you have to kind of double back through your jungle. But Cast definitely has a faster start on this clear, so we'll have a little bit more time to fish for any potential picks if that is going to be made available to them. Rusty building up a pretty big lead already, actually. Almost double CS of Melia.
I'm telling you, man, Jhin in the early game, actually...
Oh, I love Jim.
The strongest champions in the bot lane. And great stuff right here. Cyclops suffering just a little bit, just in the early trades right here onto the Ambassador. Does have the jungler around, but overall that is triple lane priority that a Jarvan gets to play with. And Jarvan, one of the most lethal champions when it comes to early game. We have seen a lot of shenanigans with one camp into level 2 into gank, into level 3 into gank, into level 4 into gank. So if you can get as creative as you want with Jarvan, this is the champion that you do this with. We've seen it internationally. Kanavi has done it. Malrank has done it a lot of times when he was in the LEC as well. This time around, Cass is going to choose to play a more traditional type of jungle, where he just clears his entire jungle, takes the Scout Crab, wraps around towards both side of the quadrant of Boltish's jungle. And let's see if he's going to look for any shenanigans. Just places his vision, presses B, and resets.
Yeah, cheeky ward down there on the Croc Gang, just to make sure that you can see exactly where Botish is going to be. Now, this does mean that the junglers are both going to be very split on their rotations around the map, because they're both starting on their red side for their clear, for their camp resets. So we could actually have a game where for a while the junglers don't particularly interact with each other until objectives really spawn up or the potential for a gank comes up. So could be a little bit more lackadaisical at the start.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I would love to see Cass sort of walk up mid lane.
Yeah.
Just try to find an angle. You've got the Scatter of the Weak, you've got the support reset coming through as well. So take your Rel, take your mid lane, try to get a Scatter of the Weak. Nice dodges right there from Furby. Big 90s energy right there from him.
Yeah, really, really nice from Furby. Played that. Could have been a little dangerous. Would have had to blow a summoner spell, but isn't going to have to. Don Ponk is hovering lovely out of vision just to make sure that Furby is going to be able to get this free shove off. Donpong knows that there is a control ward there. Don't think he's even been seen yet. I think he's still playing in that darkness, but Rusty, now with his support covering mid, is going to be able to evade the hook as well. Unfortunately, Luke, you are 0-2 on those at the moment.
That was literally just right the sniper walking on a straight line.
Yeah, I know, he didn't even dodge.
Just about walking out of range on that Q. As Cass is walking down that river, knows that Tybo's just got warded, so he can get just about through that vision pocket. A top lane. Oh, he's right behind them. He's right behind them in the bot lane.
Oh, he is. Cast is looking for the gank, the first one of the game. Able to get that deadly flourish off Milia. Can she get away from this one? I think it might be a little bit over. Throws down the barrier, but it's too little, too damn late. Taken down by the Q. Cast secures first blood.
That was very clever played by Miela right there. Uses the barrier, but holds onto the flash to see if it is actually potentially feasible to get out of the Jarvan Q range, because Cast also had this flash available. Wasn't quite the case. Doesn't want to blow the flash. Goes down with as good of a trade as she could have, just burning her barrier, but she's going to lose majority of that wave in a cannon.
Alrighty, well, as they make their way over, teleporting back to top lane here for Mans. Gonna just push up here onto Cyclops a little bit, but Botish is in the area. Could see a potential gank coming in onto Cyclops. Cyclops losing a fair amount of HP in response. There's going to be public execution. Botish doesn't have 6. Lamans is going to throw down the ultimate, has the Infernal Chains to break away. Botish gets the slow off. Mans still got flash. He's just going to try and heal with those Qs. Botish's health bar. Holy moly, the Aatrox turned that. Didn't have to burn anything other than the ult. Damn.
Mans looking so strong on this Aatrox, almost turns it in a 1 versus 2 scenario. Asterisk right here, that was a level 5 Wukong. Obviously, the knockups from the ultimates would have changed the scenario completely. But Mans recognized that he does have the ultimate advantage, hits a couple of those Qs and ends up turning it around. Now, Donpong is just hovering over this wall. They just want to push that wave underneath the tower. Not quite going to be the case. As you can see on your minimap, Miela is walking up to hold the wave at this positioning, so she can be more safe towards her tower, now missing her barrier spell. But overall, it's been Leo all over the map. Mans dominating 1 versus 2. Cass is playing a champion that should be impacting the game, but hasn't necessarily had to so far.
No, not at all. Been very chill on that one, as it looks like Cast is actually coming up now as a response to the gank. Infernal Chains thrown down, being flashed out there from Cyclops, but Cast, this is a free window, got the Cataclysm. A miss hit, but there's the knock-up. Cyclops may have time to kill. Cast your damn ultimate! You could have saved your top laner, man. Nah, that's illegal. I'd be fuming.
Talking about fuming, bot lane from Leo might.
Yeah, Rusty, no flash available, able to dodge away briefly, but there is the Cyclone to finish him up. Milia will get 1. Botish will get the next. Beautiful pickup for them.
And suddenly, that's a big turnaround from Bombas right here. Getting that double kill over in the bot lane, getting to shove in another wave. Mind you, Miela died in the previous iteration. She lost one of the cannon minions, so huge stuff right here. Been able to get that gold back in a lane that has been suffering from Bombas. And top lane's a little bit of a, I guess, miscoordination right there in the comms. Past chose to keep his ultimate, might be able to use it right here, but this is a 2 versus 4 for the time being.
Yeah, does have that ult, goes in. Melia goes for the flash away. Furby's coming in. The curtain has been called, and that is the end of days. Scout of the week still in the pocket here for Furby. 4-shot comes through. Dragon was secured, but Botish needs to try and break away from this one. Again, he is going down. Double kill picked up for Furby. Sure, they traded the Dragon, but Leo trade up on the kills.
Oh, that was a quick response from Leo because they were just resetting from base. Miela greeted just a little bit to try and push that wave out, which means the Dragon survived a little bit longer. She had to flush the EQ, therefore Cast got a really easy Cataclysm, locking in the 80 carry from Bombas, which means majority of your damage is get taken away in the very early skirmish trade that you have right there. Leo coming out on top of this one.
Yeah, really nice from them. Rusty just gonna quickly shove in the wave. There's obviously a couple of assists off that one. It might hold this though, because actually Luke's in danger. Goes for the flag, goes for the drag. Cast secures the kill. Another plate goes over to Rusty as well. Gets a cheeky 4th shot in for a little bit more. Botish will answer though with a grub pickup for
Hold
his
on a
team.
minute.
Yeah.
So this jump was
Holding.
0-0-0 2 or 3 minutes ago.
Yeah,
That's 100% kill participation of 6 kills in 2 minutes.
He's
Talk
exploded
about
in
weighing
action.
the situations, right?
He's done a fantastic job here.
Yeah.
May lose a couple of camps, but actually, is he? The monkey's having a
he lost
sniff
his red
around.
buff. Oh, there wasn't a red buff.
No. Botish
How about-
was. I think Botish was checking for red buff just in case. It would actually, honestly, for Botish's sake, I think he's very lucky that red buff wasn't up because Cast was en route with a Divine Sundra. So that would have ended, not Divine Sundra, sorry, Sundered Sky. That would have ended horribly for him.
I think the Wukong might be following the same path here. I don't think this Wukong necessarily might go towards Trinity Force, even though we have been seeing a lot of Trinity Force Wukong. We might see
Sloppy.
Sky, Sloppy on a ward. Has to flash out of the
huge.
Cataclysm.
That is so big. Rise very immobile without that flash. This is now just a repeat gank angle, and Cast can free invade with the pressure he's got mid.
Big push right there from Russ the Sniper. Respects the fact that Luke is not seen on the map. Doesn't push further forward. Barbie Rel walks down the bot quadrant. Sets down a ward for more vision. So look at all this vision shroud around that bot on the map. The 2 of them in the river, 3 of them in the river, and 2 of them in enemy territory. Thank you so much, observers.
Thank you very
the
much.
entire bot side completely lit up to protect Russ the Sniper. They know that Russ Sniper and Don Pong have the push this whole time, so they want to make sure they don't get ganked. Voltage was on the bot side of the map, but it's impossible to penetrate that vision.
I honestly think Leo would play incredibly smart here, actually. We saw that invade as well, and I know it's only for a Raptor camp, but they got pressure mid, bot had pushed, all 4 members moved in to cover Cast to steal that Raptor camp, and then they all pulled out at the same time. They made sure that it was as risk-free as possible. The vision has been set up. Rusty's in a bit of danger here, gets caught off briefly, caught out by the Cyclone, has got the flash, has got the barrier to work with. Botish is trying his hardest. Nice Cyclone to play the interrupt, but Furby comes in as the cursing gets called, and he is going to eat shot after shot. One more 4-shot goes wide. Dumpunk finds the lockdown. There's the flash out. Cast flashes to find the knock-up. Beautiful into the knockback. Scout of the Week goes down. They get the deadly flourish. Leo play on a knife's edge, and it is Bombers who are cut.
Okay, I'm going to request production to give me a replay because Cast's Jarvan is the cleanest damn thing I've seen today. You guys saw only the last play that he did with the flash. Hold. Okay,
Don't
I'm
worry,
gonna continue. But he actually stopped his teammate from dying by eating a hook with literally a last-second step to the right direction as Dompong.
Oh!
Trouble right here. He'll die to the Slurkle from Miela. Another
Slurkle.
kill going over to Inara. Oh,
He had flash.
give it
I
to me.
think he thought he was out, but yeah,
Give
no,
it to me.
nice shot.
Eyes on Cast right here. Hook goes over Syndra, covers it for his carry as the EQ flash comes through to finish the deal onto the Wukong. Fantastic play coming out of the oven! And the tower shot.
Oh no!
Come on, man!
Cast might have Cyclops. Cyclops has no flash. He's overextended for the wave. Cast is aware of it. He has Cataclysm. He's not letting Cyclops break away from this one. There he goes. Lovely pick up there for Cast. 6-0 on the Jarvan. Yikes! That's a strong Jarvan.
Damn. And see, again, so Wukong is a Trinity Force champion. However, when you look over and this Jarvan is 5-0-2 in just 2 minutes time, you have to match the power of the Jarvan. So you're forced to go for Sundered Sky first on Wukong, which deems you a lot quicker than if you were to have a Trinity Force on that Wukong. So basically, Botish traded a lot of that power that would come later on for an earlier power spike to try and help his team come back. That is now a 4,000 gold lead in the hands of Leo, and Cass has been the leader of all of these skirmishes and fights that have won for Leo.
Yeah, there's been a lot of attention thrown onto Rusty at the start of the fights, but Furby's the one with most of the kills for his team, and Cast is the one. The kills are outside of the jungle. Cast is having an absolute monster performance. There's Luke, caught there by the Deadly Flourish. Cast is in a bit of danger. Remember, he's worth a shutdown here. If Milia's the one to get it, she's going to get a huge old shutdown. Double knockup for the final Cyclone. Melia secures herself a double kill. And suddenly you have a very, very accelerated Yanara.
I have so many questions. Rusty Sniper walked up and started hitting the wave instead of trying to play on the Nautilus. I mean, I'm sure when the curtain call went down, there could have been a time where you could just walk up and threaten, right? You still have 4 bullets. You still have a Q as well. So I'm not sure what happened there, if it was miscommunication, if they just wanted to make sure that the Jin doesn't die in this iteration. But I feel like Rusty Sniper could have done just a little bit more in that particular skirmish. And that is goal that goes back over to Bombas, and Yunara has been dominating the global scene because of her ability to carry in the late game, and accelerating Miela right here with how much we saw her carry in the first game of Bombas is actually scary.
Yeah, it's a nice big shutdown going over to her. Cast though, he feels it a little bit, not going to make the connection. Starts up Rift Herald though immediately. Does have Rusty on the top side of the map, but Rusty's catching a wave, so won't be here immediately. And it actually looks like Botish is thinking about having a sniff in the area. Instead, they just jump onto Miela, force her flash out.
Huge.
And now, this fight is infinitely more stable for them. Cataclysm down, yes, but flashless ADC, a lot easier to catch with a scatter or a flash magnet storm from Dom Punk using that Hex Flash.
Yep, and I really like the rotation right here. They're just going to pull up towards that mid lane bush. They're going to make sure they have the priority mid. They don't want to face check. They'd rather take that mid lane tier 1, which will then open up opportunities for further ganks down the line.
Yeah, well, looks like they've not actually got enough to be able to get through that tower, so they're just going to take a couple of plates. Leo still playing defense on this mid shove. Rusty's going to be able to get nice 4-shot into the tower, but I actually don't know how worth that was. They gave over, what, 2 plates mid for Rift Herald? That could basically be a guaranteed tower. Although Cast could just come here and see if he can find Cyclops. Looks like Cyclops is aware that there is a potential for a gank coming in his way, so Mans will secure himself first tower blood for the team. That's in the pocket, 430 gold off the back of that. Miela, there's a lot of plates up for grab. You got Rift Herald, you got Grubs. They're going to be able to cut through this tower. Leo coming over though. Certain gets called. Botish is going to eat a massive heap of damage. Dom Punk's the one to get the kill. Rift Herald used for 3 plates.
Look on the Jin.
Oh, Sloppy almost found himself the opening onto Rusty Sniper, but Rusty not going to give it over.
Actually, Rusty Sniper opens curtain call and Sloppy Warriors instantly ults right on top of him. So really good awareness right there from Bombas to try and stop even more hurt from going through. However, man, I'm scared of this Aatrox. Mans has taken 2 towers within 1 minute. That's a lot of gold, Syndra. Too far
Good
forward.
hit onto Furby. Furby's going to have to flash away, but there's nowhere for him to go. Miela trying to keep Dom Punk away for the second as Furby gets out, support, sacrificed in vain. The flash hook from Luke was very rough, unfortunately, right on the cusp of that wall. It juts out a little bit, catches you.
I don't know, man. That's another kill going over to Yunara. 1.3 thousand gold lead. However, it is going to be the only member of Bombas in an measurable gold lead, I want to say. On the other side, Jarvan, Syndra, Aatrox in particular, they all look so damn scary. And at the end of the day, Jin as an AD carry, he's not always the primary carry. He's there mostly to facilitate and sort of break apart fights, especially with the curtain call and the root. So we'll see how Rusty Sniper can facilitate as a carry for his team to just take this home.
Well, as we take a moment to chill. And I say it's only a moment because we got 45 seconds until Dragon number 3 spawns up. So
that's all. Oh, maybe more.
Chill moment.
Maybe
no,
you lied.
we have a little bit more time.
You just jinxed it, man.
I know.
Didn't I tell you I'm hungry? Why'd you have to do
Yeah,
that?
I've got my Uber order ready to go. It's lined up and ready to fire. So as soon as this game looks remotely close, I'm pressing order.
As soon as a team kills Baron, just click.
I don't know if Baron's enough nowadays, though. That's the thing. You can clear Baron waves really easy.
I'll add another close on that. Okay.
Go on.
If there's no outer towers and Baron gets picked up, then you click.
Yeah. No outer or no inhibitor towers. I feel like if there's no inhibitor towers.
No outer towers. So only the base remains.
Yeah, I think that's
Come on, man.
It's
safe.
It's crazy how squishy Baron minions are now. Like, they have none of the magic resist they had before. Like, you can just one-shot them as if they were regular
And
minions.
they do have a rise, yeah.
They do have a rise. I don't know. We'll have to see. Anyway, looks like we are getting ourselves back into this game.
30 seconds for the next dragon.
Okay, I probably shouldn't talk about how fat I'm being.
No, let's not talk about how fat you're being. Let's talk about how fat
Can't
the
it?
pockets are of
Huge.
Darwin.
6 and 1 jumping in. Furby gets a scatter onto multiple people. Botish taking a lot of damage though as the unleashed power answers out. Jungle for jungle, but the curtain gets called. Luke takes one shot. He's not going to take that fourth though. Milia eats it as they jump in with the execution on the two side onto Rusty, but Cyclops gets caught by the scattered. Rusty is so low, and there's the dash forwards from Milia trying to take out Don Pong. Not going to find the opening. The hook goes wide as Furby looks for a scatter in response. No unleashed power as Mans is on the back line. Infernal Chains comes through and Luke goes down. The teleport from Sloppy is just messy. Flushed in, CC'd over, jumps away from the Don Punk as he looks to break away as he makes an escape on single-digit HP. 42 is what we see him on, but that must have been 8 or 9. Huge escape from Sloppy.
And the fact that this fight lasted so long, Cass dies first, therefore he's the first one to spawn, beelines the dragon, and it's gonna end up on the hands of Leo. And look at this fantastic ult coming through by Cass, blocking 2 members in, straight into a big ult by Rel, and they're just winning the fight straight out of that aggression from the Jarvan. And then Cyclops gets seen, but they just walk straight into him. He was literally sitting on a ward. And then I'm looking tops and I'm like, hold on a minute. My Aatrox has TP, but he's too busy being under the tower to TP. And then the Rise goes all the way back to base to then TP after the fight is completely done.
Absolute carnage. Mans on this Aatrox has been a silent menace all game, picking up plates, towers, and the odd kill, and now gonna see it in full fruition. Sloppy just about getting away, but we're gonna cut away from that replay, back to the live action. 20 minutes on the clock, and it's only a 3,000, 4,000 gold lead between the two teams, so nothing insurmountable. And when you look at where the gold is, Miela, she's ahead, 2.5k over Rusty Sniper.
She's the only one, man.
She's the
her
final
against
hope.
the world. It's her against the world, literally. Can this Yunara actually carry the fight from Wombas? Can they buy her enough time? Because if you look at anywhere else, this Rise has fallen so massively behind. We're 21 minutes in. There's no tier item completed. There's no Rod of the Ages actually stacked up enough to actually matter at this point in game. And this Syndra is equipped with 2 items and an extra Rod in her inventory. So Furby has been hurting so bad. If that Scatter the Weak hits, then it's most likely to, because you've got short range Rise and 3 melee champions running into Syndra, then it's just quick work for the rest of Leo to dispatch of them.
I feel like we were about to end the action, but it looks like mid lane they actually just catch Luke. Yeah, Rusty's able to get the kill. I was like,
Baron.
I think we just chill for a moment, but no. Leo,
just threaten Baron.
They've also got an Uber Eats lined up, so they're just getting themselves. They want to close this game out as quick as possible. But maybe you're right. Maybe they don't go for Baron. So maybe if they are going to play a little bit slower. Sloppy, no flash. Scatter doesn't hit. But look at the potential flank angle onto this Rise. Flag, drag into the Cataclysm. Deadly Flourish cancels the ultimate and the CC chain too damn much. Furby will take that one with the Scatter of the Week. This could be a tier 2 tower crumbling to Leo.
And now we Baron. That was very well played by Leo, because the way they angled the Scatter of the Week and the root from Jhin, there was no way out in that Rise ult for Sloppy Walrus right here. And they'll abandon tower number 1 over in the top lane. They'll head towards the tower number 2 over in the mid lane. I don't think they can get either of them. They're just so hesitant at just pulling a Baron call, not necessarily for the sake of doing Baron, but to turn around a fight potentially when that Rise has no TP and is dead for 20 plus seconds.
I think the reasoning is Baron got Atakan. Well, Baron got its resistance shred back. So baiting with Baron is a lot more risky because you are going and just naturally, you've lost a bit of HP and you've lost resistances. So if there is a world where I feel Bombers could turn this around. It's a Fed Yanara who's now got the Infinity Edge, the Bork, the Witch Bolts lined up. They pop ultimate. That is a dead Leo. You're just going to get absolutely shredded by the AoE, regardless of if Sloppy was there. So I think the call is smart, but I also feel like they didn't have to start Baron. They could have just cleared Vision out and baited like they were doing Baron.
That's exactly what I meant.
Okay, sorry. Trouble.
That's fine.
I'm not calling you stupid. I'm calling me hungry. Don't worry. Oh,
trust me, I'm hungry too. I was like,
there's the Magnus Storm combo! We've been waiting for that one.
Oh,
it's an execution on the back, but it's not going to make the matter because Cyclops losing way too much HP. Rusty waiting for the reload to jump into Cyclops. He's got melee range. Cyclops goes down. Sloppy takes out Dom Punk, but 3 members of Bombers fall. You don't need to bait anymore. You can just go Baron.
Wow, that was a great fight. Insane opening by Don Pong with a fantastic 3-man ult, followed instantly by Cass Jar and Flag and Drag into a Cataclysm. Insane wombo combo coming through. Cyclops tried his hardest by just marking the Jhin in the backline, but it just wasn't quite enough. And even though Voltage here is still alive, there's no chance sneaking in for a steal.
Yeah, absolutely diddly squat. That's going to happen. Resets coming. Gold is going to get spent. And normally I'd be like, oh, we're looking at a final push, but I genuinely believe they're going to be able to take the outer towers, maybe not even all of them. Ryze can one-shot these waves. As we'll see a replay of that fight. I was so focused on Rusty versus Cyclops, I missed Mans just running absolute madness on the front line.
To be fair, I feel like Furby did a lot of work in this calculation, and then Man shows up to sort of clean up any stragglers that tried to run away. But my favorite 1v1 was also Rasta Sniper versus Cyclops in the backline.
Why did he go melee? He just wanted to melee of an Abessa, reloading his gun. Mans get a lot of healing off here for the World Ender. There's the kill. Luke is on fire. Down he goes. 20 kills over to Leo. And they're now pushing up onto the tower.
And I feel like we've seen the entire... Does he have a helmet on his head? We have seen the entirety of Leo doing so well. But I feel like the unspoken hero has been Furby. A 4.4 thousand gold individual lead.
Massive.
Over Walrus. 3 items, death completed. Deathless the entire game. When you've got champions like Wukong, Gambessa, and Nautilus jumping on you. What a flawless game from the Leo mid laner.
Yeah, he's been having an absolutely stellar showing of it. His tower's still standing as well, which is a small nod to how well that lady
My
plays
tower,
for him.
it doesn't fall. That's my tower.
My tower doesn't fall, indeed. And that is one more tower down. Cannon slowly whittling away at that inner tower. Once this falls, the inhibitor falls, and I think Leo could look for it. There's a Hex Flash being channeled by Luke. Not going to follow it up. Down goes the tower. Leo can now advance forwards. They've got double cannons as well to whittle away at the inhibitor. The question is are Leo going to risk it and go for the end here, or are they going to just try? It looks like the fight breaks out. There's going to be the ultimate. Magnus Storm's been used by Don Punk. Furby staying on the back as Rusty also trying to get a little bit off. They're going to roam forwards. That could be messy. Sloppy looks for the kill onto Furby. Massive scatter the weak. They take out multiple members as the curtain gets pulled and the shots are coming through. Miala and Cyclops have to tank this for the team. Can he find his shot? No, he cannot. But the scatter comes into the deadly flourish. The hook goes wide. Bombers are low. Cyclops falls.
Furby's footwork needs to be studied. I'm sorry, I wasn't familiar with you up to this season. I wasn't familiar with your game. You have converted me 100% into a fan. The way this guy spaces through team fights, the way this guy chooses between his spells at the perfect timing is just flawless. This looked like a great turnaround from Bombas. They spend everything though on this job, and Cast is one of the squishiest members, ends up going down, but this makes it a numbers disadvantage from Leo, so they start retreating slowly, and this is where the fun starts happening, because the time that the curtains get cold, Furby becomes dangerous. He walks up, throws out the W into the Scar of the Week, dodges the Q coming through the Nautilus, and ends up getting the kill. 2 versus 5.
That was nasty, and now the final tier 2 tower will fall. the final inhibitor tower under siege. No Baron. The wave clear should be fairly easy, but the problem is there is a threat building up in that bot lane. As you can see, 2 super minion waves are going to connect with each other, and someone has to go answer that. And the problem you've got is Luke getting chunked out off the side there, going down to about 1/3 HP. Another wave crashing up here on the top side. Thank you very much, Picture and Picture, showing us this big wave crashing in through the bot side. And Leo looks like they're going towards that final assault forwards. Cast has his ultimate lined up and ready. They find themselves a nice hook there. Gonna get public execution off. That's gonna be instant pull on the fight. Everyone is going incredibly low here. They're gonna realm walk forward, and suddenly Leo are in danger. Look at the damage coming out from Cyclops. Furby gets a scatter onto multiple people. Looks for the slow, flashes away. Milia looks for the slow in response, but the base is still being sieged up. The towers are falling. Look at the super minions.
Bombas have done it again. They've bought themselves yet another team fights time. And Leo, I'm sorry, man, they need to get their shit together. This is back-to-back 2 fights where they've done the same mistake. They do not have a front line. They don't have a beefy wall in the front line to actually eat all that CC. And if you look at the type of CC, they're all knockups. Nautilus ult, Ambessa ult, Wukong ult. They're all knockups. There's no type of tenacity that can reduce the amount that you're CC'd if the CC type is a knockup. So whichever one ends up getting hit, whether it's Mans or Cast, they end up getting down in a heartbeat, and they're very pivotal for their team success during the team fights. So let's watch this again. Mans right here gets caught by the root straight into the trampoline. There is literally no way you're flashing this. There's no way you're reacting to this. And even though Rusty Sniper and Furby play this perfectly through the wall, that Rise ult from Walrus was fantastic to break them apart and chase them down. Furby just about gets out by the skin of his teeth.
I think this next dragon, soul potentially for Leo, could decide a lot here. Leo, Cast had such a solid start, but it has slowly gotten a little bit weaker and weaker for him. The positioning's in, but look at Mans. He's just in the base taking inhibitor. Bombers are contesting a dragon, and they have no inhibitors standing. Leo can give this. They don't have to go. Cast, don't do it. Do it, you hero! No, he can't. Flags and drags interrupted, but the base is getting teleported onto. They're going to try and roam warp out. This might just be the backdoor. Teleports coming through. Furby and Mans onto the base. I think they're going to be able to close this one out. Sloppy gets caught. He's going to get caught by the unleashed power, and that's Mans taking down the Rise. A carry is dead here for the side of Bombers, as Mans is just face tanking the whole team. Rusty makes his way forward, does get caught up by the knockup, but the Nexus has been left open to bear, and Leo are going to be able to close this game out. There is no world Bombers can find a turnaround. They are losing lives left, right, and center. Down goes another player, and that is going to be the Nexus.
7-0-11. A 6,000 gold individual lead. Furby won me by name.
Yeah.
And then by performance. Like, that was an incredible display on the Syndra. Again, I'm sorry I wasn't familiar with your game. I feel like the whole of Leo came together, don't get me wrong. Individually, they all played so fantastically well, and they covered for each other. First of all, this breaks competitive integrity, right? You can't be enhancing your performance by wearing a helmet. So Dompong shall be investigated by league officials for that one to see if his rel ults were actually legal with the helmet on. But yeah, overall, I'm actually very surprised to see Leo perform like this. I was honestly not expecting it.
I'm very, very pleasantly surprised by Leo. And I think this is one of the things where, like, last year, we were doing very quick seasons, and it was very, very Lost Rotonus, like, centric. So we didn't really get that kind of like, oh, these players are good, these players are good. So now that we're kind of in a position where actually we got a lot of teams who, you know, playing on a more equal level, we actually do get to see some really, really interesting players and some up-and-comers who maybe we didn't expect to be as impactful. Furby, you know, never heard of the guy until recently. You are so right. This guy is insane at Syndra. He's a very, very solid player. We knew who Rusty was. He's as old as me at this point. He's been around forever. Mans, I think, had a great game. Cast, we've known for a while, but this was the first time in a long time where I've been like, damn, Cast.
That jump was clean. Yeah, no.
So good.
And I was worried at the start because I'm like, hey, this guy's not going very schizo, and this is Javan is kind of champion that you should do this on, right? You want to get ahead in the early game. You also have a Cinder, you kind of fall off, you don't scale as well. But they just chose their timing so damn perfectly every single time. And you know what? If Furby has 1 million fans, I'm one of them. If Furby has 10 fans, I'm one of them. If Furby has 1 fan, it's me. If Furby has no fans, I'm dead.
Absolutely beautiful. Coming in there, Stompunk. Played that fight on a nice edge. Furby just scattered the weak. You were very right. He was very good at holding spells until like the perfect moments.
Yeah.
I think Miela was the last bastion of hope for
The
Bob.
only bastion of hope. The whole
She
game,
played
it was
very
just
well,
her.
but man, you're getting Furby gapped, man. Like, what are you gonna do? They got one of those small little rat guys.
I mean, she would flash the EQ from Javan, she'd get Scout of the Week. She wouldn't get Scout of the Week, there was Rel jumping into the backline onto her. She managed to avoid all 4 of those spells previously mentioned. Suddenly there's an Aatrox coming for cleanup. I mean, it was a really rough game to be the only fed carry on your team, and unfortunately 1 versus 4 doesn't work like this. It's a team game and Leo came up on top.
There we are. Incredibly good game coming in from the side of Leo there. I'm excited by these guys because, you know, last week I think we saw a bit of life from them, but seeing them take out Bombers, who, remember, last week actually had a really solid performance at the end of the day. Or no, it was game 4 they played actually. A really solid performance. Great to see them, you know, come back here today and have another absolutely stellar performance. So really good stuff. Anyway, my brain is cooked. I think it's time for us to pass.
We're going to eat.
Video.
Woo!
And welcome back to the studio after an amazing game, I must say. It was kind of close,
Yeah,
a little bit.
That was a banger. I can feel the anger inside me seeing Leo play well and be really likable in their player camps because, you know, Don Pong sitting with a, you know, bicycle helmet at the end, all in Christmas. Like, they actually are a really likable team and it's pissing me off a bit because they're Swedish. But, I mean, they played well too. It was a banger.
Don Punk, he was gaming. He was gaming.
That was one moment when like it was a close fight just towards the end where he should have flashed forward. Like if he had flashed forward at the bottom inhibitor where they were all really low and the Rusty had opened the curtain call, a flash Q either could have been like a triple kill and the game would have ended then, but decided to play it safe, got a kill, and I mean they won later so it's okay, but you know would have liked to see the balls to try that, you know, see the highlight.
Yeah, exactly.
And we got to see Sloppy on his rise. It was a bit. I'm sorry, Sloppy, but a bit unimpressive, I must say.
But one thing that was impressive was the escape on mid, though. He made with the Rise ult.
He was literally 1 HP.
He was
literally 1 HP.
I think he looks fundamentally good. Like he doesn't end, but he looks. He loses the magic that we see on Gragas, right? Where he's explosive, you don't know what he's gonna do. He makes these fun outplays. He was just. In this game in particular, you're stuck standard, solid mid laner, you know, doesn't fall too far behind, does a bit of damage in team fights, but you didn't have those wow moments with him, and
And if like you can see it on the post-game stats here, like you know, the scoreline maybe between the kills is a bit uneven here at the end, but yeah, I mean, it looked kind of even for the most part, until like 25-ish minutes. The goal graph kind of took a turn for the worse if you're a La Bombas fan.
Yeah, kind of ballooned. I think, like, look at the damage meal that was well, right?
Yeah.
Around 40k. And I don't know how Sloppy managed to be, but I guess he was a bit invisible. I just thought he was doing more damage from the backline, but he wasn't doing too much.
Yeah.
I guess the range from the side of Leo made it really difficult to get to the backline targets, and you know, a pretty fit and a pretty strong Aatrox. They're really hard to kill, so I guess maybe that's why.
But you can also see it on the damage here. He had like 13k damage with Syndra having 35, right?
Luke had more damage as normal.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So a bit invisible.
Yeah, but one thing I think Leo did really well was to play around these bot side fights. They played them mechanically well in early game, and it was kind of close, but it came down to the mechanics, and Leo won the majority of the fights on bot, which helped them get the upper hand.
Yeah, so clean games from Leo. Like today, we also had a clean game from.
I mean, in the first few games,
yeah,
right?
exactly.
We had some clean games. Deer Gaming had a big stump as well. Bulldog against FF15 or Force Wines and a bum.
Yeah.
I think overall the league is getting really exciting. I think there are teams that I expected to be decent who've beaten some teams I expected to be great. So, you know, it's interesting. I'm very excited to see which 4 teams make playoffs because that will be a very hard cutoff.
It's kind of we can take a look at the standings actually and see if like how it's going right now.
Damn.
Yeah, so these are the results of the day.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I mean, we saw Bulldog.
Yeah, just ignore the logo mistakes. Well, they might be flipped on some of them, but DMG did beat Verdant. That was I want to say that's the biggest surprise for me.
Yeah.
DMG, I know they are a good team. I think they can challenge for playoffs just because they're 4 players who've played together for so long.
Yeah.
But to beat Verdant, who again, one of my pre-tournament favorites, that's a surprise. If
there we have the standings.
Verdant are 9th, man.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's only 2 games. It can change quickly.
Yeah.
But that is not the start I expected from my personal number 1 heading into the split.
Yeah, it's also a hard start to get as a player and as a team. Starting off with the 0-2, it takes on you. So you have
does that knock on your confidence? Can you like already feel the doubt creeping in?
Yes, I mean I would say so. If you're a player or a team that kind of like you can always get this feeling of pressure, especially when you're down wins early. So I think it really matters. Tomorrow what will happen.
But it'll be fun to see tomorrow because I think we can kind of start to see a pattern emerge of who will be fighting for the top spots, who will maybe be the middle side of the teams, and then we have some teams who kind of, really need to, I guess, show up. I mean, if we have Force Wines and a Bum who go 0-3, tomorrow, I mean, it's gonna be tough to see if they can bounce back.
I think the main takeaway for me is having spoken to quite a few of the teams now in terms of their ambition. They are all very ambitious, and they always say that. But this time I can start to feel it in a lot of them too. I think even Lightside, who haven't gotten a win, they have a lot of talent in that roster that can be really exciting. DMG, Leo as well talked to me about they want to aim for top 4 first as well. And I mean, I like their ambition, but I thought maybe it was a bit too soon. But the results they're showing today as well, shows that it's not just delusion, it's actual, rightly found ambition. And that makes this league so exciting with so many teams. Only 4 can make playoffs, man.
Yeah,
and I think we
crazy.
have 7 or 8 good candidates.
Yeah.
And especially also with the exit of, Los Ratones from last season, it kind of opens everything up.
There's a power vacuum, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Nord is gone, Los Ratones is gone.
Yes.
These 2 teams that spent all of 2025 at the top of the standings are gone. Who will, rise to the occasion? I thought it would be Verdant, and they very well still could.
Yeah.
They are 0-2.
Yeah.
I thought they were the ones who would sit on the throne from day one, establish themselves as the new kings. And right now, they're sitting next to Force Wines and a Bum and Ruddy.
Yes,
I mean,
exactly.
it can change quickly, but it's a shocking start.
All in all, I must say it has been a really exciting day. I think we've done a lot of great things. Like we've played some really fun games here from the broadcast side. I think we did something that was quite interesting and different maybe from viewers who's been tuning in for a long time. But I'm very happy to see this one
here. This is the best thing for me today.
Yeah,
this idea of having Toby drawing because he's clearly very good. And I mean, just look at the crazy ideas the community can come up with.
I mean,
Don Jacobs and Labubu, imagine what happens with Forsen tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I can't wait to see what's gonna happen. We have exciting games. We have a lot more fun things, and maybe another drawing from the talented Mr. Toby. I can't wait to see.
Hopefully.
Yeah, exactly, Mr. Freakman. Yeah, from everyone here in the studio, I just want to say thank you for today. It has been amazing.
It has.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
See you tomorrow.